You are tuned in to Daily Story, bringing you true accounts from everyday people navigating modern dating. Today's story opens another chapter of true experiences. If today's experience resonates with you, feel free to subscribe, leave a comment, or share the episode. It helps others discover these real stories. Now, let us move into today's true encounter. That was it. The world just shifted 1 second. I was sitting in a car, annoyed but still in a date the next day. I was looking into the eyes of a monster. His words, "It is perfectly safe, for me, anyway," echoed in the sudden, suffocating silence of that clearing. My heart did not just pound. It felt like a trapped bird, beating itself against my ribs, desperate to break free. I do not know what I said first, or if I even said anything. My brain just screamed. Every single warning bell, every tiny prickle of unease that I would stupidly dismiss as romantic novelty, exploded into a deafening siren. This was not a date. This was an ambush. Mark. I choked out, my voice a pathetic whisper. I tried to sound calm, to reason, but the words felt foreign, like someone else was speaking them. What are you talking about? This is not funny. His smile did not falter, but it twisted, becoming something truly grotesque. It was the smile of a predator who had just cornered its prey. His pale, hazy eyes, which I had once found intriguing, now looked utterly vacant, like windows to nothing but cold, dark space. "Oh, it is not a joke," he purred, his voice still that calm, reassuring tone that had once felt so trustworthy, but now dripped with menace. "It is just the truth. This is where I come to think, and sometimes I need company." My hand, as if acting on its own, reached for the door handle. It was locked. My stomach dropped like a stone. I pulled again, harder, my fingers fumbling, my breath catching in my throat. Mark chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers of ice down my spine. "No, no, darling," he said, and the endearment felt like a venomous insult. "We are not done yet, not by a long shot." He turned fully to me then, his body language shifting from charming date to something far more sinister. There was an authority in his posture, a cold, unwavering resolve that told me he was completely in control. And I was completely helpless. "Get out of the car," he commanded, his voice dropping an octave, losing all pretense of pleasantry. It was flat, emotionless. I shook my head, tears pricking at my eyes. "No. Please. Mark, just take me home. I won't tell anyone. I swear." The words tumbled out, desperate and pleading, making me feel even more pathetic. I hated the sound of my own voice. He sighed, a sound of mild annoyance, like a parent dealing with a petulant child. "You are making this difficult, and I do not like difficult." He leaned across the console, his face inches from mine. I could smell something faint on him, not cologne, but something metallic, like old pennies, mixed with the scent of pine and damp earth. His eyes locked onto mine, and for a terrifying second, I felt like I was drowning in their emptiness. "Open the door," he repeated, his voice barely above a whisper, but it was laced with a threat so potent it felt like a physical blow. I did not move. My body was frozen, a statue of pure terror. My mind raced, searching for any escape, any leverage, any way out of this nightmare. There was nothing, just the silence of the forest, the ominous shack, and Mark. Suddenly, his hand shot out, grabbing my wrist with surprising strength. His grip was like a vice, digging into my flesh. He twisted, and a sharp pain shot up my arm. I cried out. I said, "Open the door," he hissed, his face contorted into a mask of pure rage for a fleeting second before it snapped back to that chillingly calm, predatory smile. The pain, combined with the sheer terror, finally broke through my frozen state. With a whimper, I fumbled for the lock, my fingers trembling so badly I could barely feel them. The click echoed loudly in the small space. He released my wrist, and I immediately pulled it back, rubbing the angry red marks his fingers had left. "Good girl," he murmured, his eyes glinting. He opened his own door and stepped out. then walked around to my side. I did not wait for him. As soon as he was clear, I flung my door open and stumbled out, my legs wobbly beneath me. My first instinct was to run, to bolt into the dense woods, but where would I go? I had no idea which direction was back to the road, and I knew he would catch me in seconds. He was bigger, stronger, and clearly he knew these woods like the back of his hand. "Do not even think about it," he said, as if reading my mind. He gestured towards the shack with a nod of his head. Inside, the shack looked even more menacing up close. The wood was rotting, gray with age and damp. The windows were boarded up with mismatched planks, some barely clinging to the frames. A single rickety wooden door hung askew on rusted hinges, a dark, gaping maw in the side of the structure. It smelled of decay, damp earth, and something else. Something vaguely metallic and stale, like a forgotten tomb. "Please, Mark," I pleaded again, my voice cracking. "I do not understand. Why are you doing this?" He did not answer. He simply took a step closer, his presence overwhelming. The sheer size of him, the quiet confidence, the way he moved, it all screamed, "Danger!" I felt like a mouse caught in the gaze of a snake. I took a hesitant step towards the shack, then another. My mind was a whirlwind of panic and a desperate scramble for survival. What did he want? Money? Ransom? Or something far, far worse? The image of those pale, empty eyes flashed in my mind, and a cold dread settled deep in my bones. He did not want money. He wanted me. As I reached the door, he pushed it open with a creak that sounded like a dying groan. Darkness spilled out thick and heavy, carrying with it that disturbing, stale odor. I hesitated on the threshold, staring into the blackness. "Go on," he urged, his hand coming to rest lightly on the small of my back. It was not a push, but the lightest touch felt like a brand, a claim. It propelled me forward. I stumbled inside, my eyes struggling to adjust. The air was thick with dust and the smell of mold. A single sliver of light filtered through a crack in the boarded window, illuminating motes of dust dancing in the air. The floorboards beneath my feet groaned under my weight. It was a single, small room, bare and desolate. There was no furniture, just a few overturned crates in one corner, and what looked like an old, stained tarp crumpled in another. The walls were bare, raw wood, some planks missing, exposing the dark earth outside. Cobwebs hung thick and heavy from the ceiling, swaying gently in the disturbed air. But what truly caught my attention, what made my breath hitch in my throat, was a rusty, heavy-duty chain bolted to one of the central support beams. It lay coiled on the floor, ending in a thick, padlocked cuff. And next to it, on the dirt floor, was a dark, dried stain that looked eerily like blood. My stomach lurched. This was not just a thinking place. This was a cage, and I was not the first one he would brought here. "Make yourself comfortable," Mark said, his voice echoing eerily in the small space as he stepped inside, closing the door behind him with a heavy thud that sealed off any hope of immediate escape. The darkness deepened, and I could barely make out his silhouette against the faint light from the cracks. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice barely audible, a pathetic croak. My eyes darted around, searching for anything, a weapon, a hidden exit. "Anything," he chuckled again, that chilling, humorless sound. "Patience, my dear. All in good time." He moved further into the room, and I could hear the scuff of his boots on the dirt floor. My eyes, now partially adjusted, made out a small, crude table pushed against one wall, almost invisible in the gloom. On it, I could just discern the outlines of a few objects. He walked over to it, and my eyes were glued to his movements. He picked something up. There was a faint glint of metal. My blood ran cold. He began, his voice surprisingly conversational again. People often misunderstand adventure. They think it is about climbing mountains or exploring new cities. But true adventure, True experience comes from confronting your deepest fears, from facing the unknown with no safety net. He turned, and in his hand, he held a large, gleaming hunting knife. The blade was long and wickedly sharp, catching the meager light. My breath hitched. And that, he continued, gesturing with the knife towards the chain, is what we are going to do today. My mind screamed. This was it. This was the end. I was going to die here, in this rotting shack, in the middle of nowhere, at the hands of a man I would met on Tinder. The sheer absurdity, the terrifying reality of it, was overwhelming. No, I whispered, shaking my head violently. Please, no. He took a step towards me, then another. The knife glinted. My legs felt like jelly, but a primal scream was building in my throat. I could not just stand here. I could not just accept it. You have two choices, he said, stopping a few feet from me. His voice was calm, almost academic. You can resist, and I will have to persuade you, or you can cooperate, and we can make this an enlightening experience. My eyes darted to the knife, then to his face. There was no flicker of humanity there, no empathy, just that cold, calculating gaze. This man was truly broken, truly evil. What kind of experience? I managed to ask, trying desperately to buy time, to understand, to find a weakness. He smiled, a slow, deliberate stretching of his lips that did not reach his eyes. An experience in survival, in testing your limits, in understanding what it means to be truly alone, truly vulnerable. He gestured with the knife towards the chain. That is for security, just in case you get too adventurous. My heart hammered. He was not going to kill me outright. He was going to torture me. Or worse. The thought was unbearable. I won't, I said, my voice gaining a desperate strength. I won't cooperate. I will scream. I will fight. He tilted his head, a faint frown on his face. Such fire. I like that. It makes the game more interesting. He took another step, closing the distance between us. The knife was pointed vaguely in my direction. But you will cooperate. Everyone does. Eventually, the will to live is a powerful thing. He lunged. It was not a full-on attack, but a swift, terrifying movement that caught me off guard. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat, and stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet. I hit the wall with a thud, the impact jarring my teeth. He was on me in an instant, his hand clamping over my mouth, stifling my next scream. The metallic smell was strong now, overwhelming. His other hand, the one holding the knife, pressed the flat of the blade against my cheek, cold and sharp. I could feel the slight pressure, the promise of pain. My eyes were wide with terror, tears streaming down my face. Shh, he whispered, his breath warm against my ear, a horrific parody of intimacy. No one can hear you out here. No one will come. He pulled me roughly away from the wall, dragging me towards the chain. I fought, thrashing, kicking, biting at his hand, but he was too strong, too determined. His grip on my mouth was unyielding, and his other arm wrapped around my waist, lifting me slightly off the ground. My feet scrabbled uselessly against the dirt floor. He forced me down onto my knees, next to the coiled chain. The cuff, cold and heavy, was brought up to my wrist. I thrashed harder, trying to pull away, but he held me firmly. With a sickening click, the cuff snapped shut around my left wrist. It was tight, digging into my skin. The heavy chain clanked as I struggled against it. I was tethered, imprisoned. He finally released my mouth, and I gasped for breath, coughing and sobbing. My wrist throbbed. I looked down at the chain, then up at him, my eyes pleading. Now, he said, his voice calm once more, as if nothing out of the ordinary had just happened. He knelt down, bringing his face close to mine. His eyes were still empty, but now there was a disturbing light in them, a chilling excitement. Let us talk about the rules of our little game. He stood up, walking over to the small table and setting the knife down with a soft thud. My eyes were fixed on it, then on him. He picked up something else from the table. It was a small, worn, leather-bound journal and a pen. He flipped it open. "Every guest has a story," he said, almost cheerfully. "And every story needs a beginning, a middle, and an end. Yours, my dear, is just beginning." He began to pace slowly around the small room, just out of my reach, his eyes never leaving me. "The first rule, you are my guest. You will do as I say. Failure to comply will result in discomfort." He paused, letting the word hang in the air, loaded with unspoken threats. "The second rule you must try to escape. That is the whole point, is not it. To test your will, to see how far you will go. I have designed a few dodge challenges. Little puzzles to solve, little tests of endurance. If you succeed, you might just earn your freedom." My mind reeled. He wanted me to try to escape. This was some kind of twisted game, a psychological torture. He was playing with me, toying with me, like a cat with a mouse. "And if I do not?" I asked, my voice hoarse. He stopped pacing, turning to face me fully. His smile returned, wide and unhinged. "Then you become part of the scenery. Like the others." He gestured vaguely around the shack. My eyes darted to the dark stain on the floor, the crumpled tarp. A wave of nausea washed over me. "Who are the others?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. He laughed, a sound that grated on my nerves. "Just friends, adventurers who did not quite make it to the end of their journey, but do not worry, you will meet them eventually." The thought of being part of the scenery, of being left to rot in this desolate shack, was more terrifying than anything I could have imagined. I had to get out. I had to. "What is the first challenge?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, to project a semblance of calm I did not feel. He nodded, a look of approval on his face. "Good. A fighter? I like that." He walked back to the table and picked up a small, unassuming wooden box. It looked old, worn, like something you would find in an antique shop. "Inside this box," he said, holding it up, "is a key. It is the key to your freedom, or at least to the next step of your freedom." He shook the box, and I heard a faint rattle within. "But to get the key, you have to solve a riddle." He placed the box on the dirt floor, just out of my reach, maybe 3 feet away. "The riddle is simple. It is about perception, about seeing what is truly there, not what you expect to see." He paused, then began to recite, his voice taking on a strange, poetic cadence. "I have cities, but no houses. I have mountains, but no trees. I have water, but no fish. What am I?" I stared at him, then at the box. A riddle? This was his game. My mind, despite the terror, began to work. Cities, mountains, water. But no houses, trees, fish. It sounded familiar, like something from a children's book. "A map?" I blurted out, the answer suddenly clicking. He clapped slowly, a single deliberate sound that echoed in the shack. "Very good. You are quick. I like that." He picked up the box and brought it over to me. But that is not the end of it. He knelt down again, holding the box open. Inside, nestled on a bed of old, yellowed cotton, was not a key, but a small, intricately carved wooden bird. My heart sank. "What is this?" I asked, my voice filled with frustration and renewed dread. He smiled, that same unsettling smile. "This, my dear, is a clue. The key is not in the box. It is hidden, and this little bird will help you find it. But you have to understand what it means, what it represents." He placed the bird in my cuffed hand, then stood up. "I will be back in an hour. Think about it. Think about your life. Think about what you are willing to do to keep it." He walked towards the door, his silhouette growing larger against the faint light. He paused, his hand on the handle. "And remember," he said, his voice dropping to a low, chilling whisper, The clock is ticking. Then, with a final, heavy thud, the door closed, plunging the shack into near total darkness. The rusty bolt slid home with a loud, metallic scrape. I was alone. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart and my ragged breathing. I clutched the wooden bird, its smooth surface cold against my palm. My left wrist ached from the cuff, and my entire body trembled. I was alone, chained, in a rotting shack in the middle of a vast national forest, with a psychopath playing a twisted game with my life. The reality crashed over me, overwhelming and suffocating. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears silently tracing paths down my dirty cheeks. I wanted to scream, to rage, to cry, until I had no tears left, but I knew I could not. He would hear me, and he wanted me to play his game. I opened my eyes, forcing myself to look around the dark room. My eyes, now more accustomed to the gloom, started to pick out details. The chain was long enough for me to move a few feet in any direction, but not far enough to reach the door or any of the boarded windows. I was confined to a small radius around the central beam. The wooden bird. What did it mean? I turned it over in my hand, examining its simple but elegant carving. It was a common bird, maybe a sparrow or a finch. Nothing remarkable. But Mark had said, understand what it means, what it represents. I tried to calm my racing thoughts, to force myself to think rationally. He wanted me to survive. He wanted me to try. This was not just about killing me, it was about the chase, the game. That meant I had a chance, however slim. I looked at the floor around me. Dirt, dust, scattered bits of dried leaves, the dark stain. I quickly averted my eyes from that. Focus. The bird. Birds, what do they represent? Freedom, flight, nature. He was a nature photographer. He loved untamed beauty. This place was untamed. I looked up, scanning the ceiling, the walls, cobwebs, dirt, rotting wood. Then, my eyes caught something. High up on the central beam, near the ceiling, almost obscured by shadows and cobwebs, was a small, crudely carved notch. It was barely visible, but it was there, and it looked exactly like a small perch for a bird. My breath hitched. Could it be? Was that what the bird represented? A perch, a place to rest. I stood up, testing the length of the chain. It was just long enough for me to stretch my arm almost fully upwards, but the notch was still a good foot or so above my reach. My heart sank again. How was I supposed to reach it? I looked around for anything I could use to extend my reach. The overturned crates in the corner, they were old, probably rotten, but if I could get one. I tugged on the chain, pulling myself towards the crates. The metal scraped against the dirt floor. A harsh sound in the quiet. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the rough wood of the nearest crate. It was heavier than it looked, but not impossible to move. With a grunt, I managed to drag it closer, inch by agonizing inch, the chain digging into my wrist, the weight of the crate straining my muscles. Finally, I had it directly under the beam. Now for the next challenge, getting on top of it. It wobbled precariously as I tried to put my weight on it. It was old, fragile. If it broke, I could hurt myself, or worse, lose my only chance. Carefully, slowly, I pulled myself up, one foot then the other, balancing precariously on the edge of the crate. The wood groaned under my weight, protesting loudly. My heart was pounding, not just from fear, but from the physical exertion. I stood on the crate, my head almost brushing the ceiling. My arm, still tethered by the chain, stretched up towards the notch. It was still just out of reach. My fingers brushed the cobwebs, the dust, but could not quite grasp the notch. Frustration flared. I was so close. I bounced slightly on the crate, trying to gain an extra inch, but it only wobbled more violently. I could not risk it breaking. Then, I remembered the bird in my hand. He said it would help me find it, not just lead me to it. I looked at the wooden bird again. It was small, light. I could use it to extend my reach. Taking a deep breath, I held the bird out, my arms straining, my fingers gripping it tightly. I pushed it upwards, slowly, carefully, towards the notch. The tip of the bird's head finally, just barely, reached into the small indentation. I pushed a little harder and felt a slight resistance. There was something in the notch, something small and metallic. With a surge of adrenaline, I wiggled the bird, trying to dislodge whatever was hidden there. It was awkward, my arm was aching, and the crate felt like it could collapse at any moment. But I persisted. Finally, with a soft clink, something fell. It landed on the top of the crate, then rolled off onto the dirt floor, making a faint thud. I quickly hopped off the crate, my legs shaking, and knelt down, searching frantically in the gloom. My fingers brushed against something cold and hard. I picked it up. It was a key, a small, old-fashioned brass key, tarnished with age. A wave of relief so potent it almost made me dizzy washed over me. I had done it. I had found the key. But what was it for? The padlock on my cuff. I tried it, my hands fumbling with the tiny lock. It was too small. The key did not fit. My heart sank again. Of course, it would not be that easy. This was Mark's game, after all. I looked at the key, then around the shack. There had to be something else. Another lock. Another puzzle. I scanned the walls, the floor, the ceiling again. The crate. The tarp. Nothing. Then my eyes fell on the door. It was old, rotting, but heavily bolted from the outside. But what about the inside? There had to be an internal lock or latch, even a simple one. I pulled myself towards the door, the chain clanking. I reached out, feeling along the rough wood. My fingers brushed against something. A small, almost invisible wooden panel, set flush with the door frame, just above the main bolt. It was almost perfectly camouflaged against the aged wood. I pressed on it, and it gave way slightly. It was a tiny hinged door, maybe 3 inches square. And behind it, nestled in a small cavity, was a tiny, rusted padlock. It looked exactly like the one on my cuff. My breath hitched. This was it. This was the key's purpose. With trembling fingers, I inserted the brass key into the tiny padlock. It was a tight fit, but it slid in. I turned it. With a satisfying click, the padlock sprang open. I quickly pulled the padlock off, then fumbled with the wooden panel. It was not a lock for the door itself, but a smaller, inner compartment. I peered inside. It was empty. My shoulders slumped. Despair, cold and sharp, pierced through the brief surge of hope. Empty? What did it mean? Was this another trick? Another layer to his sick game? I stared blankly into the empty cavity, my mind numb. Then, as my eyes adjusted to the extreme darkness inside the small space, I noticed something. A faint, almost imperceptible line etched into the back of the cavity. It was not a crack. It was a seam. I pressed on it, and the back panel, no bigger than my thumb, pushed inwards. Behind it, not a key, but a small, rolled-up piece of paper. My hands were shaking so violently I almost dropped it. I unrolled the paper carefully. It was old, brittle, and covered in Mark's neat, precise handwriting. The faint light from the cracks in the boards was barely enough to read it. It was another riddle. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I? I read it once, then again. My mind was racing, even as a fresh wave of panic threatened to engulf me. This was not a game, it was a torment. He was enjoying this. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. The answer hit me almost instantly. An echo. But what did an echo have to do with anything? Where would I find an echo in this tiny shack? I looked around, desperate. An echo. Sound. Wind. Then I remembered the shack was not perfectly sealed. There were gaps, cracks in the boards, especially where the windows were, and outside the wind was rustling through the trees. I pulled myself towards the nearest boarded-up window, the chain clanking behind me. I pressed my ear against the rotting wood, listening intently. At first, I heard nothing but the pounding of my own blood in my ears. Then, faintly, almost imperceptibly, I heard it, a low, mournful sighing sound. The wind, it was whistling through a tiny crack, creating a barely audible, high-pitched whine. An echo of the forest wind, amplified by the confined space. I traced the sound with my fingers, feeling along the rough wood. The crack was almost microscopic, barely wide enough for a splinter. But it was there. I peered closer, straining my eyes in the gloom, and then I saw it. Tucked deep into the crack, almost invisible against the dark wood, was another small metallic object. It was thin, flat, and glinted faintly. My heart leaped. This had to be it. But how to get it out? The crack was too narrow for my fingers. I looked around desperately. The wooden bird, the key, neither would work. My eyes fell on the crate again. I could use it to gain height, but I needed something thin, something stiff. I looked down at my cuffed wrist. The chain, the cuff itself, it was sturdy metal, but maybe... I tried to use the edge of the key, but it was too thick. Then, I remembered something else. The knife, Mark's knife, it was still on the table. My stomach twisted. I did not want to go near that knife. But if it was my only way, I pulled myself towards the table, dragging the crate with me. It was a slow, agonizing process, but I was driven by a desperate need for freedom. I managed to get the crate under the table, then climbed onto it, my body trembling with exertion and fear. I reached for the knife. My fingers closed around the cold, smooth handle. The blade gleamed menacingly. It felt heavy, dangerous, in my hand. I hated touching it, hated the idea of using it, but it was my only hope. Carefully, I brought the tip of the blade to the crack in the window. The knife was sharp, and with gentle pressure, I managed to wedge the tip into the tiny gap. I wiggled it, slowly, carefully, trying to pry out the hidden object. It was difficult, tedious work. My arm ached, my wrist throbbed, and the fear of Mark returning at any moment spurred me on. What if he heard me? What if he saw me using his knife? Finally, with a soft ping, the object popped out of the crack and fell onto the crate. I quickly dropped the knife, the sound echoing loudly, and snatched up the object. It was a small, flat metal shim, like a tiny crowbar, but much thinner, and on one end, a tiny, almost invisible notch. My heart was pounding. This was it. This had to be it. I immediately brought it to my cuff. The notch on the shim looked exactly like it would fit into the keyhole of the padlock on my wrist. With trembling hands, I inserted the shim into the keyhole. It fit perfectly. I twisted it. It was stiff, rusted. I twisted harder, putting all my strength into it. My muscles screamed, my teeth gritted. Then, with a glorious, beautiful click, the padlock sprang open. I gasped, a sob of relief tearing from my throat. The cuff fell open, clattering against the chain. I was free, my wrist, raw and bruised, pulled away from the heavy metal. I did not waste a second. I dropped the shim, my eyes darting to the door. I was still trapped in the shack, but I was no longer chained. That was a huge step. I rushed to the door, my legs still wobbly. I tried the handle, locked of course, bolted from the outside. My mind raced. I had to get out. He would be back soon. He had said an hour. How long had it been? It felt like an eternity, but also like mere minutes. I looked at the rotting wood of the door. It was old, weak. Could I break it? I kicked it once, twice. The wood groaned, but held. I was not strong enough. My eyes darted to the knife on the table. It was my only option. With a shudder, I picked it up again. The handle felt slick with my own sweat. This was not me. I was not a person who wielded knives. But this was survival. I brought the blade to the door, aiming for the hinges, or perhaps the weak point around the bolt. The wood was tough, but rotting. I began to hack at it, clumsily at first. Then, with a growing, another story rises in the sequence. The air inside the shack hit me like a physical blow. It was thick, heavy, a suffocating blanket woven from dust, decay, and that sickening metallic tang I would smelled outside, only now it was amplified. Like breathing in the essence of old blood and rust, my feet scuffed against a gritty, uneven floor, and the darkness was absolute, pressing in from all sides. I stumbled, my arms flailing, but there was nothing to grab onto. Just the crushing blackness and the overwhelming stench. My heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic, trapped bird, desperate to escape. Behind me. I heard the creak of the door mark had just pushed me through, then the sickening thud as it slammed shut. A heavy bolt scraped into place, echoing in the suffocating silence that followed. We were sealed in. "No, no, darling." Mark's voice cut through the darkness, unnervingly calm, right beside my ear. "We are not done yet." His breath was warm against my cheek, carrying the faintest scent of pine, a cruel reminder of the normal world, the world where he was just a guy from Tinder, not this monster. I squeezed my eyes shut, as if that would make the nightmare disappear, but it only intensified the terrifying sounds and smells. My hands, still outstretched, brushed against something rough and splintered a wall, likely. I started to shuffle backward, trying to put distance between myself and Mark, but the space was so confined. I immediately bumped into something else, something cold and hard. "Relax," he chuckled, a low, guttural sound that vibrated through the floorboards, through my very bones. No need to be so dramatic. Dramatic! My life was in the hands of a psychopath who'd lured me into a rotting shack in the middle of nowhere. My mind raced, trying to grasp onto any shred of reality, any plan, but there was nothing. Just raw, primal fear. Then, a click, a spark, and a weak, yellow glow flickered to life. Mark had lit a lantern. The light, though dim, was a horror unto itself. It cast long, dancing shadows, making the already grotesque interior of the shack even more terrifying. The walls were rough-hewn planks, some rotted through, others covered in what looked like dried mud or ancient peeling paint. Cobwebs, thick and heavy, draped from the ceiling like morbid decorations. But it was what the lantern light revealed on the floor that truly made my stomach lurch. In the center of the room, directly in front of me, was a large, stained tarp spread out, and on that tarp, a collection of tools, not ordinary tools, like a hammer or a wrench. These were specialized, glinting wickedly in the dim light, long, slender knives, some with serrated edges, others with hooks, a bone saw, its teeth gleaming a variety of clamps and probes, and next to them a bucket, dark and ominous, with something thick and viscous clinging to its rim. The metallic smell was overwhelming now, mixing with a sickeningly sweet odor, like meat gone bad. My breath caught in my throat. This was not just an old shack, it was a charnel house. "What is all this?" I choked out, my voice barely a whisper, a pathetic, trembling sound. Mark, illuminated by the lantern, looked utterly serene. His pale eyes, once just intriguing, now held a disturbing, almost clinical focus as he looked at the tools. He took a slow, deep breath, as if savoring the putrid air. "This, darling," he said, his voice soft, almost affectionate, "is my studio. My workshop." He gestured vaguely around the shack with a sweep of his hand, as if presenting a masterpiece. My gaze darted around, taking in more details the light revealed. In one corner, a rickety wooden table held more strange contraptions, glass jars filled with murky liquids, some kind of grinder, and a stack of what looked like old, yellowed ledgers. Against another wall, a cot, stained and lumpy, clearly used, and everywhere, a layer of grime, dust, and what I now recognized as dried blood. "You are sick," I whispered, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. Mark smiled, a slow, deliberate unveiling of teeth that looked too sharp in the dim light. Perhaps, but also quite talented and discerning. "You, my dear, are a connoisseur's choice." My blood ran cold. Connoisseur's choice? He was talking about me like I was a cut of meat. "No," I pleaded, shaking my head. "Please, Mark. Let me go. I won't tell anyone. I swear I will forget I ever met you. Just let me go." Tears welled in my eyes, blurring the already horrifying scene. I hated the sound of my own desperation, but I could not stop it. He sighed, a sound of mild annoyance, and took a step closer. The lantern, held in his hand, cast his shadow long and distorted across the wall, making him seem even more monstrous. "Such a cliché, really," he mused, as if discussing a bad movie plot. The desperate plea, the empty promise. It is always the same. No one ever tries to reason with me, to understand. "Understand what?" I cried, my voice cracking. "Understand why you are doing this. Why you are kidnapping me. What do you want?" He stopped in front of me, his eyes, those empty, pale eyes, boring into mine. "What do I want?" He tilted his head, a gesture that was unsettlingly childlike. "I want to create, to preserve, to capture the essence of what makes life beautiful, fleeting, and ultimately mine." He raised the lantern, illuminating my face. I flinched, trying to shield my eyes, but he held it steady. His gaze was intense, dissecting as if he were looking past my skin, into my very bones. "You have such delicate features," he murmured, his voice now a low hum. "And those eyes so full of life, so full of fear. It is exquisite, really." My heart pounded so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. I had to do something. Anything. I glanced around frantically, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. The shack was small, maybe 15 by 20 feet, but every inch felt like a trap. The door was bolted. The windows were boarded up. There was no way out. "Do not even think about it," Mark said, his voice suddenly sharp, cutting through my thoughts. He seemed to read my mind. He always seemed to be one step ahead. "The boards are nailed from the outside, and that door, it is solid oak, reinforced. You are not going anywhere." He was right. I was trapped. "Why me?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Why did you pick me?" He smiled again, that chilling predator's smile. "You were perfect. So trusting, so eager for a connection, and that profile picture, the way the light caught your hair, just stunning. I knew immediately you had the right qualities." My stomach churned. The romantic novelty I would dismissed. The prickle of unease. It all came crashing down on me, a tidal wave of regret and self-loathing. I was so stupid. So incredibly, fatally stupid. Mark took another step forward, closing the distance between us. My back hit the rough planks of the wall, sending a jolt of pain through me, but I barely registered it. His free hand, the one not holding the lantern, reached out, slowly, deliberately. I instinctively shrank away, pressing myself further into the wall. His fingers, long and slender, brushed against my cheek, sending shivers of revulsion down my spine. "Do not worry," he whispered, his voice dangerously close. "I am not going to hurt you. Not like that. Not yet, anyway." He let his hand linger for a moment, then pulled it away. My skin crawled where he had touched me. First, he said, turning and gesturing towards the center of the room, towards the tarp and the tools, we need to get you comfortable. He walked over to the tarp, his movements fluid and unhurried. He knelt down, picking up a long, gleaming knife. The blade reflected the lantern light, sending a chilling glint across the shack. What are you going to do? I asked, my voice trembling. He looked up, a faint smile playing on his lips. I am going to prepare you for the process. He stood up, the knife held casually in his hand, its tip pointing towards me. It is quite a delicate procedure, you see. Requires precision and cooperation. He started to walk around the tarp, circling it slowly, his eyes never leaving mine. The knife glinted with every step. My eyes were glued to the blade, mesmerized by its cold, sharp beauty. You are going to lie down for me, he said, his voice taking on a new, firmer tone, one that brooked no argument. Right there, he pointed the knife at a spot on the tarp, directly in front of the bucket. My legs felt like jelly. I could not move. My mind screamed at me to fight, to run, but my body was frozen by a terror so profound it felt physical. Now, he commanded, his voice losing its soft edge, becoming harder, colder, or I will have to persuade you. He took a step towards me, the knife raising slightly. The threat was clear, unspoken, but utterly terrifying. I knew he would not hesitate. My only hope, however slim, was to comply, to buy myself time, to look for an opening. Slowly, reluctantly, I pushed myself off the wall. Every muscle screamed in protest. My legs felt heavy, unresponsive. I shuffled forward, my eyes fixed on the tarp, on the spot where he wanted me to lie. The metallic smell was so strong now, it felt like I could taste it. As I got closer, I saw something else on the tarp, something I had not noticed in the dim light. A faint, reddish-brown stain, spreading out from the center, partially covered by the tools. It was old, dried blood, a lot of it. And then, I noticed a few stray hairs, dark and coarse, tangled in the fibers of the tarp. My breath hitched. This was not his first time. I was not his first victim. I reached the edge of the tarp. It felt rough beneath my fingertips. I hesitated, looking back at Mark. He was watching me, his expression unreadable, the knife still in his hand. Lie down, he repeated, his voice a low growl. With a shuddering breath, I lowered myself onto the tarp. The cold, coarse fabric scratched against my skin. The smell of decay and blood was overwhelming, making me gag. I tried to lie as still as possible, my eyes wide, staring up at the low, cobweb-laden ceiling. Mark knelt beside me, setting the lantern down on the floor nearby. The light illuminated his face from below, casting sinister shadows that made his features seem even more distorted, demonic. He still held the knife. Good girl, he murmured, almost soothingly. He reached out, not with the knife, but with his free hand, and gently pushed a strand of hair away from my face. Now, we can begin. He picked up a smaller, thinner knife from the collection, its blade wickedly sharp. My eyes darted to it, then back to his face. He was smiling again, a deep, unsettling satisfaction in his gaze. You see, he began, his voice taking on an almost academic tone, the human body is a marvel. So intricate, so delicate, but also so perishable. He gestured with the knife towards my arm. All that beauty, all that life gone in a blink. A tragedy, really. He leaned closer, his eyes intense. But I have found a way to preserve it, to capture that fleeting essence, to make it last. Forever. My mind raced, trying to comprehend what he was saying. Preserve, capture, what did that even mean? Was he going to taxidermy me? The thought was so grotesque, so unthinkable, it almost made me laugh hysterically. But no laughter came, only a silent scream building in my chest. He reached out with the knife, its tip hovering inches above my skin, just below my collarbone. I tensed, every fiber of my being screaming in terror. Hold still, he commanded, his voice suddenly sharp. Any sudden movements, and this will be much messier, and I prefer my work pristine. He pressed the tip of the knife gently against my skin. It was cold, sharp, and I could feel the faint prickle of its edge. A tiny bead of blood welled up, bright red against my pale skin. A gasp escaped my lips. The skin, he mused, is the canvas, the gateway. It holds everything in, and it is the first thing to go. So we must remove it carefully. My blood ran cold. Remove my skin. This was not taxidermy. This was something far, far worse. He was going to flay me. A wave of nausea washed over me, so intense I thought I would vomit. My head swam. I could not breathe. This could not be happening. Not to me. Not here. No. I choked out, tears streaming down my face. Please, no. Do not do this. He ignored me, his concentration absolute. His eyes were fixed on the blade, on my skin. He began to apply a slow, steady pressure. I felt the skin stretch, then tear. A searing pain that ripped through me, sharp and immediate. A scream tore from my throat, raw and desperate. Shh, shh, he whispered, almost kindly, as if comforting a child. It is all right. It will be over soon. And then, you will be beautiful. Eternally beautiful. The pain was excruciating, a hot, burning line spreading across my chest. My body thrashed, instinctively trying to escape the agony, but Mark's grip on my shoulder was surprisingly strong, holding me down. The knife continued its slow, deliberate cut. My mind, in a desperate attempt to escape the horrifying reality, started to disassociate. I focused on the cobwebs on the ceiling, on the way the lantern light flickered, casting grotesque shadows. I tried to imagine myself somewhere else, anywhere else, on that date, in the car, annoyed but safe. Anything but this. But the pain was too real. The metallic smell, now mixed with the coppery tang of my own blood, was too real. Mark's calm, focused face, illuminated by the dim light, was too real. Then, a sudden, unexpected sound, a faint scratching, like claws on wood, came from somewhere above us. Mark paused, his head cocked to one side, his brow furrowed in annoyance. He stopped cutting, the knife still pressed against my skin, still causing a dull, throbbing pain. What was that? He muttered, more to himself than to me. I held my breath, listening. The scratching came again, louder this time, accompanied by a soft rustling. It sounded like it was coming from the ceiling, directly above the cot in the corner. Mark's focus shifted from me to the source of the sound. His grip on my shoulder loosened slightly. This was it. My chance. With a surge of adrenaline, I screamed again, a guttural, primal sound, and bucked with all my might. My sudden movement caught him off guard. His hand slipped from my shoulder. The knife, still in his other hand, scraped painfully against my ribs as I twisted away, rolling off the tarp and onto the rough, dusty floor. The pain from the cut was immense, a fiery band across my chest, but the sudden freedom was intoxicating. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the agony, my eyes darting towards the door. It was still bolted. No, not that way. Mark, startled, jumped up. "Hey," he yelled, his composure finally breaking, a flash of pure rage in his eyes. "Get back here." As he lunged for me, I saw it. The bucket, the dark, viscous liquid clinging to its rim, and next to it, a small, heavy iron poker used for stoking a fire, probably. Without thinking, I grabbed the poker. It was cold and heavy in my hand, a weapon, however primitive. Mark was almost on me. His hand shot out, reaching for my arm. With a desperate cry, I swung the poker, not aiming for his head, just for anything. It connected with a sickening thud against his arm, just below the elbow. He cried out, a sharp, surprised yelp, and stumbled back, dropping the knife with a clatter onto the tarp. The sound of the scratching from the ceiling intensified, accompanied by a frantic squeaking. Whatever it was agitated. Mark cradled his arm, his face contorted in pain and fury. "You little bitch!" he snarled, his eyes blazing. He advanced again, ignoring his injured arm, his rage overriding everything else. I did not wait. The door was out. The windows were boarded. But the cot in the corner, and above it, the sound. I darted towards the cot, poker still clutched in my hand. Mark was right behind me, his heavy footsteps thudding on the floorboards. I scrambled onto the cot, the springs groaning under my weight. The mattress was lumpy and smelled of mildew. Above me, the scratching was frantic. I looked up. The ceiling planks were old, some warped, some with small gaps. And in one of those gaps, a pair of tiny, beady eyes stared down at me. A rat. A big one. Mark reached the cot, his hands grabbing at my ankles. "Get down here," he roared, trying to pull me off. I kicked out, connecting with his face. He grunted, releasing my leg. The rat, startled by the commotion, suddenly squeezed through the gap in the ceiling, dropping with a soft thud onto the cot next to me. It was huge, covered in matted fur, its tail long and scaly. It squeaked, disoriented, and then, seeing Mark below, it scurried across the cot, towards him. Mark recoiled, his face twisting in disgust. "Get away from me, you filthy thing!" he yelled, swatting at it with his good hand. The rat, cornered and terrified, bit him. A sharp yelp of pain escaped Mark's lips as the rat sank its teeth into his hand. He shook it off violently, sending the rodent flying across the shack. It landed with a squeak and immediately disappeared into a crack on the wall. This was my chance. Mark was distracted, injured, and disgusted. With a renewed burst of strength, I launched myself off the cot, not towards the door, but towards the far wall, where I had seen a faint outline of a window earlier, despite the boards. I did not know if I could break through, but it was the only direction left. I slammed my shoulder into the wall, the impact rattling the rickety structure. The boards barely shifted. Mark, still clutching his bleeding hand, let out a roar of pure frustration and charged. I heard his footsteps behind me, felt the air stir as he reached for me. I ducked, spinning around and swinging the heavy iron poker wildly. It connected with something solid, a sickening crunch, and Mark cried out again. A deeper, more agonizing sound this time. He stumbled back, clutching his head, his hands smeared with blood. I had not aimed, but I would hit him hard. He swayed, disoriented, his eyes unfocused. This was it. My only chance. I did not hesitate. I turned back to the wall, to the window. The boards were nailed from the outside, but they were old, rotting. If I could just weaken them. I raised the poker, ignoring the searing pain in my chest, and brought it down with all my strength, not against the boards, but against the frame itself, the wood around the window. The wood groaned, splintered. Again and again. I hammered, a frantic, desperate rhythm. Each blow sent vibrations through the shack, shaking the dust from the ceiling. Mark was still stumbling, groaning, but I knew he would not be down for long. I had to be faster. Finally, with a tremendous crack, a section of the rotting window frame gave way. A sliver of moonlight, thin and pale, pierced the oppressive darkness. It was not much, but it was hope. I dropped the poker, no longer needing it. I clawed at the broken frame, tearing away the splintered wood, widening the gap. The metal screen behind the boards ripped easily. Then, the boards themselves, they were thick but old, weakened by years of weather. I pushed, pulled, kicked. One board finally gave, tearing free with a screech of rusty nails. Then another. The opening was small, jagged, but enough for me to squeeze through. I could feel the cold night air on my face, smell the damp earth, clean and fresh after the putrid air of the shack. Behind me, Mark let out a guttural roar. He was coming. I pushed my head and shoulders through the opening, scraping my skin on the rough edges of the broken wood. My chest screamed in protest from the wound, but I forced myself forward. My hips got stuck for a terrifying moment, but I twisted, pushed, and finally, with a last desperate surge, I tumbled out of the shack and onto the cold, damp ground. I landed hard, pain shooting through my body, but I did not care. I was out. I was free. I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The shack loomed behind me, a dark, menacing silhouette against the faint moonlight. I did not look back. I just ran. I ran through the overgrown weeds, stumbling, falling, picking myself up again. The trees were dense, their branches clawing at me, but I did not stop. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like lead, until the sounds of the shack and Mark's enraged shouts faded into the night. Eventually, I collapsed, gasping for air, hidden deep within the woods. I lay there for a long time, trembling, shivering, the cold seeping into my bones. A cut on my chest burned and my body ached, but I was alive. I was alive. The moon rose higher, casting long, eerie shadows through the trees. The sounds of the night, once comforting, now seemed sinister. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me jump. I was out, but the terror was still with me. A cold, suffocating blanket wrapped around my mind. I eventually made it to a road, miles away, where I was picked up by a passing motorist, who was shocked by my appearance. The police were called. I told them everything. Through my tears and my trembling, they searched the area, but the shack was gone. Or so they said. They found no trace of it, no mark, no tools, no blood-stained tarp, just an empty patch of woods. They called it shock, trauma-induced hallucination. But I knew what I saw. I knew what I felt. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, I can still smell it. That metallic tang, like old pennies and fresh blood, mixed with pine and decay. And I still see Mark's pale, empty eyes, just before he pressed the knife to my skin. The nightmare had truly begun, and it never really ended. Let us ease into the next chapter. My heart hammered. My head throbbed. Escape. The steel door, my only hope, was behind me. Julian, a wounded predator, advanced. The bone saw lay too far. Julian blocking the way, nearly falling, my gaze darting between his enraged face and the heavy, unforgiving metal of the door. The cloying smell of death and chemicals intensified, now sharp with the tang of his blood. A metallic tang that made my stomach churn. "You little artist," he hissed again, the words dripping with venom. An ugly contrast to his earlier sickening calm. His eyes, narrowed to slits, promised I would make an even more beautiful piece. He took another step, a slow, deliberate movement that spoke of controlled rage. Not frantic panic. He was enjoying this. He was enjoying my terror. The thought sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins, but it also fueled a desperate fire. I was not going to be at peace. Not for him. Not ever. My back hit the cold, hard steel of the door with a jarring thud. No handle, no lock, just a smooth, featureless surface. Panic clawed at my throat, threatening to choke me, but I forced it down. There had to be a way. There had to be. Julian was almost on me, his hands reaching, those long, thin fingers that had once seemed so artistic, now reaching to tear me apart. My mind screamed. This could not be happening. How did I even get here? How did I let myself get into this nightmare? It all started, like so many modern horrors, with a swipe right. You know how it is. You are scrolling through Tinder, bored, maybe a little lonely. Most profiles are forgettable gym selfies, vague bios, the usual. But Julian's profile, it was different. No shirtless pics. Just a really well-composed black and white photo of him, intense eyes, a slight enigmatic smile. His bio was short, intriguing, curious mind, collector of unique perspectives, seeking genuine connection. He listed art and anatomy as interests. I figured he was a medical student with a hobby, or maybe a sculptor. Something about him just stood out. He was not conventionally handsome in a movie star way, but he had this dark, magnetic intensity. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. His first message was immediate, not a generic hey, but something thoughtful about my profile. We messaged back and forth for a few days. He was intelligent, articulate, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. He talked about his work, vaguely mentioning research and special projects that required a delicate touch. He invited me for coffee. The first date was fine, great, even. He was charming, attentive, and surprisingly funny. He listened more than he spoke, but when he did speak, it was insightful. He had a way of looking at me, really seeing me, that was a little unnerving but also flattering. He asked about my passions, my fears, my dreams. He seemed fascinated by every answer. I remember him saying, "You have such expressive eyes. They tell a story." I just laughed it off, blushing a little. Looking back, that should have been my first red flag. The way he lingered on my eyes. The second date was dinner. That is when things started to get subtly off. We were at a quiet Italian place. He was still charming, but the conversation veered. He started talking more about his art, not in the way a painter talks about brushstrokes, but more like a philosopher, talking about the essence of form, the beauty of the human body, the fragility and resilience of life and death. He described his collection again, this time with a glint in his eye, saying it was a testament to the unseen beauty beneath the surface. He talked about how he loved to preserve moments, to capture essence. It was all very poetic, very abstract, but a chill ran down my spine. I tried to lighten the mood. "So, are we talking taxidermy? Or something more abstract?" I joked. His smile did not quite reach his eyes. "Something far more profound," he said, his voice dropping a little. "Something that truly lasts. Something that stops time." He then steered the conversation back to me, asking about my family, my childhood, even my medical history. He was so smooth, so disarmingly earnest, that I brushed away the unease. Maybe he was just a deep thinker, a little eccentric, an artist, after all. Then came the invitation. "I would love for you to see my studio," he said on our third date, a week later. "It is where I keep my most prized pieces. I think you would appreciate them." My gut screamed no. Something about the way he said prized pieces, the way his gaze lingered, made me uncomfortable. But he was so persuasive. He explained it was a bit out of the way, a quiet place where I can truly focus. He said he valued my opinion, my unique perspective, and wanted to share something truly personal with me. And honestly, I was curious. He was different. I thought, maybe this is just his artistic quirkiness. Maybe I was overthinking it. I wanted to believe he was just a misunderstood genius. I said, trying to sound casual, "I would love to..." That was the biggest mistake of my life. He drove us there in his old, dark sedan. The sun was setting, casting long, eerie shadows across the road. We drove further and further out of the city, past suburbs, then into a more rural area. The houses became sparser, older, more isolated. My phone signal started to cut out. "Almost there," he said, sensing my growing unease, his smile reassuring, but it did not quite reach his eyes. Again. Finally, he turned down a long, gravel driveway, barely visible through overgrown bushes. At the end stood an old, two-story house. It was not dilapidated, but it had a neglected look. Peeling paint, dark windows, a general air of disuse. It was surrounded by thick woods, no neighbors in sight. My heart started to pound a little faster. "It is rustic," I said, trying to sound brave. "It offers solitude," Julian replied, pulling the car right up to the front door. "Essential for my work." He led me inside. The house was surprisingly clean, almost sterile, but cold. No personal touches, no photos, no clutter, just bare walls, polished wood floors, and a faint, almost imperceptible chemical smell, like antiseptic, mixed with something else I could not quite place. I told myself it was just cleaning supplies. Or maybe artist chemicals. "My studio is downstairs," he said, gesturing towards a set of heavy wooden stairs leading down into what looked like a cellar. "It is where the real magic happens." I hesitated at the top of the stairs. The air grew colder, and that chemical smell intensified. "What kind of magic?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light, but it cracked a little. He turned, and that is when his demeanor shifted, subtly but undeniably. The charming Julian was gone. His eyes, usually intense, now held a disturbing glint. "The kind that lasts forever," he said, his voice lower, almost a whisper. He did not wait for my answer, just started down the stairs, swallowing hard. I followed him, my hand gripping the wooden banister. The stairs creaked under my weight. At the bottom, a heavy, soundproofed door stood ajar, spilling a harsh, fluorescent light into the dim cellar. The smell was stronger here, much stronger. Now, I could recognize it, formaldehyde, mixed with something metallic, something sickly sweet. My stomach rebelled. He pushed the door open completely, revealing the studio. It was not an art studio. It was a laboratory, or a butcher shop, or both. The room was large, brightly lit by overhead fluorescent lights that hummed, casting everything in a cold, sterile glow. Steel tables dominated the center, covered with an array of gleaming surgical-looking tools, scalpels, clamps, retractors, and yes, even a bone saw. Jars of various sizes lined shelves, some filled with murky liquids and unidentifiable specimens. There were covered shapes on other tables, draped with white sheets, suggesting whatever was beneath was either precious or ghastly. My breath hitched. My mind raced, trying to process what I was seeing. This was not an artist's studio. This was a place where things were taken apart. "What is all this?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. Julian turned to me, and the last vestiges of his charming facade crumbled away. His smile was gone, replaced by a predatory glint. "This," he said, gesturing around the room with an open hand, "is where I create my masterpieces, where I truly capture the essence of beauty." He walked over to one of the shelves, his movements fluid and confident, like a surgeon preparing for an operation. He picked up a small, clear glass jar. Inside, suspended in a cloudy fluid, was a human eyeball. It stared out, milky and unblinking, at nothing. My blood ran cold. My heart slammed against my ribs. "Julian, what is that?" He held the jar up, admiring it. A truly exquisite piece, would not you agree? So much life, so much emotion, all contained within this delicate sphere. "I call this one Witness." He placed the jar back, and then, with a flourish, walked to one of the covered tables. He reached out and pulled back the sheet. Underneath, lying on the cold steel, was what looked like a human arm, severed cleanly at the shoulder, perfectly preserved, its skin a pale, waxy yellow. It was posed, almost delicately, as if reaching out. The fingernails were painted a vibrant red. A choked gasp escaped my lips. I stumbled backward, hitting the steel door behind me. My mind screamed, "No, no, no. This was not real. This was a nightmare." Julian watched my reaction, a slow, sickening smile spreading across his face. "Beautiful, is not it? So much more permanent than flesh and blood. This one she was a dancer. A beautiful spirit. I have preserved her grace." He ran a finger along the preserved arm, a gesture of perverse affection. My eyes darted around the room, taking in the other covered shapes, the tools, the jars. It clicked into place with a horrifying certainty. The vague talk about anatomy, preserving moments, stopping time. It was not art. It was murder. Mutilation. Who are these people?" I stammered, my voice trembling. Julian chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. My collection, my muses, each one unique, each one a story, you know, he said, turning fully to face me, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying intensity. Your eyes, they really are quite extraordinary. So expressive, so much story. He took a step towards me. I took a step back, my hand fumbling behind me, trying to find a handle on the steel door. There was none. It was smooth, seamless. "Do not worry," he said, his voice now a soft, chilling purr. "I'm very particular about my work. Only the finest specimens. And you, my dear, are truly a find." That is when I knew. The chilling certainty hit me like a physical blow. I was not here to admire his art. I was here to become his art. "The door," I whispered, my voice barely there. "How do I open it?" His smile widened, showing too many teeth. "Oh, that door does not open from the inside without a key, my dear. And the key is safely tucked away." He patted his pocket. "You are not going anywhere." Panic, raw and unadulterated, exploded inside me. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. My breath hitched. I was trapped in a madman's lair, about to become his next piece. Julian took another step, his hand reaching out. I screamed. It was a guttural, animalistic sound, born of pure terror. I did not think I reacted. I clawed at him, my nails raking across his face, leaving angry red welts. He recoiled, surprised, a snarl twisting his features. "Feisty," he hissed, wiping a trickle of blood from his cheek. "I like that. Adds character." He lunged. I dodged, scrambling away from the door, desperate to put something between us. My gaze landed on the steel table, littered with jars and tools. My eyes locked onto something heavy, cold, and cylindrical. The glass jar with the grotesque eyeball floating inside. Weapon. Pure adrenaline surged through me, pushing away the paralysis. I did not think I reacted. My hand shot out, grabbing the jar. It was cold, heavy, and strangely comforting in its solidity. Weapon. I swung, putting every ounce of my desperate strength into the blow. It connected with Julian's temple with a sickening thud, and the bone saw, which he would apparently picked up at some point, clattered to the floor. I swung again, aiming for his nose, then his jaw, each blow punctuated by a ragged gasp of terror and rage. Blood welled from his temple. His calm shattered, replaced by a venomous snarl. "You little artist," he hissed, lunging to tackle me. I twisted, barely evading him, and he slammed into the steel table, sending a cascade of jars, tools, and a preserved arm crashing. The cloying smell of death and chemicals intensified, now sharp with the tang of his blood. Julian, wounded and truly enraged, pushed off the table, his eyes narrowed to slits, promising I would make an even more beautiful piece. And that is where I was now, back against the unyielding steel door. Julian advancing, a wounded predator closing in for the kill. The bone saw lay too far. Julian blocking the way. "You are not going to touch me." I screamed, my voice hoarse but laced with a newfound resolve. My mind was a frantic mess, but a tiny spark of defiance flickered within the terror. I was not just prey. He lunged again, faster this time, his hands reaching for my throat. I ducked, slipping past him, the sheer force of my desperation giving me unnatural speed. I scrambled away from the door towards the center of the room, buying myself a few precious seconds. He spun, his eyes blazing with fury. "You can't escape," he snarled. His voice, a low growl. No one ever does. My eyes darted around the gruesome room. The steel tables, the shelves of jars, the other covered pieces. My gaze landed on the bone saw, still glinting innocently on the floor, just out of Julian's immediate reach, but closer to me now. If I could get to it. Julian took another step, cutting off my path to the saw. He was smarter than his rage suggested. He knew what I was thinking. Looking for another toy, he sneered, a cruel smile twisting his bloodied face. I have plenty. He gestured vaguely at the scattered tools on the floor, but I was not looking at the tools. My eyes were on something else. The preserved arm that had crashed to the floor when Julian slammed into the table. It lay there, a macabre trophy, the red fingernails stark against the waxy skin. And beside it, a small, heavy metal mallet, part of some dissection kit, had rolled free. It was closer, much closer. Julian took another step, closing the distance. "It is time to become immortal," he whispered, his voice sickeningly calm again, as if he were talking about a peaceful sleep. My heart pounded, a frantic rhythm in my ears. I knew I only had one shot. As he lunged, I did not try to dodge. Instead, I dropped to my knees, a desperate, reckless move. He was momentarily thrown off, expecting me to back away. In that split second, my hand shot out, not towards the bone saw, but towards the metal mallet. My fingers closed around the cold, heavy handle. I did not even stand up. From my kneeling position, I swung the mallet with all the force I could muster, aiming low. It connected with his shin, a sickening crack echoing in the sterile room. Julian screamed. It was a sound of pure pain, raw and guttural, unlike any human sound I would ever heard. His leg buckled, and he crumpled to the floor, clutching his shin, his face contorted in agony. The suddenness of it, the unexpected attack from below, had completely caught him off guard. This was my chance. Scrambling to my feet, I did not look back. I sprinted towards the steel door, my mind a blur of terror and adrenaline. I fumbled frantically for a way to open it. No handle, no lock, but I remembered something Julian had said. The key is safely tucked away. He had patted his pocket. I glanced back. Julian was trying to push himself up, his face pale with pain, but his eyes were still locked on me, full of murderous intent. He was reaching for the bone saw. I had seconds. My eyes scanned the door, then the surrounding wall. There had to be something. A panel. A button. My hand brushed against a small, almost invisible indentation on the wall next to the door. It was a fingerprint scanner. No. I whimpered. I did not have his fingerprint. But then I remembered something else. On our first date, he would casually mention his smart house and how everything was automated. He would show me a small, sleek device on his wrist, a kind of smart band. Controls everything, he would said. Lights, locks, security, all biometrically linked. My gaze snapped to Julian, still struggling on the floor, clutching his shin. His left wrist, the smart band. He was slowly reaching for the bone saw, his fingers trembling. I had to move. Now, with a surge of desperate energy, I lunged at him again, not to attack but to grab. He let out another pained grunt as I tackled his arm, pinning it to the floor. He roared, trying to shake me off, but I held on, fueled by sheer terror. My fingers fumbled, tearing at the smart band on his wrist. It was tight, too tight. He brought his free hand up, aiming for my face. I twisted, narrowly avoiding a blow that would have knocked me out. His knuckles grazed my temple, sending a fresh wave of pain through my head. But I held on. I pulled. I twisted. I bit down on his wrist as hard as I could. He screamed, a high-pitched, almost inhuman sound, and for a second, his grip loosened. That was all I needed. With a final, desperate tug, the smart band ripped free from his wrist. I scrambled away, clutching the band, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. Julian, still screaming, was now trying to crawl towards me, his eyes wide with a terrifying mix of pain and pure, unadulterated hatred. I did not hesitate. I slammed the smart band against the fingerprint scanner on the wall. A soft beep echoed in the room. The steel door, with a low hiss of hydraulics, slid silently open. Freedom, but not yet. Julian, despite his injury, was pushing himself up, roaring. A wounded animal. He grabbed the bone saw. I did not wait. I burst through the now open door, not looking back, not daring to. I was in a dimly lit hallway, cold and silent. I could hear Julian's ragged breathing and the thud of his injured leg as he tried to follow me. I ran blindly up a set of stairs, my legs burning, my lungs screaming for air. I burst into the sterile living room, then through another door, and then I was outside, in the inky blackness of the woods. The cold night air hit me like a shock, bringing with it the smell of damp earth and pine needles. I did not know which way to go. The car was still parked by the front door, but I could not risk going back for it. He would be right behind me. I plunged into the woods, tripping over roots and unseen obstacles, my bare feet screaming with pain. Twigs lashed at my face, branches tore at my clothes. But I did not care. All that mattered was distance. Escape. Behind me. I could hear him, the thud drag of his injured leg, the occasional guttural roar of frustration. He was slower, but he was coming. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like lead. I ran until I collapsed, gasping for air, hidden behind a thick clump of bushes. My body was shaking uncontrollably, every muscle screaming. I pressed myself against the cold, damp earth, trying to quiet my ragged breathing, trying to disappear. The sounds of Julian's pursuit grew fainter, then faded altogether. Silence, a terrifying, oppressive silence, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. How long I lay there, I do not know. Minutes, hours. It felt like an eternity. Finally, when the first sliver of dawn painted the sky a pale gray, I forced myself up. Every inch of my body ached. My clothes were torn, my skin was scraped and bruised, and my head throbbed with a dull, persistent pain. I stumbled through the woods, praying for a road, a house, anything. My phone was long, dead, or lost. After what felt like miles, I finally saw a faint glimmer of light through the trees. A road. I stumbled out onto the asphalt, my legs nearly giving out, and flagged down the first car I saw. The driver, a kind-faced woman on her way to an early shift, took one look at my bloodied, disheveled state and immediately pulled over. I could not speak, could not form coherent sentences, just choked sobs and pointing back towards the woods. She understood enough. She called the police. The rest is a blur. The police, the paramedics, the questions, the disbelief in their eyes, as I tried to explain what had happened. How a Tinder date had turned into a living nightmare. They found Julian's house. They found the studio. They found the pieces. Julian was gone. He had vanished into the woods, leaving behind a trail of blood that eventually disappeared. They searched for days, weeks even. But Julian was never found. He was a ghost, a phantom, a monster, who simply disappeared back into the shadows from which he came. I survived. But a part of me never left that sterile, fluorescent lit room. Every shadow seems to hold a glint of steel. Every quiet moment brings back the smell of formaldehyde and blood. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is silent, I swear I can still hear the faint thud drag of an injured leg, slowly, relentlessly, making its way through the darkness. And I remember his words, "You will make an even more beautiful piece." I never swiped right again. The next part of our session begins, now my heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird slamming itself against bone. Julian's dark eyes, glittering with that unsettling enthusiasm, were fixed on me, and his words, "And you, my dear, you have such potential, such vibrant energy." I saw it the moment your profile popped up. A certain spark, a vulnerability, a willingness to explore, echoed in the sudden, horrifying silence of the room. The steel door, heavy and final, clicked shut behind him, the sound an iron gavel condemning me to hell. The air, thick with the sickly, sweet perfume of death and chemicals, choked me. It was not just a smell anymore, it was a physical presence, pressing in, stealing my breath. My eyes, wide and unfocused, darted from Julian's predatory grin to the pale, mottled arm on the table, its black fingernails like grotesque talons, preserved, embalmed. The words were a scream in my head, a siren wailing, a warning I would ignored for too long. Julian took another step, then another, slowly closing the distance between us. The bone saw, still clutched in his hand, gleamed under the harsh fluorescent lights, a silver crescent moon promising agony. My mind, usually so quick, was a tangled mess of fear and disbelief. This could not be real. This was a nightmare. A really, really bad dream. I would wake up, drenched in sweat, my own bed a sanctuary, but the smell, the cold steel against my back, Julian's unnervingly calm face. It was all too real. "Do not worry," he purred, his voice a low, soothing rumble that did nothing to calm the frantic thrumming in my veins. "It won't hurt for long, and the results, my dear, will be truly breathtaking. A testament to ephemeral beauty, captured forever." He gestured vaguely at the arm, then at the rows of jars lining a nearby shelf. My gaze snagged on them again. This time, I saw clearer, not just unidentifiable horrors, but parts, floating in yellowed liquid, suspended like macabre art installations. Fingers. A piece of what looked like an ear, something that resembled an eyeball staring blankly from its glass prison. My stomach heaved, and I clamped a hand over my mouth, fighting the bile rising in my throat. You are insane." I choked out, the words barely a whisper. My voice sounded alien, thin and reedy. Julian chuckled. A soft, dry sound, devoid of humor. Insane, perhaps by mundane standards. But I assure you, my dear, I am merely an artist. A visionary. I see what others cannot. The inherent beauty in the human form, stripped of its fleeting consciousness, preserved in its most pure anatomical essence. He took another step, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping hard against the steel door. It was cold, unyielding, a barrier to any hope of escape. "Let me go," I pleaded, my voice gaining a desperate edge. "Please, I won't tell anyone. I swear, I will just leave. Never forget this ever happened." His smile did not waver. It was a fixed, unsettling thing, like a mask. "Oh, but that would be a terrible waste. Such potential, such vibrant energy. You have no idea how rare that is to find. Most people, they are so dull, so ordinary. But you stood out. A certain spark, as I said." His eyes, dark and unreadable, seemed to bore into my very soul. "Your Tinder profile, so honest, so open, looking for adventure and connection, and Varge, willing to explore. You practically wrote my script for me. My Tinder bio, my carefully crafted, hopeful little bio. It was not a call for connection. It was a beacon, shining brightly for a monster. Shame, hot and bitter, mingled with my terror. How could I have been so stupid, so naive? Every red flag, every unsettling comment from our previous dates, the way he would stare at my hands, remarking on their delicate structure, the time he would ask about my pain tolerance, chalking it up to a morbid curiosity, it all coalesced into a horrifying, undeniable truth. I had walked into my own grave. Julian was now only a few feet away. The metallic tang in the air was overwhelming, a mix of old blood, formaldehyde, and something else, something cloyingly sweet and putrid. He reached out, not with a saw, but with his free hand, and gently, sickeningly, touched my cheek. His fingers were cold, surprisingly soft, but the touch sent a shiver of pure revulsion down my spine. I flinched away, my head snapping back. Such delicate skin, he murmured, almost to himself. A perfect canvas. I envisioned something truly unique, perhaps a study in muscle and bone, or the intricate network of nerves exposed and celebrated. He chuckled again, that dry, humorless sound. Most artists work with paint and clay. I work with life itself, and death, of course. The beautiful dance between the two. He slowly raised the bone saw, the serrated edge catching the light. My eyes were glued to it, a morbid fascination overriding my terror for a split second. This was not a tool for carving wood or stone. This was for flesh. For bone. No. I screamed, finally finding my voice. A raw, primal sound ripped from my throat. I lunged, not at him, but to the side, hoping to bypass him and reach something. Anything. My mind was blank, except for one desperate command escape. But Julian was faster, or perhaps I was just too clumsy with fear. He moved with an unsettling grace, blocking my path. His hand shot out, grabbing my arm, his grip surprisingly strong, like steel clamps. Pain flared as his fingers dug into my flesh. Ah, ah, he chided softly, as if speaking to a wayward child. No need for theatrics, my dear. It only makes things messier. I struggled, twisting my arm, kicking at his shins. My panic was a tidal wave, drowning out all rational thought. I could feel the cold metal of the bone saw brush against my side as he held it carelessly. A thin line of warmth bloomed on my skin. I did not dare look. Let go of me. You sick bastard. I shrieked, my voice cracking. I clawed at his hand, my fingernails scraping uselessly against his skin. He did not even flinch. Such spirit, he mused, a glint of admiration in his dark eyes. Excellent. It will make the preservation all the more poignant. He tightened his grip, pulling me closer. The smell of him, a mixture of chemicals and something faintly metallic, was overwhelming. My eyes darted around the room, desperate. The steel tables, the instruments, the jars, the sheet-covered figure, the arm. There was no escape. The room was a concrete box, a surgical theater of horrors. My gaze fell on a small, red fire extinguisher mounted on the wall near the door. A flicker of hope, tiny but fierce, ignited in my chest. You won't get away with it, I gasped, trying to keep him talking, trying to buy myself a fraction of a second. But I always do, he said, his smile widening, showing a flash of perfectly white teeth. No one ever suspects the quiet artist, especially not one who finds his muses through modern avenues. He gave a slight nod towards an old, cracked smartphone lying on a nearby shelf, its screen displaying a familiar dating app icon. My stomach clenched. He started to drag me towards the central table, the one with the preserved arm. My feet scraped uselessly against the cold concrete floor. I dug my heels in, screaming, thrashing. Help! Somebody, please help me! My voice echoed off the hard surfaces, swallowed by the silence of the building. Julian merely shook his head, a look of mild annoyance replacing his smile. Such a nuisance! I prefer my subjects compliant. But, then again, a little struggle adds character, does not it? As he pulled me past the fire extinguisher, I saw my chance. With a surge of adrenaline, I twisted violently, tearing my arm free from his grasp for a split second. My hand shot out, seizing the heavy metal cylinder of the extinguisher. It was cold, surprisingly heavy, but I gripped it like a lifeline. Before Julian could react, I swung it with all my might, aiming for his head. There was a sickening thud, a crack that echoed in the small room. Julian grunted, a sound of surprise, and staggered back, his hand flying to his temple. The bone saw clattered to the floor, a deafening clang against the steel tables. "You little bitch," he snarled, his voice losing its calm, cultured tone, replaced by a raw, guttural rage. Blood welled from a cut above his eyebrow, streaming down his face. His eyes, now narrowed into slits, burned with pure hatred. This was my chance. I did not hesitate. I dropped the extinguisher and bolted, not for the main steel door. I knew it was locked, but deeper into the studio, hoping for another exit, a back room, anything. My bare feet slapped against the concrete as I ran, weaving between the steel tables laden with their horrifying instruments. Jars of preserved body parts blurred past me. The smell was still there, a constant companion, but now it was laced with the metallic tang of fresh blood, Julian's blood. You can't escape. Julian roared behind me, his voice a chilling promise of retribution. I heard his heavy footsteps, faster now, fueled by pain and fury. I risked a glance over my shoulder. He was right behind me, his face a mask of blood and rage, his hand reaching for one of the scalpels on a table as he passed. I ducked under a low-hanging shelf, scattering a pile of what looked like surgical masks and gloves. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst. My lungs burned. I pushed deeper into the room, towards a darker corner, where a thick, industrial curtain hung, obscuring whatever lay beyond. Please, let there be an exit. Please. I tore through the curtain, my hands fumbling with the heavy fabric. Beyond it was a cramped, dimly lit storage area. Boxes were stacked haphazardly, reaching almost to the ceiling. The air here was even colder, smelling faintly of damp concrete and something metallic. Like old tools. There is nowhere to run. Julian's voice was closer now, just on the other side of the curtain. I could hear him tearing through it, his heavy breathing filling the small space. My eyes frantically scanned the storage room. No windows, no obvious doors, just boxes. And then, in the far corner, almost hidden behind a stack of rusted metal drums, I saw it, a small, grimy service door, painted the same dull gray as the concrete walls. It had a simple push-bar handle. Hope surged through me, a hot, desperate wave. I scrambled over boxes, my bare feet slipping on loose debris. Every second felt like an eternity. Julian was in the room now, his silhouette a hulking shadow against the light from the main studio. "Found you," he hissed, his voice a low, venomous growl. I could hear the scrape of metal as he picked up whatever scalpel he would grab. I reached the service door, my hand closing over the cool metal of the push bar. It was stiff, rusted, but it felt like freedom. I pushed with all my might. The door creaked, protesting, but it began to open, revealing a narrow, dark alleyway beyond. "No!" Julian screamed, lunging. I burst through the door, not even waiting for it to open fully. The cold night air hit my face, a shock after the stifling, chemical-laden atmosphere of the studio. I stumbled, half falling into the alley, scraping my knees on the rough asphalt. Behind me, Julian threw himself against the door, trying to force it open wider. I could hear his enraged shouts, the thud of his body against the metal, but I was out. I was free. Or was I? I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain in my knees, the burning in my lungs. The alley was dark, lined with overflowing dumpsters and the backs of grimy industrial buildings. The air smelled of garbage and exhaust fumes, a welcome relief after the stench of death. I ran. I did not know where I was going, just away from that building, away from Julian. My heart was still hammering, but now it was a frantic rhythm of pure flight. I could hear the service door slam open behind me, followed by Julian's heavy footsteps thudding on the asphalt. He was coming. "You won't get away, you hear me?" he shrieked, his voice echoing eerily in the narrow alley. "I will find you. You are mine." Tears streamed down my face, blurring my vision. My throat was raw from screaming, my lungs burned. I did not look back. I just ran, my legs pumping, fueled by a primal terror. The alley twisted and turned, and I stumbled over discarded pallets, nearly falling again. I burst out of the alley onto a dimly lit street. It was late, and the street was mostly deserted. A few parked cars, a flickering streetlight, The distant hum of traffic. Where was everyone? Where were the people? Help. Somebody, please help me. I screamed, my voice hoarse, barely audible above my ragged breathing. A car approached in the distance, its headlights cutting through the darkness. My last reserves of strength surged. I ran towards it, waving my arms wildly, screaming for help. The car slowed, then pulled over. A young couple, their faces etched with concern, stared at me through the open window. I must have looked like a wild animal, disheveled, bleeding, eyes wide with terror. "Please," I gasped, pointing back down the street. He is a monster. He is going to kill me." The couple exchanged a frightened glance. The man, a burly guy with a kind face, quickly got out of the car. "What happened? Are you okay?" Just then, Julian burst out of the alley, his face still streaked with blood, a glint of metal in his hand. He saw me, saw the car, saw the couple. For a split second, his eyes met mine, and the look of pure, unadulterated rage and possessiveness sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. He started to run towards us. "Get in the car," the man yelled, pushing me towards the passenger side. Now, I scrambled into the back seat, shaking uncontrollably. The woman, pale and wide-eyed, quickly locked the doors. The man jumped back into the driver's seat, slammed his door shut, and stomped on the gas. The car lurched forward, tires squealing, leaving Julian fuming and screaming in the rearview mirror, shrinking into the darkness. I do not remember much after that. Just the blur of streetlights, the sound of the couple trying to calm me, my own ragged sobs. They drove me to the nearest police station. The police investigation was a blur of flashing lights, sirens, and grim faces. My story, disjointed and hysterical, eventually came out. They found Julian's studio. They found the steel tables, the instruments, the jars. They found the sheet-covered figure, and others, meticulously preserved, each one a gruesome masterpiece. Julian had been operating for years, a ghost in the city, using dating apps as his hunting grounds. He was caught, of course. They found him hiding in a nearby warehouse, still seething, still clutching a blood-stained scalpel. He never showed remorse, only a chilling frustration that his art had been interrupted. My life was irrevocably changed. The physical wounds healed, the scrapes, the bruises, the small cut from the bone saw. But the other wounds, the invisible ones, they lingered. The smell of metal or cleaning chemicals could send me spiraling into a panic attack. I could not stand the sight of raw meat, or even the sound of a power tool. Sleep was a luxury, haunted by nightmares of gleaming saws and cold, dark eyes. I deleted all my dating apps. The idea of meeting someone new, of trusting a stranger, became an impossible thought. The world felt different now. Stripped of its innocent veneer, I saw the darkness lurking beneath the surface, the masks people wore, the monsters hiding in plain sight. Sometimes, late at night, when the city was quiet, I would stare at my reflection in the dark window. I would remember Julian's words, such vibrant energy. A certain spark, a vulnerability, a willingness to explore, and I would realize that he had not just seen potential in me as a victim, he had seen a part of myself, a willingness to be open, to connect, and twisted it into something monstrous. And that, more than anything, was the true horror, the way he had taken my hope, my trust, and used it to try and carve me into his next work of art. And that is when I learned that sometimes the most terrifying monsters are not under your bed, but smiling back at you from a dating profile. The next chapter has its own voice. So there I was, swiping through Tinder, mostly out of boredom, just looking for a casual chat, maybe a decent dinner. I would have had my fair share of duds, the awkward silences, the people who looked nothing like their photos. But then I matched with Serena. Her profile was perfect. Stunning pictures, witty bio, seemed to share all my interests. She messaged me almost immediately, and we hit it off. After a few days of easy conversation, she suggested we meet up at this quaint, out-of-the-way little place she knew. A hidden gem, she called it. I thought it was a bit odd. She picked somewhere so far from the usual spots, but her charm was infectious, and I figured, why not try something new? That was my first mistake. The place she picked was called the Rusty Anchor, which sounded like a dive bar, but she swore it was a cozy bistro. When I finally found it, tucked away on a winding road I would never heard of, it was less bistro and more isolated cabin with a liquor license. The parking lot was gravel, barely lit, and there was only one other car there. My gut gave a little twist, a tiny warning I should have paid more attention to. But then I saw her. Serena was even more beautiful in person. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a face with high cheekbones and eyes that sparkled, even in the dim light of the restaurant. She wore a simple, elegant black dress that somehow seemed out of place in such a rustic setting. She smiled, and all my apprehension melted away. "You made it," she said, her voice a low, melodic purr that instantly put me at ease. We sat down at a small table by the window, which, ironically, looked out onto nothing but dense woods. The conversation flowed effortlessly. Serena was captivating. She laughed at all my jokes, told engaging stories, and made me feel like I was the most interesting person in the room. Or maybe the only person in the room, because the restaurant was eerily empty. The lone waitress, a tired-looking woman who moved with a kind of resigned slowness, seemed to barely acknowledge our presence. It was just us, and the quiet hum of the old refrigerator in the back. As we talked, I noticed a few things, small at first, almost imperceptible. She seemed to know an unusual amount about me, not just what was on my Tinder profile, but little details. She mentioned my love for obscure indie films, a hobby I rarely talked about. She brought up a specific hiking trail I would been on a few months back, a place I would only posted about once, very briefly, on an old Instagram story. When I asked how she knew, she just gave a light, airy laugh. "I might have done a little research," she said, her eyes gleaming playfully. "You can't be too careful these days. Can you?" She winked, and I brushed it off as charming curiosity, a sign she was genuinely interested. In retrospect, it was the first crack in the facade, the first hint of something much darker beneath. Then she started asking more personal questions, very quickly, not just surface-level stuff, but about my family, my routines, where I lived, my work schedule. She asked about my apartment building, if I had many neighbors, if it was quiet at night. It felt less like getting to know someone, and more like an interrogation, wrapped in a velvet glove. I found myself answering, caught up in her charm, wanting to impress her. I even showed her a picture of my dog on my phone. She leaned in close, her scent, something floral and unsettlingly sweet, filling my nostrils. "He is adorable," she murmured, her gaze lingering on my phone screen for a beat too long before looking up, her smile just a little too wide. "You really should put that away, though it is rude to be on your phone when you are with someone." She said it playfully, but there was an edge, a command in her voice that made me quickly tuck my phone back into my pocket. We would only had one drink each, and I had not even finished my appetizer when she suddenly declared, "This place is getting a little boring. I know somewhere much better. My real special place." She stood up, not waiting for my agreement, her hand already on my arm, guiding me. I felt a flicker of unease again. We had just gotten here, and the food was actually pretty good. But she was already moving towards the door, pulling me along, her grip surprisingly firm. "Come on," she coaxed. "It is an adventure." Outside, the air was cold, and the darkness of the surrounding woods felt thicker, more oppressive than before. Her car, a sleek, black sedan, was parked a little further down the gravel path, almost hidden by the trees. It looked expensive, new, and almost sterile in its cleanliness. "I will drive," she said, before I could even offer. "It is a bit of a tricky road to find." Again, I felt that odd feeling, like I was being led, not going willingly, but I was still under her spell, still telling myself she was just eccentric, exciting. As she started the car, the engine purred to life, a low, powerful growl. The interior was spotless, not a single crumb or stray paper. There was a faint, metallic tang in the air, almost like ozone or something else I could not quite place. She pulled out of the parking lot, not back towards the main road, but deeper into the winding, unlit paths that branched off into the forest. "Where exactly are we going?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light, but a knot of anxiety was tightening in my stomach. The trees pressed in on either side, their skeletal branches reaching like grasping fingers. The faint light from the restaurant was long gone, swallowed by the darkness. She glanced at me, her eyes reflecting the dashboard lights, giving them an almost predatory gleam. "Just a little surprise," she murmured, her voice still that low, seductive purr. But now it held a different kind of sweetness, one that felt cloying and artificial. "You will love it. It is my special place. Really special." The road grew rougher, eventually turning into a dirt track, barely wide enough for the car. The branches scraped against the sides of the vehicle, a harsh, grating sound that made me flinch. My phone had no signal out here. My heart was starting to pound, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. This was not a spontaneous adventure. This felt like a carefully orchestrated plan. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she slowed the car. Through a break in the trees, I saw it. Not a cozy cabin, not a hidden gem. It was an old, dilapidated house, half hidden by overgrown bushes and shadowed by towering, ancient oaks. The paint was peeling, windows were boarded up or broken, and the porch sagged precariously. It looked abandoned, derelict, the kind of place you would expect to find in a horror movie. No other lights, no other houses, just this decaying structure swallowed by the wilderness. "Serena," I said, my voice barely a whisper, a cold dread seeping into my bones. "What is this place? This is not what I expected." She turned off the engine, plunging us into absolute silence, save for the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves in the unseen wind. Then she turned to me, and her face, illuminated only by the faint glow of the moon filtering through the trees, was utterly devoid of the warmth and charm she had shown all evening. The smile was still there, but it was a cold, calculating baring of teeth, a predator's grin. Her eyes, those sparkling eyes, were now flat, empty, and terrifyingly focused. "This," she said, her voice now stripped of its melodic quality, replaced by a low, almost guttural tone, "is where we begin. You, my dear, are exactly what I was looking for." A shiver ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold. Every alarm bell in my head was screaming now, a deafening cacophony. I instinctively reached for the door handle. It would not budge. I tried the other one. Locked. The back doors, all locked. My breath hitched in my throat. "What do you mean?" I choked out, my voice trembling. "Let me out." "Serena." "Now," she chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Oh, do not be so dramatic. You have been so compliant all evening. It would be a shame to start struggling now." She reached into the center console, and my eyes widened in horror as she pulled out a small, black object. It was a taser, the kind with two prongs that looked like they could deliver a nasty jolt. She held it loosely in her hand, testing its weight, her gaze never leaving mine. "You see," she continued, her voice unnervingly calm, "I have been watching you for a while. Your profile, your social media, your routines. You are quite predictable, actually. A creature of habit, easy to track, easy to acquire." Acquire, the word hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. My mind raced, trying to process what she was saying, what she was implying. My blood ran cold. This was not a date. This was a hunt, and I was the prey. "You are not the first, of course," she said, as if reading my thoughts. "But you are special." That flicker of fear I saw earlier, the way you tried to hide your phone, so expressive. I like that. It makes the process so much more rewarding. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic bird desperate to escape its cage. My hands were clammy. and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I had to get out. I had to fight. "What process?" I demanded, trying to sound braver than I felt, my voice cracking. She just smiled, a slow, chilling smile that did not reach her eyes. "Oh, you will see. It is all about capturing the essence, the peak of one's existence, and I think you are just about there." She raised the taser slightly. "Now, I suggest you relax. It is much easier if you do not fight. Less messy." The word messy sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I could not just sit there. I had to do something. Anything. My eyes darted around the confined space of the car, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. My hand brushed against the emergency door release on my side, a small, red lever I would never paid attention to before. It was hidden just under the armrest. As she leaned forward, her eyes fixated on me, ready to strike. I moved. It was pure instinct, a surge of adrenaline overriding the paralyzing fear. With a desperate lunge, I slammed my elbow into her arm, knocking the taser off balance. It clattered to the floorboards. In the same motion, my fingers fumbled for the emergency release. I yanked it up. The door clicked open. "Hey!" she snarled, her composure finally cracking. Her eyes blazed with fury. She grabbed my arm, her grip surprisingly strong, digging her nails into my flesh. "You little rat!" But I was already half out the door, my legs scrambling to find purchase on the uneven ground. I pulled with all my might, wrenching my arm free from her grasp, the sharp sting of her nails, a minor pain compared to the sheer terror fueling me. I fell out of the car, hitting the dirt hard, scraping my knees and hands, but I did not care. I scrambled to my feet and bolted, not looking back, plunging headlong into the impenetrable darkness of the woods. Branches whipped at my face, leaves rustled under my feet, and the sharp, damp smell of earth filled my nostrils. I ran blindly, propelled by a primal fear, my lungs burning, my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. I could hear her behind me, her angry shouts echoing through the trees. "You should not have done that. You will regret this. You can't escape." Her voice, once so alluring, was now a guttural snarl that raised goosebumps on my arms. I stumbled over roots, my ankles twisting, but I kept going. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the occasional sliver of moonlight filtering through the dense canopy. I could hear her footsteps, surprisingly light and fast, gaining on me. She knew these woods. She knew this territory. I was lost, disoriented, and completely vulnerable. "Come back, darling," she called out, her voice closer now, laced with a chilling amusement. "It is no fun if you make it too easy, but you are certainly making it interesting." Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I knew I could not outrun her for long, not in this unfamiliar terrain. I needed to hide. I spotted a thick clump of bushes, almost a small cave of tangled branches and leaves. Without thinking, I dove into it, burying myself as deep as I could, trying to control my ragged breathing. The thorns pricked my skin, but I barely felt it. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to blend into the shadows, straining my ears. The sounds of the forest seemed to amplify the chirping crickets, the rustling leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. And then her footsteps. They grew louder, closer, crunching on the dry leaves just a few feet from my hiding spot. I held my breath, my entire body tensed, every muscle screaming. I could hear her breathing now, shallow and deliberate. She was close. Too close. "Little mouse," she whispered, her voice right above me, sending a fresh wave of terror through my gut. "Where are you? Come out, wherever you are." I could almost feel her presence, her eyes scanning the darkness, searching. I wanted to scream, to cry, to just curl up and disappear. But I stayed absolutely still, not even daring to swallow, praying she would not see me. After what felt like an eternity, her footsteps began to recede. Slowly, cautiously, she moved away, her taunting whispers fading into the distance. I waited, counting to 50, then 100, my body aching from the tension. When I finally dared to move, my limbs felt stiff and unresponsive. I cautiously pushed my way out of the bushes, my eyes scanning the darkness. She was gone. Or at least, I could not see her. But I knew she was still out there. I had to keep moving. I had to find a road, a house, anything. I started running again, but this time, I tried to be more careful, guiding myself by the faint moonlight, trying to move in a straight line, hoping it would eventually lead me out of the woods. My clothes were torn, my skin was scratched and bleeding, and my lungs burned with every breath. But the adrenaline was still coursing through me, a desperate fuel. Then, through a thin gap in the trees, I saw it. A faint, flickering light in the distance. Civilization. Hope. It looked like a farmhouse, far off, but it was there. A beacon in the terrifying darkness. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the pain, ignoring the exhaustion. Just a little further. Almost there. My legs felt like lead, but I forced them to move, one desperate step after another. The light seemed to grow. Slowly, tantalizingly. Just as I thought I was in the clear, just as I was about to burst out of the tree line into what looked like a clearing, a dark shape materialized directly in front of me. Serena, she seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, her eyes gleaming in the faint light, a triumphant, chilling smile on her face. "Not so fast, little mouse," she purred, her voice dripping with satisfaction. She was holding something in her hand again, not the taser this time, but a heavy, jagged piece of wood, almost like a club. "Did you really think you could escape me?" My heart plummeted. Despair washed over me, heavy and suffocating. I was trapped. But then, a surge of pure, unadulterated rage mixed with my fear. I was not going to just give up. Not now. Not after all I would been through. As she raised the piece of wood, I lunged, not at her, but to the side, trying to dodge her attack. She swung, and the makeshift club whistled through the air, narrowly missing my head. I stumbled, but managed to stay on my feet. My eyes darted around, searching for anything, a weapon, a distraction. My hand closed around something rough and heavy on the ground. It was a rock, about the size of my fist, sharp-edged and jagged. She came at me again, her movements surprisingly fluid and powerful. She was strong. I knew I could not overpower her in a fair fight. This was not fair. As she closed in, I swung the rock with all my might, aiming blindly, fueled by pure desperation. It connected with a sickening thud, not her head, but her shoulder. She cried out, a sharp, surprised yelp of pain, and stumbled back, dropping the club. This was my chance. I did not hesitate. I did not look back. I bolted, running faster than I ever had in my life, straight for that distant light. The adrenaline was a burning fire in my veins, pushing me forward. I could hear her screams of rage behind me, but they faded quickly as I put more and more distance between us. I burst out of the woods, stumbling onto a dirt road, and saw the farmhouse clearly now. It was old, but well-maintained, with a porch light illuminating the front door. I ran up to it, my legs threatening to give out, and hammered on the door with all my remaining strength. It felt like forever, but eventually the door creaked open. An elderly man, his face etched with sleep lines, peered out. His eyes widened when he saw me scratched, bleeding, disheveled, and panting like a wild animal. "Please," I gasped, clutching at my chest, trying to catch my breath. "Help me. There is a woman in the woods." The man, clearly startled but seeing the genuine terror in my eyes, quickly pulled me inside, securing the door behind us. His wife, a kindly-looking woman, came out, her face full of concern. They listened, stunned, as I poured out the fragmented, terrifying story, my voice hoarse, my body shaking uncontrollably. They called the police. The local sheriff arrived quickly, a grizzled man with a skeptical but understanding gaze. He took my statement, His deputy searched the woods around the farmhouse, and then, with flashlights, they headed towards the old, dilapidated house I would describe. I waited, wrapped in a blanket, sipping hot tea, my body still trembling, my mind replaying every terrifying moment. Hours later, the sheriff returned. His face was grim. "We found the car," he said, his voice low. "Your description matched. Black sedan, parked just where you said, but it was empty. No sign of the woman. Serena, no taser, no club, and that old house, it is abandoned. No signs of recent habitation. No evidence of anything unusual." My heart sank. No evidence. It was like she had simply vanished. "We will keep looking," he added, seeing the despair on my face. "But it is a big woods out there, and she clearly knows it well." They drove me home eventually, after a brief stop at a small clinic for my scrapes and bruises. My apartment felt safe, but the silence was deafening, and every shadow seemed to hold a lurking threat. I deleted Tinder, deleted all my dating apps. I did not sleep for days, jumping at every sound, checking the locks countless times. The physical wounds healed, but the psychological scars remained. Every time I saw a black sedan, my stomach would clench. Every time I heard a woman's laugh that was too sweet, too melodic, my blood would run cold. I knew she was still out there, somewhere, watching, waiting, and I was just another one of her special stories, a memory she had tried to acquire, a piece she had almost collected. And the chilling truth was, I might have escaped, but I knew, deep down, that Serena was still hunting, and I would never truly be free. "Your next story starts right here," Julian gestured around, a proud artist. "This is where the magic happens," he beamed, picking up a long, gleaming instrument from a rack near one of the stainless steel tables. My eyes, wide with a terror that felt too big for my chest, instantly zeroed in on it. It was not a brush or a chisel or anything remotely artistic in the conventional sense. It was a bone saw. A small, but undeniably a bone saw, with a wicked, serrated edge designed for, well, for bones. It glinted under the harsh fluorescent lights, reflecting the sickly yellow glow from the frosted window. My breath, which had hitched moments ago, now completely deserted me. My lungs felt like deflated balloons, unable to draw in the formaldehyde-laced air, the metallic sweetness I would noticed earlier. The one that screamed butcher shop was now a deafening roar in my senses, drowning out everything else. This was not a gallery. This was not even a workshop for taxidermy, though that would have been horrific enough. This was something far, far worse. Julian held the bone saw almost reverently, turning it over in his hands. His smile, which had seemed charmingly quirky on our first date, now stretched his lips into a grotesque, predatory grin. "This, my dear," he said, his voice a low, almost purring rumble, "is one of my favorite tools. Precise, efficient, it allows for such intricate detail." He ran a thumb along the saw's edge, a chillingly casual gesture that made my stomach clench so hard I thought I might throw up right then and there. My mind, usually a chaotic mess of anxieties and to-do lists, was suddenly crystal clear. Every single red flag, every unsettling comment, every moment of discomfort from the last few hours snapped into horrifying focus. His artist looking for inspiration. Bio was not a quirky self-description, it was a hunting call. He was not looking for inspiration, he was looking for subjects, for victims. And I, in my naive, swiping right stupidity, had walked straight into his web. My eyes darted around the room, desperately searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. But there was nothing, just cold, hard steel, gleaming instruments, and those dozens of jars, each holding some unidentifiable, floating horror. My gaze snagged on the human-shaped figure under the white sheet on the larger table in the center. It was too still, too perfectly outlined. My breath hitched again, a silent, desperate gasp. Was it already too late for someone else, or was it a mannequin? A training dummy. My brain tried to rationalize, to deny, but the smell, the tools, Julian's chilling demeanor, it all screamed reality. "You are quiet," Julian observed, his eyes, dark and unreadable, now fixed on me. Lost for words. Most people are, at first. It is the sheer scope of it all. The audacity. The beauty. He gestured with the bone saw towards the sheet-covered figure. This, for instance, is a work in progress. A delicate balance of form and function, of preserving the essence, while transforming the medium. He took a step towards the table, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping against a cold metallic surface behind me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the room, broken only by the low hum of whatever refrigeration unit was struggling nearby. My muscles tensed, ready to bolt, but where? The steel door was behind Julian, and I had no idea what lay beyond it, or if it was even unlocked. Julian reached the table, and, with a flourish that was sickeningly theatrical, peeled back a corner of the white sheet. My blood ran cold. It was not a mannequin. It was not a training dummy. It was a person, or what was left of one. The sheet had covered the upper torso and head. What Julian exposed was a pale, waxy arm, mottled with dark, purplish-red splotches. The skin had an unnatural sheen, stretched taut over visible veins, but it was the hand that truly sent a jolt of pure horror through me. The fingernails were dark, almost black, and the fingers were unnaturally long and thin, bent at odd angles. It looked preserved, embalmed, like something out of a macabre museum exhibit. A choked sound escaped my throat, a dry, ragged gasp. My eyes squeezed shut for a split second, trying to unsee it, to make it disappear. But when I opened them, it was still there. The smell intensified, a sweet, sickly perfume of death and chemicals that made my eyes water and my throat burn. Julian chuckled, a soft, disturbing sound that vibrated through the metal tables. Beautiful, is not it? The way the chemicals interact with the cellular structure, a dance of decay and preservation, a true paradox. And this one, he added, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, was a masterpiece of existential angst. So much raw emotion, just waiting to be immortalized. He gently replaced the sheet, covering the arm once more. The casualness of his actions, the way he spoke about a human being as if they were a block of clay or a canvas, was utterly terrifying. He was completely devoid of empathy, utterly consumed by his own twisted vision. He turned back to me, his dark eyes sparkling with an unsettling enthusiasm. You see, most people, they just live. They exist. They breathe. They eat. They reproduce. But what do they leave behind? A few memories, maybe a photograph, a fleeting echo. I offer something more, something permanent, something truly artistic. He took a step towards me, then another. My heart hammered. A trapped bird, desperate to escape its cage. My mind raced, searching for any way out. The steel door, the only way, but Julian was between me and it. "And you, my dear," he said, his voice softer now, almost tender, "you have such potential, such vibrant energy. I saw it the moment your profile popped up. A certain spark, a vulnerability, a willingness to explore." He was talking about my Tinder profile, the one that said looking for adventure, maybe a little weirdness. Oh God, I was so stupid, so incredibly, fatally stupid. He was close now, too close. I could smell the faint scent of something metallic on his clothes, mixed with the ever-present chemical tang of the room. He raised the bone saw, not threateningly, but as if to admire it, letting the light catch its cruel edge. "Imagine," he murmured, his eyes locking onto mine, "your essence, captured forever, a timeless testament to your unique spirit. Not just a memory, but a physical manifestation, an artwork that speaks volumes about the human condition." My blood ran cold. He was not just talking about a subject. He was talking about me. I was the next inspiration. The next medium. No, I whispered, my voice barely a croak. My throat was dry, raw with fear. Julian's smile did not falter. Oh, but yes, it is a grand undertaking, a collaboration, if you will. You provide the raw material, and I provide the vision. He took another step, and I instinctively took one back, bumping into the stainless steel table again, the one with the neatly arranged surgical instruments. My hand brushed against something cold and sharp. A scalpel. A flicker of a desperate idea sparked in my mind. It was insane, suicidal, even, but what other choice did I have? You know, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to sound intrigued, curious, anything but utterly terrified. I have never really understood modern art. It has always seemed so abstract. Can you show me your process? Julian paused, the bone saw still in his hand, his head tilted slightly. He seemed genuinely surprised by my sudden interest. His smile widened, a hint of genuine vanity in his eyes. He loved to talk about his art. That was my only chance. Of course, he said, his voice a low purr. I would be delighted. It is a complex multi-stage process, you understand. Preparation is key. Precision. And, of course, the right subject. He gestured vaguely at the sheet-covered figure, then back at me. But it is so dark over there, I said, pointing a trembling finger vaguely towards the back of the room, away from the door, towards a slightly dimmer corner. And this light, it is so clinical. Do not. You need atmosphere. For inspiration. He frowned slightly. Considering my words, atmosphere is important, yes. But the practicalities of preservation often override aesthetic concerns during the initial stages. However, he said, his eyes gleaming, for a potential patron, perhaps a demonstration of the conceptual aspects could be enlightening. He set the bone saw down on the table with a soft clink that made me jump. My heart hammered. This was it. This was my window. Tell me, I pressed, trying to keep him talking, what about the spirit of the subject? How do you capture that? Is it in the pose? The expression? I was babbling, but he seemed to be buying it, his ego clearly flattered. Ah, the spirit, he exclaimed, taking another step towards me, but still away from the door, moving slightly towards the dimmer corner I would indicate it. That is the true challenge. The ephemeral, the fleeting, it requires a deep understanding of human psychology, of the subject's inner turmoil, their hidden desires. It is not just about the physical form, you see, it is about the narrative, the story they tell, even in their stillness. He was now about halfway between me and the sheet-covered table, and still a few feet from the steel door. He was closer to me, but also further from the door. Good, and you understand that about me? I asked, feigning awe, my hand still brushing against the cold metal of the scalpel on the table behind me. My fingers closed around its ridged handle, the cold steel shockingly real against my clammy skin. It was heavier than I expected. Oh, profoundly, he said, his eyes boring into mine. I sensed it immediately, a certain melancholy, a seeking, a perfect canvas for existential preservation. He reached out a hand, not for the saw, but for me. His fingers, long and slender, reached for my face. This was it. Now or never. As his hand came within inches of my cheek, I moved, not away, but forward, with a desperate, adrenaline-fueled burst. I was not aiming to hurt him, not yet. Just to create a diversion with a primal scream that ripped from my lungs. I swung my arm, not with the scalpel, but just my hand, slapping the nearest jar off the shelf. It was one of the larger ones, filled with a cloudy, yellowish liquid and something dark and curled within. The jar hit the concrete floor with a sickening smash, shattering into 1,000 pieces. The yellowish liquid, thick and viscous, splattered across the floor, and the dark, curled thing rolled out. It was a human ear, or at least, it looked terrifyingly like one, perfectly preserved, eerily realistic. The smell of the liquid, whatever preservative it was, hit me like a physical blow, a burning chemical scent that made my eyes water and my lungs seize. Julian froze, his hands still outstretched, his eyes wide, not with fear but with shock and rage. "My specimen," he roared, his smooth facade cracking instantly, revealing the monster beneath. "You fool, that was a rare find." He lunged, not for me, but for the scattered fragments of glass and the detached ear, his precious artwork now ruined. This was my chance. Without a second thought, I bolted. I did not care where I was going, just away from him. I spun around, pushing past the table, my hand still clutching the scalpel, though I had not even consciously registered it. My cheap sneakers skidded on the chemical-slicked concrete floor as I sprinted towards the steel door, the only visible exit. Julian let out another furious roar behind me. "Get back here. You will pay for that." I did not look back. My legs pumped, burning with a sudden exertion. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. I reached the steel door, my fingers fumbling for the handle. It was a heavy, industrial-grade handle, cold and slick with sweat or something worse. I yanked it down. Click. It was unlocked. Thank God, thank God, thank God. I threw the door open, not caring about the noise, and burst out into the groaning hallway. The air here, though still heavy and chemical, felt like a breath of fresh spring air compared to the stifling horror of the workshop. "Stop. You can't leave." Julian's voice, now a guttural snarl, echoed behind me. I heard his footsteps, heavy and fast, following me out of the room. I did not know which way to go. The hallway was a dark, twisting labyrinth of closed doors, each one a silent promise of more unspeakable things. I remembered the way we came in, the metallic sweetness, the groaning pipes. To the left, I turned left and ran, blindly, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. My sneakers slapped against the gritty concrete, each step jarring my already rattled brain. The keys Julian had jingled in his pocket. The keys to this house. The keys to my freedom. I did not have them. I did not even have my useless phone. I was unarmed, except for the scalpel still clutched in my hand, a flimsy, desperate weapon against a madman. I heard him close behind me. His footsteps were faster, heavier. He knew this place. I did not. "You are making a mistake," he yelled, his voice closer now, laced with a chilling mix of anger and something else. Something almost gleeful. "You are ruining your potential. Your legacy." My lungs burned. My side ached. But I could not stop. I had to get out. I had to live. I rounded a corner, the hallway stretching out ahead of me, slightly brighter now, as if leading towards an exit. My hope surged. I could see what looked like a wider, more open space at the end, the front door. Suddenly, a door to my right, one I had not noticed, burst open. A figure lunged out, blocking my path. I screamed, a raw, terrified sound. It was not Julian. It was a dog. A huge, snarling Doberman, its teeth bared, its eyes red with aggression. It barked, a deep, guttural sound that reverberated through the hallway. My blood ran cold. Julian had a dog. Of course, he did. A guard dog. Another layer of security for his macabre little world. I skidded to a halt, nearly tripping over my own feet. The dog barked again, taking a step forward, its body tensed, ready to pounce. It was easily twice the size of my scrawny frame. "Stay, Brutus!" Julian's voice came from behind me, sharp and commanding. The dog hesitated, its ears twitching, but it did not back down. It just stood there, a snarling, growling wall of muscle and teeth between me and the exit. Julian appeared around the corner, his face contorted with fury. He was not smiling anymore. His eyes were cold, hard, utterly devoid of humanity. He was holding something else now, too. A long, thin metal rod. Maybe a poker, or something from his workshop. Now, my dear, he said, his voice dangerously calm, let us not make this any more difficult than it needs to be. You have already damaged a priceless piece. Do not make me damage you. He nodded towards the dog. Brutus is very protective of his master's property. I was trapped. Julian behind me, the snarling dog in front. My mind raced, frantically searching for a way out. The scalpel. I still had the scalpel. But what could I do with it against a Doberman and a madman with a metal rod? My eyes darted around. The hallway was narrow. No windows. Just more closed doors. Then I saw it. To my left, just past where the dog was standing, there was a small, grimy window, high up on the wall, almost at the ceiling. It was old, probably painted shut, but it was there. My only hope. Brutus, attack, Julian commanded, his voice a low growl. The Doberman lunged. I did not think. I reacted with another scream. I threw the scalpel, not at the dog, but at the high window. It was a desperate, wild throw, fueled by pure terror and adrenaline. The scalpel, surprisingly, hit its mark with a sharp crack. The old, grimy glass shattered, sending shards raining down onto the floor, glinting in the dim light. The sudden noise, the shattering glass, startled the dog. It yelped, a surprised, confused sound, halting its lunge for a split second. That split second was all I needed. Ignoring the dog, ignoring Julian, I scrambled forward, using the metal table next to me as a springboard. I leaped, grabbing onto the edge of the broken window frame, pulling myself up with a strength I did not know I possessed. My fingers slipped on the grimy wood, but I held on, desperate. Julian yelled something, but I barely registered it. The dog barked furiously, snapping at my feet as I struggled to pull myself through the jagged opening. A piece of glass sliced into my arm, a sharp, searing pain, but I ignored it. My vision was tunneled, focused only on getting through. I squeezed my body through the narrow opening, scraping against the rough wood and broken glass. It was a tight fit, but the fear of what was behind me propelled me forward. I felt a sharp tug at my ankle, Brutus's teeth, but I kicked out, screaming, and pulled myself free. I tumbled out, landing hard on something soft and damp. My breath left me in a whoosh. I lay there for a second, disoriented, aching, my heart still pounding like a drum. I was outside, in a neglected, overgrown garden, surrounded by weeds and darkness. The air was cool and damp, fresh and clean, a stark contrast to the stifling horror of the house. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain in my arm and the dull ache in my ribs. I could hear Julian's furious shouts from inside the house and the frantic barking of the dog. He was probably trying to get through the window or find another way out. I did not wait. I ran through the overgrown garden, stumbling over roots and unseen obstacles, my eyes frantically searching for a way out of the property. The house was huge, looming behind me, a dark, silent monster in the moonless night. I crashed through a thick hedge, thorns tearing at my clothes and skin, and found myself on a deserted, unlit road. My legs were burning, my lungs screaming for air, but I kept running. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from Julian, away from the smell, away from the bone saws and the jars and the sheet-covered figures. I ran until my legs gave out, until I collapsed on the side of the road, gasping for breath, tears streaming down my face. My body was shaking uncontrollably, a raw, primal fear still coursing through my veins. It felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes before I saw the distant glimmer of headlights. A car. My heart leaped with a desperate, fragile hope. I stumbled to my feet, waving my arms frantically, screaming, "Help! Please, help me!" My voice was hoarse. raw from screaming and terror. The car slowed, then stopped. A couple, probably in their late 50s, looked at me with wide, concerned eyes. I was a mess. Bloodied, scratched, disheveled, sobbing hysterically. "What happened, honey?" the woman asked, her voice soft and kind, a stark contrast to the horrors I had just experienced. He is a monster," I sobbed, pointing wildly back down the road towards the darkness where Julian's house lay hidden. "He has bodies in his house. He is an artist, a killer. They helped me into their car, the warmth and safety of it feeling like a miracle." I could barely articulate what had happened, my words tumbling out in a jumbled, incoherent mess of fear and trauma, but they listened, their faces growing paler with each fragmented detail I managed to gasp out. The police were called. An investigation began. I gave them Julian's name, his address, everything I could remember. I described the workshop, the tools, the smell, the sheet-covered figure, the ear in the jar. They listened with a mixture of skepticism and grim determination. They found the house. They found the steel door. They found the workshop. They found the instruments. They found the jars. And they found the figure under the sheet. Julian, however, was gone. He had vanished without a trace, leaving behind his gruesome art and a trail of unimaginable horror. The police searched, but he was nowhere to be found. It was as if he had simply melted into the darkness, a phantom artist leaving his chilling legacy behind. I never saw Julian again, but the memory of that night, the smell of formaldehyde and decay, the glint of the bone saw, the sight of that preserved arm, and the chilling sound of his voice describing existential preservation, it haunts me still. Every shadow holds a potential monster, every charming smile a hidden predator. I survived, but a part of me died in that groaning house, in that horrifying workshop. And sometimes, late at night, I still hear the low hum of a refrigeration unit, and I wonder if Julian is out there, somewhere, still looking for his next inspiration, still looking for his next subject. And now we shift forward. Once again, my mind, a frantic mess of terror and disbelief, finally snapped. It was not like in the movies, where everything goes black or you just pass out. No, it was different. It was like my brain, overloaded with fear, just switched off the part that processed rational thought, and the primal screaming animal took over. The no that had torn from my throat was swallowed by a guttural, inhuman shriek as Julian's icy grip tightened on my cheek. The bone saw. That cruel, glinting smile was inches from my face. My eyes, wide and unfocused, did not even register the blade anymore. All I saw was his face, that unchanging, sickeningly calm smile, and the dead, calculating look in his eyes. And then, something in me just broke. My body, which had been frozen in terror, suddenly surged with a jolt of pure, unadulterated adrenaline. It was like a surge of electricity burning through my veins, pushing away the paralysis. I did not think. I reacted. My head whipped to the side, a desperate, frantic movement, and the cold steel of the bone saw, instead of biting into my face, scraped agonizingly across my temple, tearing a shallow gash. I felt a searing pain, a hot line blooming on my skin, but it was nothing compared to the terror. With a scream that felt like it ripped my throat open, I thrashed, my arms flailing wildly. Julian, caught off guard by my sudden, raw violence, stumbled back a step. It was just a step, but it was enough. My hand, fueled by a survival instinct I did not know I possessed, shot out, not aiming for anything specific, just trying to create space. My fingers connected with something on the table, something heavy and cold. Without even looking, I snatched it up. It was a small, ornate glass jar, filled with a cloudy, yellow liquid, and something fleshy floating inside. An eyeball. I did not care. I did not process it. My only thought was weapon. With a desperate grunt, I swung the jar, putting every ounce of my suddenly unleashed strength into the blow. It connected with Julian's temple with a sickening thud. The glass did not shatter, but the impact was solid. His head snapped back, his eyes widening for the first time, a flicker of surprise, maybe even pain. Crossing his face, the bone saw clatter to the floor, forgotten. He stumbled again, clutching his head, and I did not hesitate. This was not a fight I could win with finesse. This was pure, ugly survival. I swung the jar again, this time aiming for his nose, then his jaw. Each blow was punctuated by a ragged gasp from me, a desperate sob of pure terror and rage. He grunted, a low, animal sound, and blood started to well from his temple where the first blow had landed. "You little artist," he snarled, his voice losing its calm purr, replaced by a venomous hiss. He lunged, not trying to grab me, but to tackle me, to bring me down. I saw it coming, barely. My legs, still shaky, found some purchase on the slick, cold floor. I twisted, throwing my entire body to the side, and Julian, still off balance from the blows, missed me completely. He slammed into the steel table, sending a cascade of jars, tools, and the pale mottled arm skittering and crashing to the floor. The sound was deafening, a symphony of breaking glass and metal, mingling with the sickening thud of the preserved arm hitting the tiles. That smell it intensified then, the cloying sweetness of death and chemicals, now mixed with the sharp tang of something metallic. Blood. Julian's blood, he cried out, not in pain, but in pure, unadulterated rage. He pushed himself off the table, his eyes, now narrowed to slits, fixed on me with an intensity that made my stomach clench. His calm veneer was gone, replaced by something far more terrifying, a predator who had been wounded, and was now truly enraged. "You will regret that," he hissed, wiping a smear of blood from his temple. His fingers, still cold and clinical, barely acknowledged the crimson. "You will make an even more beautiful piece for this act of defiance." My heart hammered so hard against my ribs, I thought it would burst. My head throbbed where the saw had grazed me, and a trickle of warm blood ran down my temple, mixing with sweat. I did not have time to be scared of the pain. I had to get out. My gaze darted around the room. The steel door, the one that had clicked shut, sealing my fate, was still behind me. My escape route had to get to it. Julian took a step towards me, his movements now more deliberate, more predatory. I still clutched the jar with the eyeball, but it felt flimsy, useless against his renewed fury. I needed something else. My eyes scanned the wreckage on the floor. The bone saw. It was still there, glinting wickedly under the harsh fluorescent lights. But it was too far. Between me and it was Julian. I backed away, stumbling over broken glass and the scattered tools. My foot slipped on something wet and sticky. A spill of embalming fluid, maybe, or something worse. I nearly went down, catching myself on a nearby metal trolley, laden with more instruments. Scalpels, clamps, strange hooks, all gleaming ominously. My breath hitched. Julian chuckled, a dry, humorless sound, but this time it was laced with a chilling edge of anticipation. "Running won't help, my dear. This is my studio, my sanctuary. No one can hear you scream." He was right. The building felt isolated, utterly silent save for the rapid beat of my own heart and the ragged sound of my breathing. But I had to try. I had to. With another surge of desperate energy, I shoved the trolley, aiming it directly at him. It was heavy, but on its wheels, it moved with surprising speed. Julian, momentarily distracted by the unexpected attack, had to leap out of the way to avoid being crushed. That was my chance. Ignoring the pain in my head, the burning in my lungs, I turned and sprinted towards the door. My hand slapped against the cold steel, fumbling for a handle. There, a small, recessed lever. I yanked it down with all my might. It did not budge. My blood ran cold. No. No. My fingers scrabbled at it, pulling, pushing, twisting. It was locked. Of course, it was locked. He would not leave an escape route. A shadow fell over me. I did not need to turn around to know he was there. The air grew colder, heavier. The smell of chemicals and death was overwhelming. Did you really think it would be that easy? Julian's voice, now calm again, was a whisper right behind my ear. Such naivete, such undeveloped potential. His hand, surprisingly gentle, landed on my shoulder. I flinched, my entire body recoiling, but he held me firm. The touch was horrifying, a chilling caress from a monster. But that is okay, he continued, his voice almost soothing, like a parent talking to a disobedient child. We will work on that. We will explore your deeper layers. My mind, though no longer snapped, was still reeling. I was trapped. Utterly, completely trapped. My brief burst of defiance had only served to enrage him, and now he was back to his clinical, terrifying self. But I was not going to give up. Not yet. My eyes darted around, desperately searching for anything. The room was a nightmare of sharp implements, jars of human remains, and cold, sterile surfaces. My gaze fell on the broken glass from the jars I would knocked over. Shards, sharp and glinting, lay scattered across the floor. Julian, still holding my shoulder, slowly began to turn me around. I could feel the pressure of his fingers, cold and strong. He was going to face me, going to finish what he started. As he turned me, I saw it, a particularly large, jagged piece of glass, lying just a few inches from my foot. It was long, almost like a dagger. My decision was instantaneous. As he finished turning me, his smile returning, I stomped down with my heel, grinding the piece of glass against the concrete. Then, with a swift, desperate movement, I bent down, scooped it up. It cut my palm, a sharp sting, but I barely registered it. Julian's eyes, which had been fixed on my face, flickered down to my hand. For the first time, I saw a flicker of something akin to annoyance, maybe even a hint of respect in his gaze. "Oh, you are a fighter," he murmured, almost to himself. "Good. That makes it more dynamic." He lunged, faster than I expected, his hand shooting out to grab my wrist, to disarm me. But I was ready, driven by pure terror. I screamed, a raw, animal sound, and brought the jagged glass shard up, not aiming for anything vital, just aiming to hurt him, to create distance. It caught him across the forearm, a shallow but nasty cut that immediately welled with dark blood. Julian roared, a sound of pure, frustrated fury that echoed in the sterile room. He recoiled, clutching his arm, his calm demeanor finally shattering completely. This was no longer an artist at work. This was a man who had been genuinely injured, and he was livid. "You little bitch!" he snarled, his voice hoarse with rage. He lunged again, not with the measured movements of a surgeon, but with the wild, unbridled force of someone who wanted to inflict pain. I scrambled back, tripping over my own feet, falling onto the cold, hard floor. The glass shard flew from my hand, skittering across the tiles. I was disarmed, vulnerable. Julian was on me in an instant, his knee slamming into my stomach, knocking the wind out of me. I gasped, a painful, wheezing sound, my vision blurring. His hands, strong and surprisingly heavy, wrapped around my throat. "You are going to regret that," he whispered, his face inches from mine, contorted in a mask of pure hatred. His eyes, usually so cold and detached, were burning with a terrifying intensity. "You are going to be my masterpiece, my magnum opus." The pressure on my throat was immense. My lungs screamed for air. Black spots danced in my vision. My hands clawed at his, trying to pry them away, but he was too strong. His grip was like iron. This was it. This was how it ended. The thought, oddly calm, drifted through my fading consciousness. My Tinder profile, a willingness to explore, it had written his script. Just like he said, my naive desire for adventure and connection had led me to this sterile, horrifying room, to this monster. As the darkness began to close in, a faint, almost imperceptible sound reached my ears. A distant, muffled thump, then another, and another. It was faint, almost too faint to be real, but it was there. A rhythmic thudding, getting closer. Julian, still pressing down on my throat, seemed to hear it too. His eyes, fixed on my face, flickered, a tiny crease forming between his brows. He paused, his grip loosening ever so slightly as he strained to listen. My lungs, starved of air, seized the opportunity. I gasped, a desperate rattling sound, and then, with a sudden burst of adrenaline, I brought my knee up, aiming for his groin. It connected not perfectly, but hard enough. Julian yelped, a sharp, choked sound, and his grip on my throat finally broke. He recoiled, clutching himself, his face twisting in pain. I gasped for air, coughing and sputtering, my throat burning. My vision swam, but I pushed myself up, scrambling away from him. The thudding sound was louder now, more distinct. It sounded like someone was trying to break down a door, or maybe just banging on it repeatedly. Julian, still hunched over, his face pale with pain, looked towards the door. Not the steel one I would try to open, but another, smaller door on the far side of the room. One I had not even noticed before, probably leading to another part of the building. His eyes, wide with alarm, darted between me and the source of the noise. "No," he whispered, a tremor in his voice. "No, this can't be." His carefully constructed world, his sanctuary, was being invaded. This was my chance. My only chance. My eyes fell on the bone saw, still lying on the floor where he had dropped it. It was closer now, just a few feet away. I lunged for it, my fingers closing around the cold, heavy handle. It felt strangely natural in my hand, a tool of terror now turned into a desperate weapon. Julian, seeing my move, straightened up, his pain momentarily forgotten, replaced by a renewed surge of fury and desperation. He started towards me, but I was faster. With a primal scream, I swung the bone saw, not with any skill, just pure, unadulterated force. The serrated edge caught him across the chest, tearing through his lab coat and the shirt beneath. He cried out, a sharp, surprised gasp, stumbling back, clutching the wound. Blood bloomed rapidly on his white coat. The thudding at the other door intensified, accompanied by muffled shouts. It sounded like voices. Real voices? Julian's face, a moment ago contorted in rage, now shifted to a look of frantic panic. His eyes darted around the room, then to the door where the noise was coming from. He looked back at me, his gaze lingering on the bone saw in my hand, then at the blood pouring from his chest. "You ruined it," he choked out, his voice a mixture of pain and utter devastation. My masterpiece, my vision, he did not try to fight me anymore. His focus was entirely on escape. He stumbled past me, heading not for the steel door I would tried, but another, smaller, unmarked door I had not even noticed, tucked away in a shadowed corner. He fumbled with a hidden latch, his hands shaking, his face a mask of desperation. The main door, the one I would heard the banging from, suddenly rattled violently, and a loud crack echoed through the room. "Police, open up," a voice boomed, distorted, but unmistakable. Julian cursed, a low, guttural sound, and finally, the hidden door clicked open. He squeezed through the narrow opening, disappearing into the darkness beyond. I stood there, the bone saw heavy in my trembling hands, my body shaking uncontrollably. The sounds of breaking wood and shouting voices filled the air. A moment later, the main door burst inwards, splintering with a final, deafening crack. Two figures in tactical gear, their faces grim, burst into the room, weapons raised. Their eyes swept across the horrifying scene, the scattered body parts, the jars, the blood, and me, standing there, covered in blood, holding a bone saw. "Freeze! Drop the weapon," one of them shouted, his rifle trained directly on me. My hands, still clenched around the saw, felt numb. My mind was a blank. I slowly, agonizingly lowered the saw to the floor, where it clattered with a final, metallic sigh. My legs gave out. I crumpled to the floor, sobbing, my body racked with tremors. The officers, seeing my state, quickly moved in. One of them knelt beside me, his voice surprisingly gentle. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" he asked, his eyes scanning me for injuries. I could not speak. I could only point, a trembling finger towards the small, dark opening where Julian had disappeared. He went there, I choked out, my voice raw and broken. They moved quickly, one officer staying with me while the other, joined by more who had just arrived, cautiously entered the hidden passage. Sounds of their footsteps faded into the darkness. The officer who remained with me helped me up, guiding me away from the gruesome scene. My head throbbed, my throat ached, and my entire body felt like it had been put through a meat grinder. But I was alive. I was out. As they led me out of that horrifying studio, past more officers and paramedics, I caught a glimpse of the outside world. The night air was cool, fresh, and unbelievably sweet. The flashing blue and red lights of emergency vehicles painted the darkness in surreal strokes. I was loaded into an ambulance, given a blanket, and paramedics immediately began to examine my injuries. The cut on my temple, the bruises on my throat, the scrapes and cuts on my hands and knees, they were just superficial, they said. I was lucky. Lucky. The word felt hollow, meaningless. Later, much later, at the hospital, after the police had taken my statement, after they had told me they were still searching for Julian, that he had likely used a network of tunnels or hidden passages to escape the building, I lay in the sterile white bed, staring at the ceiling. My mind kept replaying the scene. Julian's calm smile, the jars, the bone saw, the smell, his words about my Tinder profile, about my willingness to explore writing his script. It was all burned into my memory, a permanent scar. They did not catch him that night. They searched for days, weeks, but Julian, the artist, the visionary, had vanished without a trace. The building, a derelict warehouse on the outskirts of town, was his perfect canvas and his perfect escape route. I tried to go back to my life, to forget. I deleted my Tinder profile, of course. I changed my number. I moved to a different city. But it did not matter. Every shadow, every unexpected sound, every glimpse of a dark, unsettling gaze in a crowd, it brought it all back. I will never forget the smell of that room, the cold steel, the sight of those jars, and I will never forget Julian's eyes, those dead, calculating eyes that saw potential in me, not as a person, but as a material. Sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, I find myself thinking about what he said. Such potential, such vibrant energy, a certain spark, a vulnerability, a willingness to explore, and I wonder, with a chilling dread that still makes my blood run cold, if he is still out there, searching for another canvas, another willingness to explore, and I wonder if he will ever find me again. Let us step further into today's stories. I matched with a guy named Julian on Tinder. His profile was pretty sparse, just a few blurry photos and a vague bio about appreciating art and unique perspectives. Our first date started innocently enough at a coffee shop, but when he suggested we move to a more inspiring location, things took a turn. He drove us far out of the city, to an old, secluded mansion he claimed was his family's, and the moment we stepped inside, a chilling silence pressed in, and I felt like I was walking into a trap. It was a Tuesday night, and I was bored. Scrolling through Tinder had become a mindless ritual, a way to pass the time between work and sleep. Most profiles blurred into a sea of gym selfies and bland bios. Then Julian popped up. His pictures were not great, a bit dark, a little out of focus, but there was something about his eyes. Even in the low resolution, they seemed intensely focused, almost piercing. His bio was short, seeking beauty in unexpected places, an appreciation for the unique. It felt a little pretentious, but also intriguing. Plus, he was conventionally handsome. In a brooding, artistic way, I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched instantly. His messages were articulate. a stark contrast to the usual hey or YD. He talked about philosophy, art, the human condition. He seemed genuinely interested in my thoughts and opinions, asking questions that went deeper than surface-level small talk. After a week of back and forth, we decided to meet. The coffee shop date was fine. Julian was polite, well-dressed, and surprisingly soft-spoken in person. He had a habit of making intense eye contact, which was initially flattering but quickly became a little unsettling. It felt less like he was listening to me and more like he was studying me. He did not laugh much, but when he did, it was a quiet, almost internal sound. Still, no major red flags. I figured he was just a bit eccentric, maybe shy. We talked for about an hour, and just as I was starting to think about wrapping things up, he leaned forward. "You know," he said, his voice a low murmur, "this place, it is nice, but it lacks inspiration. I have a place, a family estate, just outside the city. It is old, but it holds a certain kind of beauty. I think you would appreciate it." My stomach did a little flip. Going to a stranger's house on a first date, that was a hard no for me. But he was not a complete stranger anymore. We would have been talking for a week, and he seemed harmless, if a bit intense. "I do not know," I said, trying to sound casual. "It is getting pretty late." He smiled, a slow, gentle curve of his lips. "It is not late at all, and it is truly a sight. I have some incredible pieces there, things you won't see anywhere else. Think of it as an exclusive gallery tour. Just for you." His eyes held mine, unwavering. There was an almost hypnotic quality to his gaze, a promise of something unique and special. My curiosity, always my weakness, started to get the better of me. "It is completely safe, I assure you. Just a quiet drive, a beautiful old house." I hesitated. My phone was in my purse. I could text a friend, share my location. But that felt dramatic. He was just a guy, a little odd, but probably harmless. "Okay," I said, a little too quickly. "But just for a little while." A genuine smile finally bloomed on his face, one that reached his eyes. "Excellent. You won't regret it." The drive started out pleasant enough. We chatted about art and music, and he played some classical pieces on the car stereo that I actually quite liked. But as we left the city limits, the streetlights grew sparser, then disappeared entirely. The road became narrower, winding through dense woods. My phone, which had been buzzing with notifications earlier, now showed no service. A knot tightened in my stomach. "Are we almost there?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. "Just a little further," Julian replied, his eyes fixed on the dark road ahead. "The estate is quite secluded. That is part of its charm. No distractions. Just pure tranquility." He was not wrong about the seclusion. We drove for what felt like an eternity, the only light coming from his headlights, carving a path through the inky blackness. The trees pressed in on either side, tall and ancient, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching for the moonless sky. My earlier unease started to morph into genuine anxiety. I gripped my purse strap, my knuckles white. Finally, the trees opened up to reveal a long, overgrown driveway. At the end of it, silhouetted against the faintest hint of starlight, stood a sprawling, Gothic-looking mansion. It was enormous, with multiple wings and turrets, dark windows like vacant eyes. It looked less like a home and more like a set piece from a horror movie. My breath caught in my throat. "Wow," I managed, the word feeling hollow. Julian turned to me, a faint smile on his lips. "Is not she magnificent? A true testament to a bygone era." He pulled up to the main entrance, a massive, ornate wooden door that looked like it belonged to a medieval castle. "Welcome to Blackwood Manor." The moment we stepped out of the car, a profound silence enveloped us. It was not just quiet, it was an oppressive, heavy silence, as if the very air absorbed all sound. The faint scent of damp earth and decaying leaves hung in the air, mixed with something else, something subtly metallic and sweet, like old blood and formaldehyde. I shivered, though it was not particularly cold. Julian fumbled with a large, antique key, and the heavy door creaked open with a groan that echoed through the stillness. Inside, it was even darker. He flicked a switch, and a single, dim chandelier in the grand foyer sputtered to life, casting long, dancing shadows across the high ceilings and dusty, covered furniture. My eyes strained to adjust. The air inside was stale, thick with the scent of age and disuse, but that strange metallic sweetness was stronger here. "Sorry about the dust," Julian said, gesturing vaguely. "I do not entertain often, but I wanted you to see this place. It has a soul, you know, a history." He led me through the foyer, his footsteps surprisingly light on the marble floor. My own shoes, however, seemed to echo loudly. He began his tour. We walked through vast, empty rooms draped in white sheets like ghosts. The furniture beneath them was imposing, antique, clearly expensive, but everything felt frozen in time, abandoned. "It was not a home. It was a mausoleum. This was the grand ballroom," he murmured, pulling back a sheet to reveal a massive, dust-covered grand piano. "Imagine the waltzes, the laughter, all gone now. Fleeting moments. Are not they?" He looked at me, his gaze intense. "That is why I seek to preserve, to capture the essence of what truly lasts." My skin prickled. "Preserve what, exactly?" I asked, trying to sound casual, but my voice was tight. "Beauty," he replied simply. "True beauty. It is so rare, so ephemeral. Most people do not even recognize it until it is gone." We moved into another room, which he called his study. This room was different. It was not covered in sheets. Instead, it was meticulously organized, filled with shelves of ancient-looking books, strange scientific instruments I did not recognize, and anatomical diagrams tacked to a corkboard. On a large, ornate desk sat several glass domes, each containing a single, perfectly preserved butterfly, its wings vibrant and delicate. But next to them, under another dome, was something else. It looked like a small, perfectly formed human ear, waxen and oddly lifelike. My breath hitched. "What is that?" I whispered, pointing a trembling finger. Julian followed my gaze. "Ah, a little experiment. A study in cartilage and form. Fascinating. Is not it? The intricacies of the human body are truly divine." He picked up the dome, turning it gently in his hands. The ear seemed to gleam under the dim light. So often we overlook the exquisite details. The curve of an earlobe, the delicate structure of a hand, the unique hue of an iris. My stomach churned. This was not just eccentric, it was profoundly disturbing. "Julian," I said, my voice barely audible, "I think I should go. It is really late, and I have work tomorrow." He put the dome back down, his expression unreadable. "Already, but we have barely begun. I have not even shown you my true collection, the pieces I am most proud of." He took a step towards me, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping into a heavy wooden chair. "You have such remarkable eyes, you know," he continued, his voice soft, almost a purr. "A rare shade of hazel, with flecks of gold, and such an intensity. They truly burn." My mind flashed back to his Tinder bio, seeking beauty in unexpected places. An appreciation for the unique, and the previous summary, which I was trying so hard not to think about a monster who wanted to preserve eyes. The hairs on my arms stood on end. This was not a coincidence. "I really need to leave," I insisted, trying to sidestep him. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. I needed to get out. Julian blocked my path, his movements fluid and silent. "Nonsense. The night is young, and I find myself quite inspired by your presence. A vibrant specimen. Truly, so much life, so much potential." He reached out, and for a terrifying moment, I thought he was going to touch my face. I flinched, but he merely gestured towards a door at the far end of the study. "Come, let me show you my studio. That is where the real magic happens." I did not want to go. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to fight, to scream, but my legs felt like lead, and my throat was suddenly dry. He was not threatening me with words, but his calm, unwavering demeanor, the predatory glint in his eyes, was far more terrifying than any shouted threat. It was utterly, unnervingly in control. He opened the door, revealing a flight of narrow, winding stairs leading down into absolute darkness. A cold, damp air wafted up, carrying that same metallic sweet odor, now much stronger, almost overpowering. It smelled like a butcher shop, but with something else, something chemical, like embalming fluid. "After you," he said, a polite, chilling invitation. I stood frozen, staring into the black abyss. "I can't." I choked out. "I can't go down there." His smile vanished, replaced by a look of mild annoyance. "Do not be difficult. I have gone to great lengths for this evening. You simply must see it." He did not raise his voice, but there was a steel edge to it now. He stepped behind me, placing a hand gently on my lower back. It was not a push, but it was a pressure, a silent command. I felt a surge of adrenaline, my body screaming to resist, but I moved, one hesitant foot after another, down the creaking stairs. The descent was long and treacherous. Each step echoed in the profound silence, amplifying my terror. The air grew colder, heavier, and the smell became so intense it made my eyes water. When we finally reached the bottom, Julian flicked another switch, and the room was bathed in a harsh, fluorescent light. It was a nightmare. This was not an art studio, it was a laboratory, a charnel house. Stainless steel tables gleamed under the sterile light, covered with an array of surgical tools, scalpels, forceps, saws, clamps. There were large glass jars filled with murky liquid, and floating within them, I could make out shapes that looked disturbingly human. A detached hand, perfectly preserved, its fingers curled delicately. A pair of eyes, wide open, staring blankly from the depths of a jar. My stomach heaved, and I clapped a hand over my mouth to stifle a scream. On one table, beneath a clear plastic sheet, lay what looked like a mannequin, but it was not a mannequin. It was a human body, pale and lifeless, its chest cavity opened, revealing a gaping, empty space where organs should have been. The skin was eerily smooth, almost polished, and the hair was meticulously arranged. It was a grotesque display, a horrific piece of art. Julian walked over to the table, his movements calm and deliberate, as if he were simply admiring a painting. "Is not she exquisite?" he murmured, stroking the mannequin's arm. "Such fine bone structure. I spent weeks perfecting her." He looked at me, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying pride. She was a librarian. Very quiet, did not put up much of a fight. My legs gave out. I collapsed against a cold, brick wall, gasping for air. The reality of what I was seeing, what he was, crashed over me like a tidal wave. He was not just a collector of art, he was a collector of people. He was a monster. "You are a psychopath." I choked out, tears streaming down my face. He chuckled, a dry, academic sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Psychopath, such a crude label. I am an artist. A visionary. I see the beauty in humanity, and I refuse to let it simply decay. I elevate it. I immortalize it." He picked up a scalpel, its blade gleaming menacingly under the fluorescent light. "And you, my dear, you have a particularly vibrant spirit. A fire in your eyes. Even now, amidst your terror, that spark, that vivacity, it is a rare and precious thing. It will be a magnificent addition to my collection." He took a step towards me, the scalpel glinting. I scrambled backwards, pressing myself against the wall, desperately searching for an escape, anything. My eyes darted around the room, searching for a weapon, a door, a window. There was nothing, just jars, tools, and the grotesque remnants of his previous artworks. Please, I begged, my voice hoarse. Please, just let me go. I won't tell anyone. I swear. He shook his head, a look of disappointment on his face. Oh, but that is impossible. You have seen too much. And besides, he paused, his gaze sweeping over me, an appraisal, like a connoisseur eyeing a prized specimen. I have already chosen your feature. Those eyes, darling, so full of life, of defiance. They will be truly exquisite. My breath hitched. My eyes. The world spun. This was not just a psychopath. This was a monster with an artist's twisted vision. He would dissect me, just like the librarian, just like the other poor souls whose parts floated in those jars. No. I screamed, a raw, primal sound that ripped from my throat. I pushed myself off the wall and lunged, not at him, but towards the stairs. It was my only chance. Julian was faster than I expected. He moved with a terrifying grace, intercepting me before I could reach the first step. He grabbed my arm, his grip like steel. Where do you think you are going? He asked, his voice losing its calm, academic tone, a hint of genuine irritation creeping in. I struggled, kicking and flailing, desperately trying to break free. He was stronger than me, but my panic gave me a surge of adrenaline. I twisted, my elbow connecting with his jaw. He grunted, momentarily stunned, and his grip loosened. It was just enough. I ripped my arm free and scrambled towards the stairs, taking them two at a time, my feet barely touching the ground. Get back here. Julian's voice roared, echoing up the stairwell. I did not look back. I just ran, my heart hammering against my ribs, convinced he was right behind me. I burst out of the studio door and into the study, the harsh fluorescent light replaced by the dim glow of the chandelier in the foyer. I did not care about the dust-covered furniture or the grand ballroom. I just needed to find a way out. I ran through the mansion, blindly opening doors, each one leading to another dark, sheet-draped room. The metallic, sweet smell seemed to follow me, clinging to my clothes, my hair. I could hear Julian's footsteps now, faster, closer. He was not just walking anymore. He was pursuing me. I burst into what looked like a dining room, a massive table covered in a white sheet, dominating the space. My eyes darted to the windows. They were tall, narrow, and barred. No escape there. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I could hear him entering the study, behind me. I had to think. Suddenly, I remembered the front door. The massive, ornate wooden door. It was my only hope. I turned and sprinted back towards the foyer, my lungs burning, my legs aching. As I reached the grand hallway, I saw him. Julian was standing at the entrance to the study, watching me, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. He still held the scalpel. "It is futile," he said, his voice calm again. Chillingly composed, "There is nowhere to go." I ignored him, pushing past the heavy, sheet-covered furniture in the foyer, my fingers fumbling for the lock on the front door. It was an old, complex mechanism, with multiple bolts and a heavy chain. My hands trembled, making it impossible to undo. "No, no, no," I whimpered, tears blurring my vision. Julian began to walk towards me, slowly, deliberately, like a predator stalking its prey. Such a shame. All that fire, all that spirit, wasted on such a pathetic struggle. I yanked at the chain, my nails scraping against the cold metal. It would not budge. He was almost there. I could hear his soft footsteps on the marble. My eyes darted around wildly, desperate, and then I saw it. A heavy, antique umbrella stand next to the door, filled with several old, sturdy umbrellas. With a surge of adrenaline, I grabbed the heaviest one, a thick, wooden cane-like umbrella with a sharp metal tip. As Julian reached me, his hand outstretched, I swung with all my might. The heavy tip connected with his head with a sickening thud. He staggered back, a grunt escaping his lips, his eyes wide with surprise and pain. The scalpel clattered to the floor. It was my chance. I dropped the umbrella and fumbled with the locks again, my fingers now moving with frantic speed. The bolt slid back. The chain rattled free. I twisted the massive handle and pulled. The heavy door groaned open, revealing the blessed darkness of the outside. I burst out into the night, not even bothering to close the door behind me. I did not look back. I just ran. I ran down the overgrown driveway, my feet stumbling over roots and loose stones, my lungs screaming for air. The cold night air whipped past my face, a welcome shock after the stifling, deathly air of the mansion. I ran until my legs burned, until I could not feel my feet, until the mansion was a distant, dark silhouette swallowed by the trees. I did not stop until I saw the faintest glow of distant city lights, a beacon of hope in the terrifying darkness. Eventually, I stumbled onto a main road, my clothes torn, my body covered in scratches and dirt. I collapsed on the asphalt, sobbing, my phone miraculously getting a single bar of service. I called 911, my voice hoarse and broken, barely able to explain what had happened. The police arrived what felt like an eternity later, finding me huddled by the roadside, trembling uncontrollably. They went to the mansion. They found the open front door, the dust-covered rooms, the strange study. They found the studio and the horrors within. The glass jars, the tools, the grotesque mannequin. They found it all. But Julian was gone. The car he had driven us in was still there, but he had vanished into the night, leaving no trace. The police investigation was extensive. They identified some of the specimens from dental records, confirming my worst fears. Julian was a serial killer, a madman who believed he was an artist, preserving the beauty of his victims. But he was never caught. The mansion was sealed off, a crime scene frozen in time, a monument to a monster's twisted vision. I survived, but a part of me never truly left that mansion. Every shadow seems to hold a hidden threat. Every quiet moment is filled with the echo of that oppressive silence. I see Julian's eyes in strangers, hear his calm, academic voice in the rustle of leaves, and sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I see my own eyes still burning. But now with a fear that will never truly fade. The memory of what he wanted to do, what he saw in me, what he collects, is a permanent scar on my soul. I am alive, but I am forever haunted by the monster who wanted to make me his art. We now move toward the next moment. He led me down a darker, groaning hallway, the metallic sweetness now mixed with a sharp chemical tang, a morgue, a butcher shop. We passed ominous closed doors, each one a silent promise of unspeakable things. My hand, still numb from his unsettling touch, felt like a dead weight at my side. My phone, I knew, was as good as gone, its battery drained hours ago, a cruel joke of fate. My keys, a useless jingle in his pocket, were another stark reminder of my utter helplessness. I remembered swiping right on Julian's profile, a picture of him smiling next to a surprisingly normal-looking sculpture. Artist, his bio read, looking for inspiration. I would thought it was quirky, maybe a little pretentious. Now, as his hand gripped my arm, guiding me deeper into this nightmare, I understood exactly what kind of inspiration he sought. He was not looking for inspiration, he was looking for subjects. For victims, the floor beneath my cheap sneakers was cold, rough concrete, gritty, with something I did not want to identify. The air grew heavier, thick with the scent of formaldehyde and something else, something animalistic and raw, like a freshly opened wound. The groaning was not the house settling. It was the sound of old pipes, maybe a refrigeration unit struggling to keep its contents from spoiling. My stomach lurched, threatening to betray my carefully constructed facade of calm. I swallowed hard, trying to push down the bile. My earlier works? Julian murmured, his voice echoing slightly in the narrow passage. They were a learning process, discovering the nuances of the medium, the subtleties of preservation. He chuckled, a soft, almost shy sound that was profoundly disturbing given the context. But my recent pieces, my own contributions, they truly capture the essence, the raw, unfiltered moment of existential preservation. We stopped before a heavy steel door. Unlike the others, which were plain wood, this one had a small frosted window, letting out a faint, sickly yellow light. A low hum vibrated through the metal. Julian produced a key ring from his other pocket, a ring heavy with dozens of keys, and selected one with practiced ease. The lock clicked, a loud metallic sound that seemed to reverberate in my very bones. He pushed the door open, and the smell hit me like a physical blow. It was the sharp, chemical tang, yes, but intensified 100-fold, mixed with the unmistakable stench of decay, of something organic breaking down, and underneath it all, a faint, almost sweet aroma that was sickeningly familiar, the cloying perfume of embalming fluid. This was not a gallery. This was a workshop. The room was vast, brightly lit by harsh fluorescent tubes that hummed overhead, casting a sterile, unforgiving glow on everything. Stainless steel tables gleamed, some stained with dark, iridescent splotches. Against one wall, a row of sinks with industrial faucets, and above them, shelves stacked with surgical instruments gleaming under the light, scalpels, forceps, saws, all neatly arranged. There were also jars, dozens of them, filled with various liquids and specimens. I did not dare look too closely. In the center of the room, on one of the larger tables, lay a figure covered by a white sheet. It was vaguely human-shaped. My breath hitched. Julian gestured around the room with a sweeping hand, a proud artist showing off his studio. "This is where the magic happens," he said, beaming at me. "The initial stages, preparation, you understand." He walked over to a smaller table near the wall, where a collection of tools lay. It is a delicate balance, really, achieving that perfect, lifelike quality, while ensuring longevity. He picked up a long, thin needle, its tip glinting. The arterial injection, the aspiration, it is all about precision. He turned to me, his smile unwavering. "It is fascinating, is not it, how we can halt the inevitable, capture a moment in time, not just on canvas, but in being." My mind raced, trying to find an angle, an exit, anything. My eyes darted around the room. No windows. The steel door was the only way in or out. I felt a cold knot of despair, tightening in my chest. I had to play along. I had to. "It is incredible. Julian," I croaked, trying to keep my voice steady, to inject some semblance of awe into it. "The dedication, the skill," he preened, visibly pleased. "Indeed, it takes a certain eye, a certain understanding of the human form, and of the human spirit." He walked back to the covered figure on the table. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst through my ribs. "Would you like to see a work in progress? A raw form, as it were?" "Julian," I said, trying to sound hesitant but intrigued, "I do not know if I can handle it. It is so intense." He laughed, a sound that grated on my nerves. "Nonsense. True appreciation requires confronting the raw truth. Besides, it is not quite finished. Still needs some refinements." He reached for the sheet. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to push him, to do something. But I was frozen, my feet rooted to the concrete floor, my eyes wide with a terror that felt ancient and primal. He pulled back the sheet. It was a man, or what was left of one. He was splayed on his back, limbs askew, his skin a mottled gray, stretched taut in places, sunken in others. His chest was crudely stitched, a jagged, dark line running down his sternum. His eyes were open, glassy and unfocused, staring up the fluorescent lights, but they lacked the waxy sheen of the portraits in the other room. This was fresher, rawer. This was a corpse, not yet an artwork. A cold, metallic taste filled my mouth. I clamped my hand over my mouth, fighting the urge to vomit. The smell was overwhelming now, a sickly sweet blend of chemicals and something unmistakably organic and dead. Julian leaned over the body, stroking its cheek with a gloved hand. He was a lovely specimen. A wanderer, no family, no one to miss him. Perfect for the early stages of a new piece. We are working on capturing a look of profound contemplation, you see. A man lost in thought, even in his final moments. My eyes, wide with horror, darted to the man's neck. There was a faint ligature mark, a dark bruise circling his throat. Not contemplation. Not surrender. This man had been strangled. Julian. I managed to choke out, my voice barely a whisper. He looked so peaceful. It was a lie. A desperate, pathetic attempt to maintain the charade. Julian straightened up, his eyes shining with a disturbing enthusiasm. That is the challenge, you see, to take the raw, chaotic reality of death and transform it into something serene, something beautiful. He gestured to the instruments. We are still perfecting the facial expression, a subtle adjustment here, a careful manipulation there. He picked up a long, curved needle, threading it with a fine, translucent filament. My eyes fixated on it, mesmerized by the horror. He was going to sew the man's face, to sculpt it into a permanent, false serenity. But this is just the beginning, Julian said, sensing my terror, misinterpreting it as fascination. Come, I have something truly special to show you. My contemporary collection, my masterpieces. He dropped the needle back onto the tray with a soft clink. These are the ones where I truly found my voice. He led me out of the workshop, locking the steel door behind us with another series of clicks. My legs felt like jelly, each step an act of sheer will. The metallic sweetness of the hallway now felt like the fresh air after the oppressive stench of the workshop. We walked deeper into the labyrinthine house, the groaning of the pipes growing louder, the air colder. We passed more doors, some slightly ajar, revealing glimpses of what looked like storage rooms filled with crates and shadowed shapes. I imagined body parts, chemicals, tools. My imagination, once a source of comfort, was now my worst enemy. Finally, Julian stopped before another door, this one plain wood, like the others we would pass, but radiating an oppressive silence. No hum, no visible light, just a heavy, dark wood. And now, Julian said, his voice dropping to a low, reverent tone for the culmination of my journey. The true art. He opened the door, and this time there was no overwhelming smell, no harsh light. The room was bathed in a soft, ethereal glow emanating from concealed sources. It was larger than the previous room, more like a proper gallery, but far more unsettling. Along the walls, on pedestals and mounted displays, were figures. Not paintings, not the twisted, waxy portraits from the first room, but full, three-dimensional figures. Life-sized, they were people, frozen in various poses, each one a tableau of terror, despair, or a horrifying parody of peace. The waxy sheen was here, pronounced and chilling, making them look like incredibly detailed, macabre dolls. Their skin had an unnatural translucence, as if light could pass through it, revealing the faint network of veins beneath. Their eyes, wide and staring, seemed to follow me. One figure, a young man, was suspended mid-air, a rope around his neck, his hands reaching upwards in a futile struggle. His face was contorted, mouth agape in a silent scream, eyes bulging. The rope, too, looked real, rough fibers, digging into the waxy flesh. Julian called this the ascent. Another, a woman, was seated at a dinner table, a half-eaten meal before her. Her head was tilted back, her eyes rolled upwards, a look of profound, blissful surrender on her face. Her fork was still poised near her open mouth. Last supper, Julian proudly announced. The irony was a punch to the gut, but the one that truly broke me was in the center of the room. A young boy, no older than 10, sat on a swing, frozen at the apex of its arc. His eyes were closed, a faint blissful smile on his face, as if caught in a moment of pure joy. His hair, a shock of bright blonde, looked impossibly soft. "Innocence," Julian whispered, his voice thick with emotion. Such a rare, fleeting beauty. I felt the last vestiges of my composure shatter. Tears welled in my eyes, hot and stinging. This was not art. This was a mausoleum, a grotesque monument to stolen lives. These were not just victims, they were his victims, the ones he had personally selected, abducted and transformed. "Julian," I whispered, my voice trembling, they are perfect." The lie tasted like ash. My stomach churned, my throat tight with suppressed screams. He turned to me, his smile wide and genuine, oblivious to my inner turmoil. "I knew you would understand. Most people, they do not see the beauty. They see only the macabre. But you have an artist's soul. You see the truth in the preservation." He took a step closer, his eyes scanning me with an unnerving intensity. "You see the potential." My blood ran cold. The implication was clear. He was not just showing me his work, he was showing me my future. "Julian," I said, trying to keep my voice light, to push down the rising panic. "This is truly groundbreaking. But I am feeling a little overwhelmed. It is a lot to take in." I forced a weak laugh. "Maybe we should step out for some air. Get some coffee. I am sure you have so many more stories to tell." He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. "Oh, there will be stories, my dear. Many, many stories." His hand reached out, not to my arm, but to my cheek. His fingers were cold, dry, with a faint chemical smell. He traced the line of my jaw, his gaze unsettlingly intense. But we are not quite finished here. I have one more piece. A very special one. It is a work in progress, actually. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum. I could feel the tremor in his fingers. Or was it in mine? "It is not quite ready for display yet," he continued, his voice softer now, almost hypnotic. "But I think you of all people will appreciate the raw potential." He led me to a far corner of the room, where a heavy curtain was drawn across an alcove. The air here was colder, with that sharp chemical tang again, mixed with something else, something metallic and utterly chilling. He pulled back the curtain. Behind it was a custom-built display case made of reinforced glass, like something you would see in a high-security museum, but what was inside was not an artifact. It was a chair, a dentist chair to be precise, but modified. Straps dangled from the armrests, from the headrest. A tray of surgical tools sat beside it, gleaming under a focused spotlight. And on the floor, neatly folded, was a white sheet. My stomach dropped. I knew, with a terrifying certainty, what that chair was for, and who the next work in progress would be. Julian turned to me, his smile no longer just pleased, but utterly triumphant. His eyes, usually so calm, now held a glint of manic excitement. "You see," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "I believe that the most profound art captures the moment of realization, the moment when one truly understands the fragility of existence, the beauty of surrender." He gestured to the chair. "And I believe your expression, my dear, will be utterly exquisite." My mind screamed. Every instinct shrieked run. But where? The room was sealed. He was between me and the door. My legs felt like lead. "I can't. Julian," I stammered, my voice cracking. "I need to go. My friends are expecting me. They will worry." A pathetic lie, but it was all I had. He laughed, a chilling, mirthless sound. "Oh, they will worry, eventually. But by then, you will be beyond worry. You will be eternal." He took a step towards me. "Do not fight it. It is a beautiful process, a transformation." I took a step back, then another. My eyes darted around the room, searching for anything, a weapon, an escape route. Nothing. The other figures, frozen in their silent agonies, seemed to mock me. their wide, staring eyes a warning. "Julian, please," I begged, my voice rising in pitch. "This is not right. You can't do this." His smile vanished, replaced by a look of stern disappointment. "Oh, but I can, and I must, for art, for posterity." He took another step, his hand reaching out for me. "And for you." That was it. The last shred of my composure snapped. I was not going to be another one of his dolls. I was not going to be frozen in a tableau of terror for his sick pleasure. With a surge of adrenaline, I lunged not at him, but past him, towards the main door, the one we would enter through. It was a desperate, foolish move, but it was the only one I had. My hand fumbled for the doorknob, turning it frantically. It was locked, of course. Julian was on me in an instant, his grip surprisingly strong, like a vice. He grabbed my arm, yanking me back with brutal force. I cried out, a raw, animalistic sound. "Naughty, naughty," he chided, his voice calm but laced with an icy menace. "We can't have you spoiling the canvas before it has even begun." I struggled, kicking and flailing, a desperate, pathetic dance. I stomped on his foot, elbowed him in the ribs. He grunted, but his grip did not loosen. He was stronger than he looked, fueled by a terrifying, cold resolve. "Let me go," I screamed, tears streaming down my face. He ignored me, dragging me back towards the alcove, towards the chair. My nails scrabbled against the concrete floor, leaving faint white lines. I twisted, trying to bite his hand, but he held me too far away. "It will be over quickly," he murmured, almost soothingly, as if talking to a frightened child. A moment of discomfort, then eternal peace and beauty. My eyes locked onto the tray of instruments. A long, thin needle, a gleaming scalpel. I pictured him using them on me, on my face, on my body. The thought fueled a fresh wave of terror, a primal scream building in my throat. As he pulled me closer to the chair, my foot snagged on something on the floor. A loose piece of concrete, or perhaps a discarded tool. I stumbled, pulling him off balance for a split second. It was all I needed. With a guttural roar, I twisted, bringing my knee up with all my might, aiming for his groin. It connected with a sickening thud. Julian gasped, a sharp, choked sound, his grip loosening as he doubled over. I did not hesitate. I shoved him away, scrambling to my feet, my heart pounding like a war drum. He was clutching himself, groaning, momentarily incapacitated. This was my chance. I did not look back. I sprinted for the door, my fingers fumbling with the lock. My mind screaming, "Go, go, go." I turned the knob, yanked, and the door flew open. I burst out into the dark hallway, not knowing where I was going, only that I had to get away. The metallic sweetness, the chemical tang, they were all still there, but now they were the scent of freedom behind me. I heard Julian's voice, no longer calm, but raw with anger. "You won't get far, my dear. No one ever does." I did not care. I ran down the dark, groaning hallway, past the ominous closed doors, my breath tearing in my lungs. My legs burned, my lungs ached, but I pushed harder. I could hear his footsteps behind me, gaining. He was faster than I thought. I reached a junction, a dimly lit corridor leading off to the left. I did not know where it went, but it was away from him. I veered left, my shoes skidding on the gritty concrete. The hallway opened into a vast, unlit space. My eyes struggled to adjust, but I could make out shapes. Old furniture, draped in white sheets, like ghostly figures. An abandoned living room, and at the far end, a faint glimmer of moonlight. A window. My heart surged with a desperate hope. I ran towards it, stumbling over unseen obstacles. The glass was grimy, but it was there, a promise of the outside world. Behind me, Julian's voice echoed. Closer now. You are just delaying the inevitable, my dear. You will make an even better peace now that you have experienced true despair. I reached the window, my hands fumbling with the latch. It was old, stiff, rusted. My fingers trembled, scraping against the cold metal. Panic seized me. It would not open. I heard his footsteps, heavy and deliberate, just behind me. I could feel his presence, cold and terrifying. With a desperate cry, I slammed my shoulder into the window pane. Once, twice, 3 times. The old glass groaned, then spiderwebbed with cracks. I slammed it again, and with a deafening crash, the glass shattered inwards, shards raining down on the floor. A blast of cold, fresh night air hit my face, smelling of damp earth and freedom. I scrambled through the jagged opening, not caring about the cuts and scrapes on my arms and legs. I landed hard on soft grass, rolling. Then scrambling to my feet, I was outside, in the dark. But outside, I did not stop to look back at the monstrous house, silhouetted against the weak moonlight. I just ran across what felt like an overgrown lawn towards the distant glow of streetlights. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but I kept running. I ran until my chest felt like it would explode, until I collapsed by the side of a deserted road, gasping for air, shaking uncontrollably. My body was covered in scrapes, my clothes torn, but I was alive. I was alive, but as I lay there, shivering in the cold night air, the metallic sweetness still clung to my nostrils. The image of the waxy figures, their wide, staring eyes, was burned into my mind, and I knew with a chilling certainty that I would never truly be free. Julian was still out there, in his house of horrors, waiting, and I was just another one of his works in progress, a canvas he had not quite finished, a story he had not yet had the chance to tell, a story he would surely be looking to complete. The next part of our session begins now. The massive oak door groaned, shut behind us with a sound that echoed through the cavernous foyer. A final, definitive thud that seemed to swallow all hope. The dim chandelier above sputtered, casting long, dancing shadows that made the dusty furniture look like crouching beasts. The air inside Blackwood Manor was thicker, colder than outside, and that subtle, metallic sweetness I would noticed in the yard intensified, pressing in on my lungs. A cloying, sickly sweet perfume of decay and something else, something chemical, formaldehyde maybe, and old blood. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the oppressive silence. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to push past Julian, to claw my way back through that heavy door. But I was frozen, my feet rooted to the spot, my breath catching in my throat. I was not on a date anymore. I was walking into a trap. Julian, oblivious to my terror, or perhaps deliberately ignoring it, turned to me, his gentle smile still in place. "Welcome," he murmured, his voice soft, almost a whisper, yet it cut through the silence like a scalpel. His eyes, those piercing eyes that had first drawn me in from blurry Tinder photos, seemed to glow in the gloom, reflecting the faint light from the chandelier with an unnerving intensity. I hope you find it inspiring. Inspiring. The word tasted like ash in my mouth. My gaze darted around the foyer. Dust motes danced in the weak light, illuminated as if by a spotlight. Cobwebs draped like funeral shrouds from the high ceilings. The grand staircase, once probably magnificent, now looked like a skeletal spine curving into darkness. Every surface was coated in a thick layer of grime, as if the house itself had been holding its breath for decades. "It is a lot," I managed, my voice sounding thin and reedy, completely alien to my own ears. I tried to sound casual, tried to hide the sheer, gut-wrenching panic that was making my hands tremble. My mind raced, trying to find an escape, a reason, anything, but there was nothing. Just the chilling realization that I was utterly alone, miles from anywhere, with a man who was no longer just eccentric. Julian chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that did nothing to soothe my nerves. Indeed, a monument to a bygone era. But beneath the dust, there is beauty and history. Come, let me show you. He gestured with an open hand towards a darkened hallway to our left. The gesture polite, inviting, but his eyes held a strange, almost predatory glint. My feet felt like lead, but I forced myself to move. I could not just stand there. Maybe if I played along, I could find an opportunity. My phone was dead, no signal anyway. The car keys were in his pocket. I had to think. I had to be smart. He led me down the hallway, the floorboards groaning under our weight like ancient bones. The air grew colder, the metallic sweetness stronger. We passed what looked like a formal dining room, a long, polished table covered in a white sheet, chairs stacked haphazardly in the corners. It felt less like a forgotten home and more like a mausoleum. My family has resided here for generations, Julian explained, his voice a calm, academic drone. We have always had a particular appreciation for art, for the human form, in all its various states of being. My stomach clenched. Various states of being? What did that even mean? He stopped before a heavy, dark wooden door, its paint peeling in flakes. He pushed it open slowly, revealing a room plunged into near-total darkness. He fumbled for a light switch, and with a hesitant flick, a single, bare bulb hanging from the ceiling flickered to life, casting a sickly yellow glow over what was inside. It was a gallery of sorts. The walls were lined with portraits, but not the kind you would expect. These were not smiling ancestors or serene landscapes. These were disturbing. The first one my eyes landed on was a woman, her face contorted in a silent scream, her eyes wide with terror, painted in stark, almost garish detail. Her skin seemed to glow with an unnatural pallor, and there was a strange, almost waxy sheen to her features. It was incredibly realistic, chillingly so. A study in expression, Julian said, stepping closer to the painting, his hand almost reverently brushing the frame. The raw emotion of fear, so pure, so honest. I took a shaky step back. Who painted these? My great-grandfather was quite the artist, Julian replied, not taking his eyes off the painting. He believed that true art captured the soul, not just the likeness. He sought to portray the inner landscape, the very essence of a moment. As my eyes adjusted, I saw more. Another painting depicted a man, his body twisted at an unnatural angle, his limbs splayed, his mouth agape. It looked like he would fallen from a great height, or perhaps been thrown. The details were grotesque, almost too real. The shadows in the painting seemed to deepen and shift, making the figures appear to breathe. And then I noticed it. The texture. The paintings were not just paint on canvas. There was a depth, a strange, almost organic quality to them. A subtle sheen, a peculiar shimmer that was not quite paint. He had a unique technique, Julian continued, as if reading my thoughts, he believed in using. Authentic materials. To truly capture the essence, one must incorporate the essence itself. My blood ran cold. Authentic materials. I remembered the smell, the formaldehyde, the metallic sweetness. I forced myself to look away from the paintings, scanning the room for anything, any detail that could give me a clue, an exit, a weapon. There was a small, dusty table in the corner, covered in what looked like old art supplies, brushes, palettes, and jars filled with strange, viscous liquids. One jar had a label, faded but still legible fixative. My gaze snapped back to Julian. He was still smiling, but it no longer looked gentle. It looked like a predator's grin, a wolf in sheep's clothing, finally revealing its true nature. His eyes, always so intense, now held a disturbing hunger. Julian, I said, my voice barely a whisper, I think I have seen enough. I am not feeling well. Can we go? He finally turned to me, his head tilted slightly, like a curious bird. Go, but we have only just begun. This is merely the antechamber. My dear, the real gallery, the true masterpieces, are yet to come. He took a step towards me, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping into a tall, narrow pedestal. On the pedestal, under a glass dome, was a human skull. But it was not just a skull. It was intricately carved, adorned with tiny, almost microscopic details, like a grotesque piece of jewelry. Its eye sockets were filled with what looked like polished obsidian, reflecting my terrified face back at me. "A memento mori," Julian said, his voice dropping an octave, becoming almost conspiratorial. "A reminder of our fleeting existence. But even in death, there can be beauty, transformation, art." I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. This was not a gallery. This was a charnel house, dressed up as high art, and I was the next exhibit. Where? Where are the keys? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to sound firm. I need to leave. Now. Julian's smile widened, showing a flash of perfectly white teeth in the dim light. "The keys, my dear, are safe. As are you. For now." He took another step, closing the distance between us. His presence, once merely unsettling, was now truly menacing. He was taller than me, broader, and even though he moved with an almost languid grace, I could feel the coiled tension beneath his polite exterior. "Julian, this is not funny," I said, my voice cracking despite my efforts. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I needed to run. I needed to scream, but my body was still fighting against the paralysis of fear. He reached out, and I flinched, expecting him to grab me. Instead, his long, slender fingers gently brushed a strand of hair from my face. His touch was cold, almost clinical. Oh, but it is. In a way, the irony, the anticipation, the exquisite tension of the moment before creation. His eyes, those damn eyes, seemed to bore into my very soul, dissecting me, analyzing me. "You have such lovely eyes, so expressive, so full of life." My blood ran cold. He was not looking at me, he was looking through me, like a scientist examining a specimen. "I think we should move on to the main collection," he said, his voice losing its soft edge, hardening into something cold and authoritative. He turned, not waiting for my consent, and headed towards another door at the back of the room, a door that was even darker, even more forbidding than the one we had entered. I had a split second. He was walking away from me. This was my chance. I spun on my heel, ignoring the scream building in my throat, and bolted towards the door we would come through, the one leading back to the foyer, to the front door, to some semblance of escape. Ah. Julian's voice came from behind me, surprisingly close, surprisingly fast. "Impatience is a regrettable trait. You will spoil the surprise." I did not stop. My hand was on the doorknob, cold metal under my trembling fingers. I twisted it, but it would not budge. Locked? Of course. A shadow fell over me. I gasped, whirling around. Julian was standing just inches away, his eyes gleaming. He had not even seemed to move. He was just there. "I told you," he said, his voice devoid of any warmth now. "The keys are safe. And so are you. For now." He reached out, his hand closing around my wrist with surprising strength. His grip was like iron, unyielding. Panic surged through me, raw and visceral. I struggled, yanking my arm, but he held me fast. "Let me go," I shrieked, finally finding my voice, a desperate, hoarse sound that seemed to shatter the oppressive silence of the room. He merely smiled, a thin, humorless line. "Such vitality, such spirit. It will make the process all the more rewarding." He began to pull me, gently but firmly, towards the dark door at the back of the room, the one he had wanted to show me. I dug my heels in, screaming again, kicking at his shins. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. He did not react to my kicks, did not even wince. He just kept pulling, his grip relentless. "Please," I begged, tears streaming down my face. "Please do not do this. What do you want?" He paused, turning his head slightly, as if considering my question. "I want to capture beauty," he said, his voice almost wistful. To preserve it, to make it eternal, most people, they live and they fade. Their essence, their unique light, it simply vanishes, but I can prevent that. I can make them last. Forever. He finally reached the dark door and, still holding my wrist, pushed it open. A gust of cold, damp air hit me, carrying with it an even more potent wave of that cloying, metallic scent. This was not just formaldehyde anymore. This was undeniably the smell of death. Then something else, something sharp, chemical, like bleach or a strong disinfectant, trying to mask the underlying horror. He pulled me through the doorway and my breath hitched in my throat. This was not a gallery. This was a laboratory. The room was vast and even colder than the others. Fluorescent lights, buzzing with a sickly yellow hum, illuminated a nightmare landscape. Stainless steel tables gleamed under the harsh light, covered with an array of surgical tools, scalpels, clamps, saws, syringes. Glass jars of various sizes lined shelves, filled with grotesque specimens suspended in murky liquid organs, disembodied limbs, even a human head, its eyes wide and staring, preserved in a permanent grimace of terror. My gaze snapped to the center of the room. There, on a large operating table, lay a human figure, covered by a white sheet, but the sheet was not quite flat. There were subtle contours, the unmistakable shape of a human body beneath. I let out a strangled cry, a sound of pure, unadulterated horror. My legs gave out and I crumpled to the floor, still held fast by Julian's iron grip. I could not breathe. My vision swam. Julian knelt beside me, his face calm, almost serene, despite my shaking, sobbing form. "As you can see," he said, his voice still that detached, academic drone, "my great-grandfather's work was merely the foundation. I have refined his techniques, improved upon them, the fixatives, the preservation agents, the anatomical precision. It is all much more advanced now." He let go of my wrist, and I scrambled backward, crab-like, until my back hit the cold, damp wall. I was trapped, utterly and completely. He stood up, walking slowly towards the operating table, his movements precise and unhurried. He reached out and, with a flourish that felt sickeningly theatrical, pulled back the sheet. What lay beneath was a woman, or what had been a woman. Her skin was waxy, pallid, almost translucent. Her eyes were wide open, fixed in a glassy stare reflecting the harsh fluorescent lights. Her mouth was open in a silent scream, just like the painting in the other room, but this was no painting. This was real. This was a person, perfectly preserved. Every detail of her terror etched into her lifeless features. She was naked, her body meticulously displayed, like a macabre doll. The metallic, sickly sweet smell was overwhelming here, mixed with the acrid tang of chemicals. It was the smell of death, yes, but also the smell of a twisted art, a perverted science. "Is not she beautiful?" Julian murmured, his voice filled with a disturbing reverence. He ran a gloved finger. I had not noticed the surgical gloves before, along her cheekbone. Her name was Sarah. She was a librarian. Quite shy, at first, but beneath that quiet exterior, such a vibrant spark. I captured it, you see. Forever. He turned his gaze back to me, and that predatory gleam was back in his eyes, sharper, more defined than ever. "You, my dear, have an even brighter spark. Such intelligence, such curiosity. And those eyes, truly captivating." I pushed myself to my feet, my legs wobbly, but fueled by a surge of pure, desperate adrenaline. "You are insane." I screamed, the words ripping from my throat. "You are a monster." Julian merely chuckled, a soft, dry sound. Monster. A subjective term. I see myself as an artist, a preserver of beauty, and you, my dear, are about to become my greatest masterpiece. He took a step towards me, his eyes never leaving mine. I scanned the room frantically. There had to be something, a weapon, an exit, anything. My eyes landed on a heavy metal wrench lying on one of the tables. It was a long shot, but it was all I had. As he closed the distance, I lunged, not at him but past him, towards the table with the wrench. My fingers closed around the cold, heavy metal, and I swung it wildly, blindly, with all the strength I could muster. The wrench connected with something solid, a sickening thud, and Julian cried out, a sharp, surprised sound. I did not wait to see if I would hit him. I just ran. I burst out of the lab, not back into the gallery, but into a different corridor, one I had not seen before. It was darker, colder, even more dilapidated. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. I could hear Julian's footsteps behind me, heavy and fast. He was pursuing me. The hallway was a maze of closed doors and shadowy alcoves. I did not know where I was going, just that I had to get away. I could hear his ragged breathing now, closer than I wanted. He was hurt, but he was still coming. I burst into a large, dusty room, filled with shrouded furniture. It looked like a ballroom, or a grand living room. Moonlight streamed through tall, grimy windows, casting eerie silver patterns on the floor. "You can't escape." Julian's voice echoed from the doorway, calm despite the pain I knew he must be feeling. "This house, it has many secrets, and it keeps them well." I ran towards the windows, desperate hope surging through me. They were huge, stretching almost to the ceiling. Maybe I could break one, climb out. But as I got closer, I saw the bars. Thick, wrought iron bars, embedded in the stone, making escape impossible. I whimpered, turning to face him. He was standing in the doorway, a dark silhouette against the faint light from the corridor. He was holding his head, a dark stain blossoming on his temple where I would hit him. But his eyes, even in the dimness, were fixed on me with an unwavering, terrifying intensity. "You are a formidable subject," he said, his voice a low growl now, devoid of any pretense of politeness. "Such fight, such defiance. It will make your eventual stillness all the more profound." He started to advance, slowly, deliberately, like a hunter closing in on cornered prey. My mind raced, frantically searching for an option. There was nowhere to go. No one knew I was here. My phone was dead. I was completely, utterly alone. My eyes darted around the room, searching for anything. Anything at all. A heavy antique clock stood in the corner, its pendulum long since stopped. A massive fireplace, cold and dark, and then my gaze landed on something small, glinting in the moonlight on a dusty side table. A letter opener, long, thin, made of polished brass, with a sharp pointed tip. It was small, but it was something. Julian was closer now, just a few feet away. I could see the blood trickling down his temple, the anger twisting his once handsome face. The mask was completely off now. He was a monster, pure and simple. As he reached out for me, his hand grasping for my arm, I snatched the letter opener from the table. Without thinking, without hesitation, I plunged it forward, aiming for the softest spot I could find. It sank into his shoulder, and Julian roared a guttural sound of pain and rage. He stumbled back, releasing me, his hands going to the wound. This was it, my only chance. I did not stop to think. I did not look back. I just ran, blindly, back through the ballroom, back into the maze of dark corridors. I could hear his enraged shouts, his heavy footsteps thudding behind me. He was coming. He was still coming. I burst through another door, and this time, I found myself in the foyer, the same place where this nightmare had begun. The dim chandelier still sputtered, casting its eerie shadows. The massive front door loomed before me, dark and imposing. I threw myself at it, fumbling for a lock, a bolt, anything. My fingers scraped against cold metal. There was a series of heavy bolts, top and bottom. My hands shook so violently I could barely manipulate them. Stop. Julian's voice thundered from behind me. Much closer now. I ignored him, my fingers fumbling with the last bolt, the bottom one. It grated, then finally slid open. I heard his footsteps pound against the marble floor of the foyer just inches behind me. I pushed with all my might, grunting with effort, and the massive door groaned open, just a crack, letting in a sliver of cold, fresh air. Then, a hand clamped over my mouth, stifling my scream. A powerful arm wrapped around my waist, yanking me backward, away from the open door, away from freedom. I thrashed wildly, kicking, biting at the hand over my mouth, but he was too strong. He dragged me away from the door, deeper into the house, into the suffocating darkness of Blackwood Manor. The last thing I saw before the darkness swallowed me whole was the sliver of moonlight from outside, quickly vanishing as the massive door slowly, inexorably, swung shut once more, sealing me inside with the monster. The final, definitive thud echoed, not through the foyer this time, but through my very soul, and the metallic, sickly sweet scent intensified, a permanent fixture in the air, a promise of what was to come. My story, I knew, was about to become his next masterpiece. This brings us to the next story. The bare bulb above us flickered again, casting a sickly yellow glow that made the shadows dance like hungry specters on the walls. Julian, oblivious to the growing horror clawing at my throat, continued his chilling monologue. My great-grandfather, Julian explained, his voice a calm, almost academic drone, believed true art captures the soul's final moments, the raw, unfiltered essence of existence. Preserved for eternity, he called it, existential preservation. He gestured to the second portrait, the man twisted at an unnatural angle. Up close, I could see what Julian meant by waxy sheen. It was not paint, not entirely. It was like a layer of translucent, almost skin-like material had been stretched over a canvas, then meticulously painted on top. The man's eyes, wide and staring, seemed to follow me, reflecting the dim light with a disturbing lack of life. His mouth was open in a silent gasp, as if caught mid-scream, a sound that would never escape. My stomach churned, and I had to swallow hard to keep the bile down. This piece, Julian went on, his fingers tracing the outline of the man's contorted arm, demonstrates the exquisite tension between the physical and the spiritual, the body's last struggle, frozen in time, a testament to human fragility. I forced a weak smile, my lips feeling stiff and alien. It is certainly unique. Julian, very expressive. My voice was a shaky whisper, barely audible over the hammering of my own heart. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs felt like lead. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me that this was not a gallery, and these were not just paintings. The metallic sweetness in the air, that cloying, sickly sweet perfume of decay, and something else that was stronger in here, pressing in on me. Julian turned to me, his gentle smile back in place. But his eyes, those piercing eyes, glowed with an unsettling intensity. Indeed, my family has always been ahead of its time. True visionaries. He moved to the next portrait, and I reluctantly followed, my eyes darting around the room, searching for an exit, a weapon, anything. The heavy oak door we would enter through was now a solid barrier of dark wood, mocking my desperation. The next piece was smaller, depicting a young woman with long, dark hair. Her head was tilted back, her eyes wide, staring at the ceiling. Her hands were clasped over her chest, almost in a pose of prayer, but her face was a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. The waxy sheen was even more pronounced here, making her skin look unnaturally smooth, almost doll-like. Her lips were parted slightly, revealing a hint of teeth. It was as if she had died mid-sentence, a plea or a warning, forever trapped. A study in serenity. Julian mused, his voice disturbingly soft. The acceptance of fate. A beautiful, tragic surrender. He paused, then looked at me. Do you feel it? The emotion, the raw power. I felt it all right. I felt the cold dread seeping into my bones. The certainty that I was looking at something truly evil. This was not paint. This was her preserved, displayed. The realization hit me like a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. The metallic sweetness was not just old blood. It was the smell of embalming fluid, of chemicals used to stop time, to prevent decay. These were not portraits of people. They were people. My mind raced, trying to reconcile the horror with Julian's calm demeanor. He was not a painter. He was a taxidermist of human beings, a macabre artist who used flesh and bone as his canvas. The thought was so grotesque, so unthinkable, that for a moment my brain simply refused to process it. "Remarkable," I croaked, trying to sound impressed, trying to keep my voice steady. My throat was dry, and my heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. "The realism is astonishing," Julian beamed, a genuine, unsettlingly normal smile. "I am glad you appreciate it. It takes a great deal of dedication, of course. Precision, an understanding of anatomy and of the human spirit." He gestured around the room. "These are just a few of the earlier works. My personal favorites, perhaps, for their innocence." Innocence. The word felt like a slap. These people, these victims, were anything but innocent. They were trapped, just like I was, in a silent, eternal scream. "Come," Julian said, his hand lightly touching my elbow. His touch sent a shiver of revulsion down my spine. "I have a more contemporary collection to show you my own contributions to the family legacy." My blood ran cold. His own contributions. This was where the nightmare truly began. I wanted to pull away, to scream, but I knew that would be a death sentence. I had to play along, be smart, wait for my chance. My phone was dead, the car keys in his pocket. I was utterly alone, miles from anywhere, in a house of horrors. He led me out of the gallery and into a darker, narrower hallway. Floorboards groaned beneath our weight, sounding like ancient bones protesting. The metallic sweetness intensified, now mixed with a faint, sharp chemical tang. There was the smell of a morgue, a butcher shop, a science lab, all rolled into one. I clutched my hands together, my palms sweating, my nails digging into my skin. "The manor has many secrets," Julian murmured, his voice echoing slightly in the oppressive silence. "Generations of collectors, you see, each with their own interpretations of beauty." We passed several closed doors, each one a potential chamber of horrors. My eyes darted to the dark corners, the peeling wallpaper, the cobwebs hanging like funeral shrouds. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking menace. I needed to find a way out. I needed to survive. He stopped before a heavy, unadorned wooden door at the very end of the hallway. It looked older, sturdier than the others, reinforced with iron bands. A faint, rhythmic hum, almost imperceptible, seemed to emanate from behind it. "This," Julian said, his voice laced with a subtle pride, "is where the magic happens. My studio, my sanctuary." He pushed the door open, revealing a room plunged into darkness until he flicked a switch. A bank of fluorescent lights overhead sputtered to life, bathing the space in a harsh, clinical white glow. The sight that met my eyes made my breath catch in my throat, and a strangled gasp escaped my lips. This was not a gallery. This was a workshop of death. The room was vast, filled with stainless steel tables, covered in tools that gleamed menacingly under the harsh light. Scalpels, clamps, saws, syringes, tubes, jars of chemicals, and rolls of what looked like heavy-duty plastic sheeting. There were industrial freezers along one wall, humming that low, constant rhythm I would heard. The metallic sweetness here was almost overwhelming, stinging my nostrils, making my eyes water. But it was the subjects on the tables that truly stole my voice. On the nearest table, lying prone, was a human body, a woman, young, with light brown hair. She was naked, her skin a pallid, almost translucent white. Her eyes were closed, her face serene, but her body was marked with delicate incisions, sewn shut with meticulous stitches that looked more like embroidery than surgical work. Her chest was open, exposing a hollow cavity where her organs should have been. It was clear she was in the process of being preserved. Her chest cavity was filled with what looked like wads of cotton, and a faint, sweet smell like formaldehyde-soaked roses wafted from her. I stumbled back, a choked cry escaping me. My hand flew to my mouth, trying to stifle the scream that was clawing its way up my throat. This was real. These were real people. Julian was not just observing death, he was creating it, then meticulously crafting these macabre displays. Julian turned to me, his smile unwavering, his eyes gleaming with an almost childlike enthusiasm. You are the first to see Evelyn mid-process. She is going to be a truly magnificent piece. A study in repose. He picked up a long, slender instrument from a tray. The challenge, you see, is not just to preserve the physical form, but to capture the essence of their final moments. Evelyn, she was so peaceful, so accepting. My mind reeled. Peaceful, accepting. He was a monster, a deranged serial killer who used Tinder to lure his victims into his house of horrors. I was next. I was going to be Evelyn's companion, perhaps a study in terror, or a portrait of pure panic. Julian. I managed, my voice a dry, rasping whisper. What is this? What have you done? He tilted his head, his smile softening. Done. My dear, I am simply continuing a family tradition, perfecting an art form. My great-grandfather started with the more rudimentary methods, simple embalming, crude posing, but with modern chemistry, with a deeper understanding of human anatomy and psychology, we can achieve so much more. He gestured around the room. These are the tools of my trade, the very instruments that allow me to immortalize beauty. He walked over to one of the industrial freezers and opened it. A cloud of frosty vapor billowed out, revealing shelves stacked with what looked like body bags. My heart leaped into my throat. He had more. So many more. I have a rather extensive collection, he said, almost apologetically. It is difficult to find subjects who truly resonate, who offer that unique blend of fear and surrender, or defiance and despair, but I am always looking. He closed the freezer door. The sound, a dull thud that echoed in the sterile room. You, for instance, you have a fascinating spark in your eyes. A vibrant energy. I have been observing you, even before our date. Your profile pictures, they conveyed such life. My blood ran cold. He had been stalking me. This was not a random Tinder date gone wrong. This was planned. I was chosen. Julian, please. I pleaded, my voice cracking. Let me go. I won't tell anyone. I swear, I will forget everything I saw. His smile did not waver. Oh, my dear, that is simply not an option. You have seen too much. Besides, you are far too interesting to simply release. Think of the potential, the artistic possibilities. He took a step towards me, scalpel still in his hand, its tip glinting under the fluorescent lights. I believe you will make an exquisite study in desperation, or perhaps the ultimate scream. We will see how it unfolds. Panic, raw and unadulterated, surged through me. My mind, which had been frozen in terror, now snapped into survival mode. I could not reason with him. I could not beg. I had to fight. I had to run. As he took another step, I instinctively reacted. My eyes darted around the room, desperate for anything. There was a metal stool near one of the tables. It was heavy, sturdy. My only chance. Do not come any closer, I screamed, my voice surprisingly strong, fueled by adrenaline. Julian paused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, quickly replaced by a predatory glint. Feisty. I like that. It adds character. He took another slow, deliberate step. That was all the warning I needed. I lunged for the stool, grabbing its cold metal frame. With a surge of adrenaline, I swung it with all my might, aiming for his head. He was quick. Too quick. He sidestepped, the stool whistling past his ear with a sickening whoosh of displaced air, but it bought me a precious second. I did not hesitate. I spun around, pushing past him, heading for the reinforced door, my heart hammering like a drum solo against my ribs. Now, there is no need for that. Julian's voice was calm, almost chiding, right behind me. I fumbled with the heavy latch, my fingers slick with sweat. It was old, stiff, it would not budge. I pulled, I pushed, I cursed under my breath. A hand clamped down on my shoulder, cold and strong. I cried out, twisting away, dropping the stool with a clang that echoed in the sterile room. I spun around, my back to the door, facing him. He still held the scalpel, its tip pointing casually at me. His smile was gone, replaced by a look of focused determination. "This is disappointing," he said, his voice losing its gentle tone, becoming hard, cold. I had hoped for a more cooperative subject, but perhaps a little struggle will make the final piece even more compelling. He lunged. I screamed, ducking under his arm, scrambling away from the door. My eyes darted around the room again. The tables, the freezers, the tools, everything felt like a trap. I needed to get out of this room. My gaze landed on a small, high window near the ceiling covered by grimy bars. No use. Then, a flash of something else, a fire extinguisher, mounted on the wall near the back of the room by a different door. A different door. "You are making this harder than it needs to be," Julian said, advancing slowly, the scalpel held expertly. He was not rushing. He was playing with me. I scrambled backwards, knocking over a tray of instruments with a crash. Scalpels, clamps, and needles scattered across the floor. Julian flinched, his eyes momentarily diverted. That was my chance. I darted past him, heading for the fire extinguisher. He recovered quickly, but I had a head start. I reached it, tearing it from its mount. It was heavy, but the adrenaline coursing through my veins made me stronger than I thought possible. I turned just as he reached me, swinging the extinguisher like a club. It connected with his arm with a sickening thud. He cried out, dropping the scalpel, clutching his arm. His face contorted in pain, his eyes narrowing to slits of pure hatred. "You little bitch," he snarled, all pretense of gentleness gone. He lunged again, but this time I was ready. I sprayed the fire extinguisher directly into his face. A cloud of white powder erupted, blinding him. He gasped, choking, stumbling backwards, clawing at his eyes. My eyes. "You blinded me," he shrieked, his voice filled with rage and pain. I did not wait. I dropped the extinguisher and ran for the second door. It was a simple wooden door, not reinforced like the main one. I twisted the knob. It was unlocked. Thank God. I burst through, slamming the door shut behind me, not bothering to lock it. I did not know where I was going, but it had to be better than Julian's studio of death. I found myself in a dark, narrow service corridor, smelling of dust and mildew. Pipes ran along the ceiling, dripping intermittently. I could hear Julian's furious shouts and coughs from behind the door. It would not be down for long. My bare feet slapped against the cold concrete floor as I ran, blindly following the corridor. It twisted and turned, leading me deeper into the labyrinthine manor. I could hear my own ragged breathing, loud in my ears, punctuated by the frantic pounding of my heart. I passed a flight of stairs leading downwards, into absolute darkness. No, not that way. I kept going, pushing through cobwebs that clung to my face like ghostly fingers. The air grew colder, heavier. Suddenly, a faint light ahead. A window. Hope surged through me. I sprinted towards it, my legs aching, my lungs burning. It was a small, grimy window, high up, looking out onto what appeared to be the back gardens. Moonlight filtered through the dirty pane, illuminating the overgrown bushes and gnarled trees outside. It was too high to reach and barred. My heart sank. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps coming from behind me. He was coming. I whirled around, my eyes scanning the corridor. No other doors. No escape. Panic threatened to overwhelm me again. I was trapped. But then I saw it. A small, almost invisible indentation in the wall, half hidden by a tattered tapestry. A hidden door. My desperate mind latched onto the possibility. I fumbled with the tapestry, tearing it down. Beneath it, a faint outline of a door, blending seamlessly with the stone wall. I ran my hands over it, searching for a latch, a handle, anything. My fingers found a small, almost imperceptible button. I pressed it with a soft click. The door slowly swung inwards, revealing a pitch-black opening. It smelled of damp earth and something else, something ancient and stagnant. But it was an escape. I heard Julian's voice, closer now, echoing down the corridor. "You can't hide from me, my dear. No one ever escapes Blackwood Manor." I did not hesitate. I slipped through the opening, into the suffocating darkness, and pulled the hidden door shut behind me. It clicked back into place, sealing me in. I was in absolute darkness. The air was thick, heavy, and cold, carrying the faint scent of earth and old stone. I strained my ears, listening. Silence. Only the frantic thumping of my own heart. I took a shaky breath, then cautiously extended my hands, feeling my way forward. The floor was uneven, made of rough-hewn stone. I was in some kind of tunnel or passage. Suddenly, I heard a faint scratching sound, close by. My blood ran cold. Was it him? Had he found another way in? No, it was not footsteps. It was smaller, scuttling. A rat. Or something worse. I pressed myself against the cold, damp wall, trying to make myself as small as possible. The darkness was absolute, disorienting. I could not see anything, could not tell if I was going in circles or towards freedom. I kept moving, one slow, deliberate step after another, my hands outstretched, guiding me. The passage seemed to go on forever, just as despair threatened to consume me. I saw a faint glimmer of light ahead, a tiny pinprick in the overwhelming darkness. Hope surged through me, giving me a fresh burst of adrenaline. I stumbled forward, my pace quickening towards that single beacon of light. It grew larger, slowly, steadily, until it became a small rectangular opening. I reached it, pushing aside a heavy, rotting wooden plank that covered the opening. Fresh, cool night air rushed in, filling my lungs. I was outside. I scrambled through the opening, falling onto soft, damp earth. I was in a dense thicket of bushes, at the edge of what looked like a sprawling, overgrown forest. The moon was high, casting long, eerie shadows through the trees. I did not stop to catch my breath. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the scrapes and bruises, ignoring the pain in my lungs. I ran through the undergrowth, tripping over roots, pushing through thorny bushes, not caring about the scratches tearing at my skin. I ran until my legs burned, until my lungs screamed, until I thought I could not take another step. I did not know which way was civilization, which way was safety. I just ran away from Blackwood Manor, away from Julian, away from the Gallery of Horrors and the Workshop of Death. Eventually, I burst out of the forest onto a narrow, deserted dirt road. It was unpaved, barely more than a track, but it was a road. It had to lead somewhere. I kept running, my mind a blur of terror and adrenaline. The metallic sweetness of Blackwood Manor still clung to my clothes, to my skin, to my very soul. I could still see Evelyn, serene and hollow, on that steel table. I could still see the terrified faces in the portraits. I ran until I saw the faint glow of distant lights on the horizon. Civilization. Safety. I finally collapsed by the side of the road, gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. Tears streamed down my face, mixing with dirt and sweat. I was alive. I had escaped. It felt like hours later when a pair of headlights appeared in the distance, growing steadily larger. I stumbled to my feet, waving my arms frantically, screaming for help. The car, an old pickup truck, slowed down, then stopped. A burly man with a kind face peered out the window. "You all right, miss? You look like you have seen a ghost." I could not speak, only nod, pointing back towards the dark, ominous silhouette of the distant forest. "Blackwood Manor," I managed to croak out, my voice raw. The man's eyes widened. He looked back at the forest, then at my disheveled, terrified state. "Blackwood Manor. Ain't nobody been there for years. Place is haunted, they say, full of old secrets." He did not know the half of it. The police came. They found Julian, still in his studio, nursing a bruised arm and a face covered in fire extinguisher powder, looking more annoyed than injured. They found Evelyn, and the other bodies in the freezers and the portraits in the gallery. It was a mass grave, a museum of murder, all hidden behind the guise of a reclusive art collector. Julian was arrested, of course. He never resisted, never denied anything. He just smiled his gentle, unsettling smile and spoke of his art and his legacy. He seemed genuinely confused as to why anyone would object to his methods. I testified. I recounted every horrific detail, every metallic whiff, every waxy sheen. It was a nightmare that had followed me out of Blackwood Manor and into my waking life. Even now, months later, I still see his piercing eyes in my dreams. I still smell that sickly sweet perfume of decay and formaldehyde. Every time my phone buzzes with a new match on a dating app, a shiver runs down my spine. I have not been on a date since. I do not know if I ever will again. They say Blackwood Manor has been sealed off, a crime scene frozen in time. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls, I swear I can still hear the floorboards groaning like ancient bones, and the silent screams of the portraits, forever trapped, forever watching, a testament to the darkness that can lurk behind the most charming smile. And sometimes, I still wonder if Julian's great-grandfather, or even Julian himself, had other hidden passages, other ways out. A part of me still feels like I am not truly free, that a small piece of me is still trapped in that house, waiting to become his next masterpiece. Now get ready for the next part. The word sanctuary should not sound like that. Not when it comes from the man who chained you to a chair in a dilapidated shack miles from anywhere. Not when his eyes are fixed on you with that unnerving, unwavering intensity. But Liam, he just stood there, his voice flat, devoid of any emotion that might betray the monster within him. "It is time," he would said. "Time to move to our real sanctuary." My heart, already a frantic drum against my ribs, plummeted into an abyss. Deeper. He wanted to go deeper. The thought was a black hole, sucking away any last shred of hope I might have clung to in this dim, dust-filled cage. The cabin, as wretched as it was, at least felt like a known quantity. A known hell. The idea of an unknown hell, one even he considered a sanctuary, was a fresh, terrifying layer of dread. He moved slowly, deliberately, towards the chair where I was still bound. My wrists were raw, chafed skin protesting against the cold steel cuffs. Every muscle in my body tensed, preparing for I did not know what. Another struggle. Another blow. My mind raced, trying to find an angle, a weakness, anything. But Liam was always one step ahead, always calm, always in control. That was the most terrifying thing about him. His absolute conviction, this terrifying normalcy as he enacted his grotesque fantasy. He did not speak as he knelt, the floorboards groaning under his weight. The key, a small silver glint in his hand, seemed to mock me. He unlocked the cuffs, one then the other. The sudden freedom of my hands was startling, almost painful. My arms, stiff from days of immobility, ached as I tried to flex them. I wanted to rub my wrists, to soothe the angry red marks, but I knew better than to make any sudden moves. Liam was watching, his gaze like a physical weight, Instead of the cuffs, he produced a coil of thick, industrial-strength zip ties from his pocket. My stomach churned. These were not for a chair. These were for transport. He yanked my arms roughly behind my back, the plastic biting into my skin as he cinched them tight. My shoulders screamed in protest, but I bit back the cry. Any sign of weakness, any sound, just fueled his delusion. He liked to believe I was a willing participant, or at least, that I would eventually be. "We have a long journey ahead," he said, his voice still that unnerving monotone. He stood, towering over me. "I want you to be comfortable, but also safe." For both of us, the word safe from his lips felt like a curse. He did not offer a hand, just gestured with his chin towards the door. It was an unspoken command. "Get up, move." My legs, unsteady from disuse, wobbled beneath me. I pushed myself up, swaying slightly, trying to regain my balance. The cabin felt colder than usual, the air thick with unspoken threats. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow dancing in the corners seemed to whisper of the horrors yet to come. He opened the cabin door. The outside world, which I had only glimpsed through cracks in the wall or the tiny, grimy window, hit me with a jolt. It was still dark, pre-dawn or late night. I could not tell anymore. The air was sharp, biting, smelling of damp earth and pine needles. The forest loomed, a solid, impenetrable wall of black. It was not the welcoming, serene woods of my blog post fantasy. This was a suffocating, ancient entity, waiting to swallow me whole. A vehicle was parked just outside, obscured by the dense tree line. It was not the black SUV he would pick me up in. This was an ATV, a heavy-duty camouflage green utility vehicle built for traversing rough terrain. It had a small flatbed on the back, currently empty. My blood ran cold. This was not a quick drive down a paved road. This was going truly off-grid. Deeper. Liam climbed onto the ATV, settling himself in the driver's seat. He did not look back, just patted the small, uncomfortable passenger seat behind him. It was a single-person seat, barely enough for me to perch on. My bound hands made it impossible to hold on properly. I knew he was doing this deliberately, ensuring my discomfort, my helplessness. I hoisted myself onto the seat, my muscles screaming. The cold plastic bit into my thighs. My back was ramrod straight, my shoulders aching from the zip ties. Liam glanced in the rearview mirror, a flicker of something almost like satisfaction in his eyes. "Good," he murmured. The engine roared to life, a sudden, deafening sound that shattered the silence of the forest. The ATV lurched forward, throwing me back against the small seat. I gasped, trying to brace myself. The ride was immediately brutal. The path, if you could even call it that, was nothing more than a deer trail, overgrown and uneven. Branches scraped against the sides of the ATV, whipping past my face. The cold wind bit into my exposed skin, bringing tears to my eyes. Liam drove with an unsettling precision, navigating the treacherous terrain as if he had done it 1,000 times. He knew this forest, every root, every rock, every dip and rise. It confirmed my worst fear. This was not an impulsive act. This was planned meticulously for years. He would have been watching, waiting, building his twisted dream. The journey felt endless. My body was a mass of aches and pains. My teeth chattered, partly from the cold, partly from fear. The constant vibration of the ATV rattled my bones. I tried to focus on anything but the terror, anything but the darkness that pressed in from all sides. I counted trees, tried to identify the different smells of the forest, pine, damp earth, something metallic from the engine. But it was no use. My mind kept returning to the same horrifying loop. I was going deeper, further from rescue, further from any semblance of the world I knew. Liam occasionally spoke, his voice barely audible over the engine's roar. "Almost there," he would say, "or you are going to love it. It is exactly what you wrote about." Each reference to my old blog post, that innocent fantasy of a quiet life in the woods, felt like a fresh stab. He had twisted my dreams into a grotesque nightmare, and he genuinely believed he was doing me a favor. His delusion was so complete, so utterly unshakable, that it was a horror in itself. After what felt like an eternity, the ATV slowed. My heart hammered with renewed intensity. We were stopping. This was it. The sanctuary. He turned off the engine, plunging us into an eerie silence, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves in the unseen canopy. The air was even colder here, thicker, somehow heavier. I shivered uncontrollably. We were in a small clearing, barely big enough for the ATV. The trees here were ancient, their branches gnarled and twisted, forming a dark, oppressive ceiling. There was no cabin, no structure visible at all, just a dense wall of trees. My eyes darted around, searching, desperate for any clue. Liam dismounted the ATV with practiced ease. He walked a few paces into the tree line, then stopped. He reached down, pulling at something hidden beneath a thick layer of moss and dead leaves. With a grunt, he revealed a camouflaged tarp, which he then peeled back to expose a metal hatch. My breath hitched. Not a cabin. Not a house. An underground bunker. My stomach dropped to my feet. This was even worse than I could have imagined. This was true isolation, true entombment. The hatch was heavy, made of thick reinforced steel with a robust locking mechanism. Liam worked a combination lock, his fingers precise and unhurried. The click echoed unnervingly in the silent forest. He then heaved the hatch open. A gaping black hole appeared, revealing a set of steep, narrow steps leading down into absolute darkness. A cold, musty smell wafted up, carrying hints of damp earth, stagnant air, and something else, something chemical, like disinfectant. It was the smell of a tomb. "Welcome," Liam said, his voice carrying an unsettling cheerfulness, "to our real home." He gestured towards the opening. "After you..." My legs felt like lead. I could not move. My mind screamed in protest. Go down there, into that suffocating darkness. I knew what lay at the bottom, a deeper prison, a more complete erasure of my existence. He sighed, a sound of mild exasperation. "Do not make this difficult." "My name," he said, using my name for the first time in a while. It sounded foreign, almost alien, on his lips. "We do not want to get off on the wrong foot, do we? Not in our new sanctuary." He moved behind me, his hands on my shoulders. I flinched, but he did not grab me roughly. Instead, he steered me gently towards the opening, his touch sending shivers of revulsion down my spine. "It is a little dark right now," he continued, "but it is much better inside. Climate-controlled, fully stocked, everything we need." I stumbled down the first step, then the next, my bound hands making it impossible to steady myself. The darkness swallowed me. Each step took me further from the world, further from hope. The musty air grew heavier, colder. I could feel the earth pressing in from all sides. At the bottom of the steps, a small, bare concrete landing. Liam flicked a switch, and a single harsh fluorescent light flickered on above us, casting stark shadows. The space was small, claustrophobic. Ahead, a heavy steel door like something from a bank vault. "This way," he said, pushing me gently towards the door. He opened it, revealing another corridor, equally narrow and concrete. The air here was slightly warmer, but still stale. The sanctuary was a series of small, interconnected rooms, all concrete, all windowless. It was a bunker, meticulously built. The first room we entered was a kitchen, surprisingly well equipped. A small refrigerator, a counter, a sink, shelves stocked with canned goods and dry foods. Everything was clean, sterile, and utterly devoid of warmth. "I built it myself," Liam announced, a hint of pride in his voice. "Over the last 3 years. Every detail, just like you described in your blog. Self-sufficient. Off-grid. Nobody will ever find us here." He looked at me. his eyes gleaming under the harsh light. Is not it perfect? Perfect. The word echoed in the concrete chamber, a sick parody of my innocent dream, my eyes stung with unshed tears. This was not a quiet life in the woods. This was a tomb in the earth. He led me past the kitchen, through another steel door, into what he called our living area. It was a small room with a crude wooden table and 2 chairs, a bookshelf filled with books, and a small, worn couch. A generator hummed somewhere, providing the electricity. And this, he said, opening a 3rd steel door, is your room. It was a tiny cell, barely larger than a walk-in closet. A narrow cot with a thin mattress and a single blanket was pushed against one wall. A small, built-in shelf held a few items, a toothbrush, a bar of soap, a small, clean towel. There were no windows, of course, just bare concrete walls, a locked steel door, and that single, glaring fluorescent light. My heart sank. This was even more secure than the shack. There was no way out. Liam finally cut the zip ties from my wrists. The sudden release sent a jolt of pain through my arms. I rubbed them frantically, trying to restore circulation. He watched me with that unblinking gaze. "You will be comfortable here," he said. "Plenty of books. I even downloaded some movies onto a tablet for you. And I will bring your meals, of course." He paused, then added, "No need to worry about anything. Just relax. This is our forever." Forever, the word, first uttered in the shack, now echoed in this underground cell, cementing my fate. The days in the bunker blurred into an even more agonizing eternity than the days in the cabin. The lack of natural light completely disoriented me. I never knew if it was day or night. Liam would bring my meals simple, bland fare at what seemed like regular intervals, but without a clock or window. I could not be sure. He would sometimes sit with me in the living area, watching me eat or reading quietly. He never forced conversation, but he was always observing. His presence was a constant weight, a suffocating blanket of control. He would talk about his plans for us, about the garden he was going to cultivate outside in the dark, cold forest. I wondered about the books he wanted me to read. He even showed me a small, rudimentary loom he would built. "For your hobbies," he would said, like you mentioned in your blog. He truly believed he was fulfilling my every desire, recreating a pastoral fantasy in this concrete tomb. The psychological torment was relentless. His calm, methodical nature, his absolute conviction in his delusion, was far more terrifying than any physical abuse. He was not a raving lunatic. He was a meticulous, calculating captor who believed he was my savior. I started to observe him just as he observed me. I watched how he moved, how he opened and closed the heavy steel doors. I listened to the generator's hum, trying to discern any patterns. I noticed a small, almost imperceptible crack in the concrete wall of my cell, near the floor. It was tiny, but it was something, a flaw in his perfect prison. One day, while Liam was in the kitchen, I heard a faint, rhythmic thumping sound, coming from deeper within the bunker. It was not the generator. It was too soft, too irregular. My heart pounded. I had only seen the kitchen, the living area, and my cell. Were there other rooms, other secrets? When he brought my dinner, I tried to ask. Casually, "What is that noise?" I asked, pointing vaguely in the direction of the sound. Liam paused, his fork halfway to his mouth. His expression did not change, but his eyes narrowed ever so slightly. "Just the ventilation system," he said smoothly. "Keeps the air fresh." I knew he was lying. The ventilation system had a different, continuous hum. This was a distinct, intermittent thumping. My fear intensified. What was he hiding? A few days later, while Liam was busy in the kitchen, I managed to get a better look at the crack in my wall. It was not just a crack. It looked like a poorly sealed seam, perhaps where 2 concrete slabs met. With my fingernail, I managed to dislodge a tiny shard of concrete. It was almost imperceptible, but it was enough to spark a flicker of desperate hope. If I could widen it, maybe I could see what was on the other side. Or at least make a noise that would be heard. I started to work on it, slowly, painstakingly, whenever Liam was not around. Using a small, sharp piece of metal I would manage to pry from the cot frame. I chipped away at the concrete, little by little. It was agonizingly slow, and the fear of being discovered was immense. Each tiny chip felt like a monumental victory, each scrape of metal against concrete like a deafening roar in the silence. Then, one morning, Liam's routine changed. He came to my cell not with food, but with a different kind of intensity in his eyes. He was not smiling, but his face held a look of profound, almost religious, satisfaction. "Today is a special day," he announced, his voice a low, excited murmur. "I have finished the preparations." My blood ran cold. Preparations for what? My mind raced, conjuring images of surgical tools, strange machines, unspeakable horrors. "I know you have been lonely," he continued, misunderstanding my terror as sadness. "And I know how much you value family. It is in your blog, remember, about wanting a quiet life, a family." He paused, letting the words hang in the stale air. Then he stepped aside, revealing something he was carrying. It was a small, crudely fashioned wooden cradle. It looked handmade, rustic, stained with some kind of dark varnish. And inside it, resting on a soft, white blanket, was a small, delicate doll. A baby doll. My breath caught in my throat. My vision swam. He was talking about a family, our family, and he would build a cradle. He was not just imprisoning me, he was planning to force me into a grotesque, simulated domesticity. "I thought we could start with this," he said, his eyes gleaming with a manic light. "To get you used to the idea, we will practice, you and I, and then, when you are ready, when you have truly embraced our sanctuary, we can make it real." He took a step closer, holding the cradle out towards me. The doll's blank, painted eyes seemed to stare directly into my soul. The air in the tiny cell grew impossibly heavy, suffocating me. This was not just imprisonment. This was the complete annihilation of my identity, my autonomy, my very being. He was not just taking my life, he was twisting it into something utterly monstrous. The thumping sound I had heard before, the one Liam dismissed as ventilation, suddenly made horrifying sense. It was not a machine. It was a rhythmic, repetitive sound, like a lullaby or a rocking cradle. My gaze drifted from the doll to his face, then to the wall behind him. My eyes landed on the crack, the tiny, painstakingly created opening I had been working on. It was still there, a sliver of darkness against the concrete. And through it, for the first time, I thought I saw something. A flicker of movement, another shadow. My mind reeled. Was I alone in this bunker? Was this sanctuary meant for more than just me and Liam? The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. Liam was not just planning our future. He might have been practicing for it for a very long time. And that meant the cradle, the doll, the preparations, they might not have been for me at all, but for someone else, someone who came before, or perhaps someone who was still here. The horror of Liam's delusion deepened, twisting into something far more ancient and sinister than I could have ever imagined. The sanctuary was not just my prison, it was a mausoleum of forgotten dreams, and I was just the latest addition to his grotesque collection. The word forever echoed in my ears again, not as a promise, but as a sentence, and this time it felt truly inescapable. And with that, we move into the next one. My blood ran cold. This was not art. He pulled a cord hanging discreetly beside the display cases, and a section of the wall slid open with a low mechanical whir. My breath hitched. Inside, bathed in a sickly yellow light, was a single empty display case. It was perfectly sized, just like the others, but this one had fresh, clean glass and a small padded pedestal in the center, waiting. Julian turned to me, his smile wide and unsettling. "And this," he said, gesturing with an open palm towards the empty case, is for my next most prized piece. My magnum opus, if you will. His eyes, usually intense, now gleamed with an almost childlike excitement, but it was the excitement of a predator. Every cell in my body screamed. This was not a joke. This was not some elaborate performance art. This was real. He was not collecting sculptures or mannequins. He was collecting people, and he was looking at me like I was the perfect addition to his twisted gallery. Julian, I started, trying to keep my voice even, though my throat felt like sandpaper. What? What exactly are these pieces? They look so real. I tried to sound curious, not terrified, hoping to buy myself time to understand, to find an escape. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that vibrated through the floorboards and directly into my chest. Real. Oh, they are very real. More real than you or I. In a way, they are moments frozen. Souls preserved, the peak of their existence, captured forever. He walked closer to one of the figures, the woman listening intently, and ran a gloved finger along her cheek. See how perfect she is. The subtle tension in her neck, the slight tilt of her head. She was a budding musician, full of dreams. I captured her just as she heard her first song play on the radio. Pure joy, unadulterated bliss. He turned back to me, his gaze sweeping over me, dissecting me. "And you," he murmured, "you have such a captivating presence. That flicker of fear in your eyes, the way your hands are clasped. It tells a story I would love to tell for eternity." My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum solo in the silence. My mind raced, trying to find an exit strategy. The heavy door behind me, the one that had grown shut, was my only way out. But Julian was between me and it. He was larger than me, and judging by his quiet confidence, likely stronger. Julian. I tried again, my voice a little shakier this time. This is fascinating. Truly, but I think I need some air. It is a bit overwhelming in here. I took a cautious step back, towards the hallway, towards the main door. His smile did not waver, but his eyes narrowed just a fraction. Overwhelming. I assure you, you will feel quite at peace once you are settled in. No more worries, no more anxieties, just perfect stillness. He took a step towards me, cutting off my path to the hallway. Besides, we have only just begun. I have not even shown you the process. My blood ran cold again, if that was even possible. The process, that is what he was getting at. He was not just showing me his collection, he was showing me my future. My legs felt like lead, but I forced myself to move, taking another step back, then another. My eyes darted around the room, searching for anything, a weapon, a window, anything. The windows were boarded from the outside. I remembered. No escape there. No. Julian, I really need to go, I said, my voice rising a little, betraying my terror. Now, his calm demeanor finally cracked, replaced by a flicker of irritation. Go. My dear, you have barely arrived, and I have been so looking forward to you. Such a unique specimen, that vibrant energy, that spark of defiance. It will make for an exquisite capture. He lunged. It was not a wild, uncontrolled lunge, but a swift, practiced movement. My instincts, primal and raw, took over. I screamed, a choked sound that barely escaped my throat, and twisted away, stumbling backwards into one of the display cases. Glass shuddered, but held. My hands flew up, pushing him away, but he was too strong. He grabbed my wrist, his grip like iron. No, I shrieked, panic, lending me a surge of adrenaline. I kicked out, connecting with his shin. He grunted, but did not release me. He was pulling me, steadily, towards the empty display case. Just relax, he murmured, his voice now devoid of its earlier charm, flat and chilling. It is much easier if you do not fight. I thrashed, desperate, clawing at his hand, but his skin felt cold and unyielding. The The metallic tang in the air suddenly seemed sharper, more potent, like a promise of what was to come. I could see the empty case looming, its clean glass reflecting my distorted, terror-stricken face. My free hand connected with something on a nearby table, a heavy, ornate brass letter opener. Without thinking, fueled by pure, unadulterated fear, I grabbed it. It was cold and surprisingly sharp. As he dragged me closer to the case, I brought it down, not aiming for anything specific, just trying to injure him, to make him let go. The point of the letter opener scraped across his forearm. He hissed. A sharp, angry sound, and for a split second, his grip loosened. It was all I needed. I yanked my hand free, scrambling backwards, away from him, towards the hallway. He glared at the scratch on his arm, a thin line of red appearing on his pale skin. His eyes, usually so composed, now burned with a cold fury. "You should not have done that," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "Now it is going to be less pleasant." I did not wait. I spun around and bolted, my feet pounding on the creaking floorboards of the main gallery. The hallway was a blur of peeling wallpaper and cobwebs. I could hear his footsteps behind me, surprisingly light for a man of his build, but quick. "Do not bother," he called out, his voice echoing in the confined space. "The front door is locked, and I have the only key." I did not care. I reached the heavy front door, throwing my weight against it, twisting the doorknob. It was indeed locked, unyielding. My heart plummeted, but I did not give up. I started banging on it, screaming for help, even though I knew there was no one for miles around. His hand clamped down on my shoulder, pulling me back with brutal force. I cried out as he spun me around, pushing me against the door. The impact knocked the wind out of me. He grabbed my jaw, forcing my head up, his face inches from mine. His eyes were no longer just predatory. They were genuinely terrifying, filled with a chilling emptiness. "You are making this difficult," he snarled, his voice a low growl. "But it won't change anything. You are mine." I spat in his face. It was a reflex, a desperate act of defiance from a cornered animal. He recoiled slightly, wiping his cheek with the back of his hand, his expression hardening into pure menace. "A feisty one," he muttered. "Good. It adds character." He raised his hand, and I braced myself for a blow. But instead, he produced a small, silver syringe from his pocket. The needle glinted ominously in the dim light. My eyes widened in horror. "Just a little something to calm your nerves," he said, a twisted mockery of kindness in his voice. "You will feel a pleasant warmth, then a deep, peaceful sleep, and when you wake..." He paused, his smile returning, colder than ever. "Well, you won't wake. Not really. But you will be perfect." I screamed again, thrashing wildly. I kicked. I clawed. I bit. He was trying to pin my arm, to inject me. I felt the sharp prick of the needle once, twice, but he could not get a good hold. My adrenaline was pumping, making me stronger than I knew I could be. I fought with the ferocity of someone fighting for their life, because I was... In the struggle, we stumbled backwards, away from the door, into the main room again. He was still trying to get the syringe into my arm, but I kept twisting, squirming. My hand found the letter opener again, still clutched in my numb fingers. I brought it up, desperate, and plunged it into his leg. He roared, a sound of pain and pure rage. His grip faltered, and I pushed him away with all my might. He stumbled back, clutching his bleeding leg, his face contorted in pain. The syringe clattered to the floor. This was my chance. I did not hesitate. I did not look back. I sprinted past him, down the hallway, not towards the locked front door, but towards the back of the house. I remembered seeing a glimpse of a kitchen earlier, on the way to the gallery. Maybe there was a back door, a window that was not boarded up. My feet pounded on the rotten floorboards. The house seemed to stretch out, endless and dark. I could hear his furious shouts behind me, followed by his limping footsteps. He was still coming. I burst into what looked like a dilapidated kitchen. Broken dishes lay in the sink, dust coated every surface, and the air here was thick with a different kind of decay, stale food, mildew. My eyes darted around. There, a back door, slightly ajar, leading to a small, enclosed porch. It was not boarded. Hope surged through me, a desperate burning flame. I threw myself at the door, pulling it open wider. It groaned on rusty hinges, but it gave way. I burst onto the porch, a small, screened-in area. Beyond it, through the ripped screens, was the absolute darkness of the woods. I could hear Julian entering the kitchen behind me, his heavy, uneven footsteps. "You think you can escape me," he snarled, his voice closer now, dangerously close. "No one escapes my collection." I did not stop to think. I kicked through the rotted screen door of the porch, not caring about the splinters or the tearing metal. I was outside. The cold night air hit my face, sharp and biting, but it was a welcome sensation compared to the oppressive, metallic air inside. The wood swallowed me immediately. It was pitch black, not a single star visible through the dense canopy of ancient trees. The only light was the faint, sickly glow from the kitchen window behind me, casting long, dancing shadows that made every tree trunk look like a lurking monster. I ran blindly, tripping over roots, branches whipping at my face, my arms. The ground was uneven, covered in a thick carpet of leaves and pine needles. Every sound was amplified, the crunch of my own footsteps, the frantic pounding of my heart, the rustling of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. And then, the sound I dreaded most, Julian's heavy, limping footsteps crashing through the brush behind me. He was still pursuing. "Come back," he bellowed, his voice echoing through the silent forest, chilling me to the bone. "You can't hide. I know these woods better than you know your own name." Panic tightened its icy grip around my throat. I could not see. I could not breathe properly. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed myself harder. I had to get away. I could not become another one of his pieces. I ran deeper into the woods, trying to put as much distance between us as possible. I stumbled, falling hard, scraping my knees and hands on the rough ground. Pain shot through me, but I ignored it, scrambling back to my feet. Every shadow seemed to move. Every rustle of leaves sounded like him. He was right. He knew these woods. I was lost, disoriented, running in circles for all I knew. The trees pressed in, their skeletal branches reaching like grasping fingers. The air grew colder, and a thin mist began to rise from the forest floor, making visibility even worse. I heard him again, closer this time, his voice filled with a chilling determination. "You are getting tired, are not you? It is inevitable. Just give in. It is so much easier." No. I would not give in. I would not let him win. I veered sharply to my left, hoping to throw him off, crashing through a thicket of thorny bushes. The thorns tore at my clothes, my skin, but I barely registered the pain. My focus was solely on escape. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet changed. It became smoother, less cluttered. A faint, almost imperceptible line appeared in the darkness ahead. The road, the unpaved narrow road we had driven down. A wave of desperate hope, almost euphoria, washed over me. I was out of the woods. I stumbled onto the gravel, my legs threatening to give out beneath me. I looked back, but the dense trees obscured any sign of Julian. He was still in there somewhere. Which way to go? Left or right? I remembered the drive-in. It was a long, winding descent, so going back the way we came would mean going uphill. But it was the only way to civilization. I turned right, starting to run, or rather, hobble, up the incline. Every step was agony. My body screamed for rest, but my mind screamed louder. Urging me on, I glanced behind me every few seconds, expecting to see his hulking figure emerge from the tree line. The moon, finally breaking through a gap in the clouds, cast a pale, eerie light on the road, making every shadow jump and dance. Then I saw it. Up ahead, further down the road, parked just where we had left it, was Julian's old sedan. My heart seized. Was he waiting for me? Had he somehow circled around? No. He was injured, limping. He would not have been able to get to the car so quickly. It must still be there, just as we left it. A thought, desperate and dangerous, flashed through my mind. The car. If I could get to it, get inside, maybe even hotwire it. I did not know how to hotwire a car, but it was a key, a way out. But what if he was hiding there, waiting? What if it was a trap? My instinct screamed at me to keep running, to stay away from anything connected to him. But the thought of the miles of dark, deserted road ahead, with him potentially still hunting me in the woods, was just as terrifying. The car was my only chance for speed. I made a split-second decision. I veered off the road again, into the shallower trees bordering the road, trying to approach the car from a different angle, hidden from view. I moved slowly, cautiously, my eyes scanning the area around the sedan. Nothing. No movement, no sign of Julian. As I got closer, I saw the driver's side door was slightly ajar. My heart leaped. Had he forgotten to close it, or had he left it open as bait? I held my breath, moving as silently as I could, my eyes darting everywhere. I reached the car, my hand trembling as I grabbed the door handle. It opened with a soft click. I practically fell inside, fumbling for the lock button, slamming the door shut. Click. Thunk. Locked. I was inside, safe, for now, from the immediate threat of the woods, but I was still in his car, on his property. My hands flew to the ignition. No key. Of course not. He had the key. I frantically searched the dashboard, the console, the sun visor. Nothing. My gaze fell on the passenger seat. There, on the floor, half hidden beneath a crumpled map, was a small, familiar object. His keys. They must have fallen out of his pocket during our struggle, or when he got out of the car. A miracle. A tiny, impossible miracle. My fingers, still shaking, fumbled with the keys, finding the right one. I jammed it into the ignition, twisted. The engine sputtered once, then caught, roaring to life. The headlights cut through the oppressive darkness, illuminating the narrow road ahead. I did not even bother putting it in reverse. I threw the gear into drive, stomped on the gas pedal, and the old sedan lurched forward, kicking up gravel as it sped away from the house of horrors. I did not look in the rearview mirror. I just drove, faster and faster, the sedan rattling and groaning, but moving. The trees blurred past me, the road a winding tunnel of light and shadow. I drove until the woods began to thin, until I saw the first distant glimmer of a streetlight, then another, and another. Eventually, I reached the paved road, then the highway. I kept driving, my hands clenched on the steering wheel, tears streaming down my face, a mix of terror, relief, and pure, unadulterated shock. I did not stop until I saw the bright, welcoming lights of a gas station, a beacon of normalcy in the nightmare I had just escaped. I pulled into the parking lot, my body shaking uncontrollably. I stumbled out of the car, collapsing onto the pavement, gasping for air, for sanity. The attendant, a young guy with bored eyes, looked at me, startled by my disheveled appearance, my bloody hands, my wild eyes. Are you okay, miss?" he asked, taking a cautious step towards me. I could not speak. I could only point back down the road, towards the darkness where the woods began. He was going to turn me into a piece. I choked out, the words barely audible. He collects people. The police were called. They found the house, just as I described. They found the gallery, the lifelike figures, the empty display case. They found the workshop, the tools, the chemicals, but they did not find Julian. He was gone, vanished into the woods he knew so well, leaving behind only the blood stain on the floor of his gallery and the chilling promise of his next masterpiece, They searched for days, weeks, but he was never found. The house was eventually condemned, torn down, erased from the landscape, but it was not erased from my mind. Not ever. Sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and the shadows play tricks, I still see his eyes, that predatory gleam, that unsettling smile. I still smell the metallic tang of his gallery, and I still feel the cold dread that settled in my stomach, knowing that somewhere out there, in the quiet, forgotten corners of the world, Julian is still looking for his next piece, still looking for someone to preserve, and I know, with a chilling certainty, that he is still looking for me. Now let us turn to the next story. My blood ran cold. He spoke of me like a cut of meat. Please, Mark, let me go. I pleaded, tears blurring the horrifying scene. He sighed. Annoyed. Such a cliche, really. No one ever tries to reason with me. Understand what do you want? I cried. He tilted his head. He paused. A slow, deliberate tilt of his head. His pale eyes, devoid of any warmth, fixated on me like I was a particularly intriguing specimen under a microscope. The flickering lantern light danced in them, making them seem even more alien. The silence that followed was thick, heavy, punctuated only by the frantic hammering of my own heart against my ribs and the distant, unseen chirping of crickets outside. It was a sound that mocked my predicament, a reminder of the normal world I had been so brutally ripped from. I want to capture beauty, he finally said, his voice a low, almost academic murmur, completely at odds with the charnel house surrounding us. To preserve it, to make it eternal. I stared at him, my mind reeling, trying desperately to make sense of his words, but they just twisted into something even more horrifying. Capture beauty. What are you talking about? Mark. He took a step closer and I instinctively recoiled, pressing myself harder against the rough, splintered wall. The wood scraped against my back, a minor pain lost in the tidal wave of terror. His gaze swept over me, from my tangled hair to my trembling hands, lingering on my face. It was not a look of lust, or even anger. It was appraisal, like an artist examining a canvas, or a taxidermist eyeing a prized specimen. You, my dear, he continued, oblivious to my terror, have a particularly striking quality, a certain vivacity, a spark in your eyes, even now, amidst your fear. It is rare. Most people, when faced with their end, just dull. But you, he chuckled, a dry, unsettling sound, you still burn. My stomach churned, the sweet, metallic scent of the room suddenly overwhelming. He was talking about my end. He was not just going to kill me. He was going to do something to me. The jars of murky liquids, the grinder, the specialized tools, they all flashed through my mind, each one a fresh wave of nausea. What do you mean, preserve? I choked out, my voice barely a whisper, afraid to even ask, but needing to know. He gestured vaguely around the room, his hand sweeping over the tools laid out on the stained tarp. People are so fleeting, are not they? A moment of beauty, and then gone. Dust. Forgotten, but I prevent that. I select. I isolate. I elevate. He picked up a small, wickedly sharp scalpel, turning it in his fingers, admiring the glint of the blade in the dim light. I take the finest attributes, most exquisite features, and I make them permanent. An eternal testament to what once was. He paused, lowering the scalpel, his eyes meeting mine again. And your eyes, darling. Those eyes. They are magnificent, so full of life, of defiance. They will be a truly exquisite addition to my collection. My breath hitched. My eyes. He wanted my eyes. The world seemed to spin. The flimsy walls of the shack blurring, the stench of decay rising to choke me. This was not just a psychopath. This was a monster with an artist's twisted vision. He was not just going to kill me, he was going to dissect me, piece by piece, and keep parts of me as trophies. The thought was so grotesque, so unimaginable. that for a split second, my mind rejected it. It was too much. This was not real. This could not be real. But the cold, hard reality of the shack, the tools, Mark's serene, terrifying face screamed otherwise. No, I whimpered, shaking my head violently. No, please. Mark, you do not have to do this. I won't tell anyone. I swear. I will forget I ever saw you. I will leave. You can take my car, my money, anything you want. Just let me go. He sighed again, a sound of profound disappointment. Such predictable pleas, it is truly tiresome. Do not you understand the privilege I am offering you? To be immortalized, to be admired forever. He walked towards the stained cot, running his hand over the grimy mattress. Come now, let us not make this difficult. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to scramble away from him, stumbling over a loose plank on the floor. My hands shot out, catching myself on a rough-hewn table piled with more unsettling objects. Vials, a small, intricate vise, and a collection of what looked like dried, shriveled things in jars. My gaze darted around the room, desperately searching for anything, any small chance, any weapon, any escape route, but there was nothing, just walls of rough wood. A single heavy door with a bolted lock, and a single, small, boarded-up window that offered no hope. Stay back! I screamed, my voice cracking, a pathetic attempt at defiance. Mark merely smiled. That slow, terrifying smile that revealed his unnaturally sharp teeth. He moved with a disturbing grace, not rushing, but closing the distance between us with an unhurried certainty. He was like a predator, confident in its catch. This is for your own good, darling, he murmured, his voice softening, a horrifying parody of tenderness. It is a beautiful process, a transformation. He lunged then, not with brute force, but with a swift, practiced movement. My scream caught in my throat as his hands clamped around my upper arms, his grip surprisingly strong. I thrashed wildly, kicking, biting, trying to claw at his face, but he held me firm. His calm demeanor never wavered, even as I fought like a cornered animal. Easy now, he said, his voice still unnervingly level, as if he were soothing a frightened child. You will only hurt yourself. He dragged me towards the cot. The fear was so intense it was a physical pain, a burning in my chest, a cold dread in my veins. My mind screamed for help, for salvation, but I knew, with a sickening certainty, that no one was coming. No one knew I was here. I was utterly, completely alone with this monster. He forced me down onto the cot. The coarse, stained fabric scratched my skin, and the smell of old blood and chemicals was overwhelming. My head hit the rough pillow, and for a moment, stars swam before my eyes. Before I could recover, he had my wrist pinned, then my ankles. He produced thick, leather restraints from beneath the cot, straps with heavy buckles. These will make things much easier, he explained, as if we were discussing a mundane household chore. For both of us. He strapped my wrists to the cot's frame, pulling the leather tight. It bit into my skin, but I hardly noticed the pain through the sheer terror. Then my ankles. I bucked and twisted, tears streaming down my face, begging, pleading, but his movements were precise, efficient. In moments, I was completely immobilized, spread eagled on the cot, utterly at his mercy. The helplessness was absolute. I could not move, could not fight, could not run. I could only lie there, watching him, waiting for whatever unspeakable horror he had planned. My chest heaved, my breath coming in, ragged, desperate gasps. Mark stood back, surveying his work with a satisfied nod. He adjusted the lantern, bringing its weak light closer to the cot, illuminating my terrified face. His shadow loomed over me, grotesque and menacing. Excellent, he said, rubbing his hands together. Now, we can begin. He moved back to his tools, picking up a small, gleaming tray. On it were a few items: a pair of delicate, curved forceps, a small silver syringe, and a tiny, almost impossibly fine needle. He held up the syringe, inspecting it. "This is a special preservative," he explained, his voice taking on that academic tone again. "A formula I have perfected over many years. It will ensure that your unique luminosity, your spark, remains intact. It is quite painless at first." Painless. The word echoed in my mind, a sick joke. Nothing about this was painless. My heart felt like it was going to explode in my chest. I squeezed my eyes shut, not wanting to see, but the darkness behind my eyelids was just as terrifying, filled with images of his tools, his smile, his pale, dead eyes. "Please," I whispered, my voice raw, broken. "Do not do this. I have a family. Friends. They will come looking for me," he tutted, a sound of mild annoyance. "My dear, I assure you, I am exceedingly thorough. No one will find you here. And even if they did, by then, you would simply be a work of art," he chuckled softly. "A masterpiece, perhaps." I opened my eyes, driven by a desperate, primal urge to see what was coming. He was holding the syringe, filling it with a clear, viscous liquid from a small, unlabeled vial. His movements were steady, unhurried, as if he were performing delicate surgery, which, in his twisted mind, he probably was. He approached me again, the syringe glinting in the dim light. My entire body tensed, every muscle screaming for escape. I tried to pull against the restraints, but they held fast, digging deeper into my skin. "Now, just a small injection," he said, bringing the syringe closer to my face. "To numb the area, we want to keep everything pristine. Do not we..." His hand reached for my temple, his fingers cold against my skin. I flinched, turning my head violently, but he was too quick. He pressed the tip of the needle against my skin, just above my eyebrow. A sharp sting, a gasp escaped my lips. I felt a cold liquid spreading beneath my skin, an odd tingling sensation that quickly numbed, spreading across my forehead, around my eye. It was horrifying. It was not just a simple numbing agent. It felt like something was being taken from me, even then. He withdrew the needle, a faint smile playing on his lips. "There, see. Not so bad, was it?" My eye felt heavy, dull, strangely disconnected from the rest of my face. The terror, however, remained as sharp as ever. He put the syringe back on the tray, then reached for the delicate, curved forceps. He held them up, their tips glinting. "These are for precision," he explained. "To carefully separate the tissues. We do not want any damage to the surrounding structures, do we?" He leaned in close, his face just inches from mine. His breath, surprisingly fresh, was a stark contrast to the foul air of the shack. His pale eyes were magnified by their proximity, revealing tiny red capillaries, making them seem even more predatory. My vision blurred again, not from tears this time, but from the sheer, overwhelming panic. "It is important to be meticulous," he whispered, his voice almost a lullaby of dread. "The delicate structures of the eye, truly a wonder of nature, and I intend to keep them that way." He reached out, the forceps hovering perilously close to my right eye. I squeezed my eyes shut, screwing them up so tight that my head throbbed. I could not look. I could not bear to see. My body shuddered uncontrollably, a wave of nausea washing over me. I wanted to scream, but my throat was tight, choked with fear. Then, a sound, a faint metallic clink from the other side of the shack. Mark froze. His head snapped up, his body rigid, listening. The forceps, still inches from my eye, remained perfectly still. My heart leaped. What was that? Was it a rat? Or could it be? He slowly straightened up, his eyes darting towards the source of the sound, a corner of the shack obscured by shadows, and a stack of old, mildewed crates. The lantern light did not quite reach there. "Stay still," he hissed, his voice losing its calm composure for the first time. This shift was jarring, revealing a raw edge of irritation. He moved silently, cautiously, towards the crates, his back partially to me. This was it. This was my chance. Maybe my only chance. My mind raced, adrenaline flooding my system, sharpening my senses. The leather restraints were tight, but not impossible. I could feel a slight give in the leather around my right wrist. It was not much, but it was something. I pulled, straining every muscle in my arm, gritting my teeth against the pain as the leather chafed my skin. Mark was still peering into the shadows, his attention fully diverted. He muttered something under his breath, a low curse. I pulled again, harder this time, twisting my wrist, trying to create enough slack to slip my hand through. The buckle dug into my flesh, but I ignored it. My fingers tingled, then went numb. I could feel the leather stretching, just a fraction. Another clink from the shadows, louder this time, followed by a soft scratching sound. Mark took another step, his body tense, his hand reaching for a heavy wrench on a nearby shelf. Now or never. I gave one final, desperate tug, twisting my wrist with all the strength I had left. A sharp, searing pain shot up my arm, but then, miraculously, my hand slipped free. The leather strap snapped back against the cot with a dull thud. I did not waste a second. My freed hand shot to the other restraint, fumbling with the buckle. My fingers, still numb, struggled with the cold metal. Mark was still focused on the shadows, his back completely to me now. He was muttering, "Damn rats always getting into things." Finally, with a click, the second buckle gave way. I pulled my left hand free, then quickly unbuckled my ankles. My legs felt weak, stiff, but I forced them to move. I rolled off the cot, landing on the dusty floor with a soft thump. The sudden movement sent a jolt of pain through my still numbed face, but I barely registered it. I scrambled to my feet, my eyes darting around the room, searching for a weapon, anything. My gaze fell on the overturned tray of tools. The scalpel Mark had been admiring earlier, sharp and gleaming, lay abandoned on the tarp. I lunged for it, my fingers closing around the cold, smooth handle. It was small, but razor sharp. Better than nothing. As I straightened up, scalpel clutched in my hand. Mark turned, the wrench heavy in his grip. His pale eyes widened as he saw me, free, holding his own tool. The surprise on his face was fleeting, quickly replaced by a cold, murderous rage. "You little bitch," he snarled, his voice a low growl, utterly devoid of the calm facade he would maintain. "You think you can escape me?" He dropped the wrench with a clang and lunged, moving with surprising speed. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound, and slashed out with the scalpel. It was not a practice move, just a desperate, wild swing. The blade caught him across the arm, a shallow cut but enough to draw blood. He roared, a sound of pain and fury, staggering back. His shirt sleeve immediately began to stain red. "You cut me," he snarled, his eyes blazing. He lunged again, ignoring the wound. His hands reaching for me. I dodged, stumbling backwards, my heart hammering against my ribs. I had to get to the door. He was faster than I expected, fueled by rage. He grabbed my arm, his fingers like iron bands. The scalpel clattered to the floor as he twisted my arm, forcing me to drop it. My arm screamed in protest. He slammed me against the wall, knocking the wind out of me. My head hit the rough wood with a sickening thud, sending another wave of dizziness through me. He pinned me, his face inches from mine, his breath hot and foul. "You will regret that, you hear me? You will regret crossing me." His hand went to my throat, his fingers closing around it, squeezing. I clawed at his arm, struggling for breath, my vision starting to tunnel. Black spots danced before my eyes. This was it. This was how it ended. But a primal instinct, a desperate will to live, surged through me. My eyes darted around, searching. My hand, still free, brushed against something cold and hard on the wall beside my head. A loose plank, and behind it a nail, a long, rusty, protruding nail with every ounce of strength I had left. I twisted my body, bringing my hand up, and slammed the heel of my palm against the nail, driving it into Mark's side. He gasped. A sharp, choked sound, his grip on my throat loosening momentarily. The nail, driven with desperate force, had found its mark. He stumbled back, clutching his side, his face contorted in pain and disbelief. I sucked in a ragged breath, gasping for air, my throat burning. This was my chance. I did not look back. I sprinted for the door, my legs still shaky, but fear lent them strength. The heavy bolt, it was still scraped into place. My fingers fumbled with the cold metal, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I could hear Mark behind me, grunting, struggling to regain his composure. He was hurt, but he would not stay down for long. The bolt was stiff, rusted. I pulled, twisted, pushed, my fingers raw against the rough metal. It would not budge. Panic flared anew, hot and suffocating. Then, with a desperate grunt, I gave it one last, powerful yank. It scraped, shrieked, and finally, with a loud thunk, slid free. I tore the door open, not caring about the noise, and burst out into the night. The cool night air hit my face like a shock, cleansing, exhilarating. It was pitch black outside, no moon, just a scattering of faint stars obscured by the tree line. I could hear the rustling of leaves, the distant croaking of frogs, the natural sounds of the woods that now felt like a terrifying, unknown labyrinth. I did not know where I was, but I knew I had to run. I plunged into the darkness, my bare feet hitting the rough ground, twigs and stones digging into my skin. I could hear Mark's enraged roar from inside the shack, followed by the heavy thud of his footsteps. He was coming. I ran blindly, crashing through bushes, stumbling over roots. The trees loomed around me, dark and menacing, their branches clawing at the sky. My lungs burned, my throat raw, but I pushed myself harder, adrenaline coursing through my veins. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every rustle of leaves sounded like Mark behind me. I could hear him crashing through the undergrowth. Closer now, his heavy breathing, a terrifying counterpoint to my own ragged gasps. He was big, strong, and he knew these woods. I was lost, disoriented, injured. My mind screamed for a road, a house, any sign of civilization. But there was nothing, just endless trees, a suffocating darkness. I tripped, falling hard, my knees scraping against something sharp. Pain shot up my legs, but I scrambled back to my feet, not daring to look at the damage. The metallic tang of blood filled my mouth. I must have bitten my tongue. Then, through a break in the trees, I saw it. A faint, distant glow. A light, hope, hot and desperate, surged through me. I focused on it, fixing it in my mind like a beacon. I pushed through the thorns, ignoring the scratches, tearing at my arms and legs, ignoring the pain, ignoring the burning in my lungs. Mark's shouts grew fainter, then closer again. He was playing with me, perhaps, or maybe I was just so disoriented I could not tell. I burst out of the tree line, collapsing onto a gravel road. The light was closer now, a single yellow street lamp illuminating a battered mailbox. A house. A real house. I scrambled to my feet, my legs screaming in protest, and stumbled towards the light, towards the promise of safety. I could hear the crunch of gravel behind me. He was right there. I reached the house, a small, run-down farmhouse, its windows dark. I hammered on the door with my fists, screaming for help, my voice hoarse and broken. Help. Please. Someone. No answer. The house was dark, silent. Empty. Despair threatened to overwhelm me. But then I heard Mark's heavy footsteps on the gravel, just behind me. I looked around frantically. A shed. A small, wooden shed beside the house. I lunged for it, tearing at the rusty latch. It droned, then clicked open. I threw myself inside, slamming the door shut, and fumbled for a lock, anything to keep him out. My hand closed around a heavy, metal bar, and I jammed it through the handles, securing the door. I huddled in the darkness, trembling, listening. I could hear Mark outside, his heavy breathing, his angry muttering. He was right there. He was just on the other side of the flimsy wooden door. "You can't hide forever," he snarled, his voice a low, terrifying rumble. "I will find you, and when I do, you will wish you would stayed on the cot, darling." He started to bang on the shed door, once, twice, powerful blows that made the whole structure shake. Splinters rained down from the doorframe. I whimpered, pressing myself against the farthest wall, my heart a terrified drum. Then, a new sound, the distant wail of a siren, faint at first, then growing steadily louder. Mark stopped banging. The silence was sudden, absolute. I held my breath, listening. The siren grew closer, closer still, cutting through the night. Then, I heard it, Mark's footsteps, moving away from the shed, fading into the darkness. He was retreating. He was running. Tears streamed down my face, not from fear now, but from sheer, overwhelming relief. The siren wailed, closer now, a beacon of hope in the terrifying darkness. I stayed in that shed, shaking for what felt like an eternity, until the flashing blue and red lights cut through the cracks in the wooden walls. I heard voices, men shouting, the crunch of boots on gravel. They found me, eventually, a terrified, bleeding mess, covered in dirt and scratches, my face still numb from Mark's injection, my mind shattered by the horror I had endured. The police searched the area, and they found the shack. It was exactly as I described. A charnel house hidden deep in the woods. They found the tools, the jars, the grim ledgers detailing Mark's monstrous art. They found evidence of other victims, other masterpieces. But they never found Mark. He vanished into the night, a ghost in the woods, leaving behind only the chilling remnants of his workshop and the indelible scars on my soul. I survived that night, but a part of me never truly escaped that shack. The smell of decay, the metallic tang, the memory of Mark's pale, serene eyes and his twisted smile. They haunt my dreams, a constant reminder that some monsters do not just exist in stories. They walk among us, hiding in plain sight, waiting for their next connoisseur's choice. And sometimes, they get away. Another story comes into focus, all right, so you know how it is. You are swiping through Tinder, right? Just looking for a connection, maybe something casual, maybe something real. Most of the time, it is just a blur of gym selfies and fishing pictures. Or people holding up dead fish, which, honestly, is a whole other kind of horror story. But every now and then, you see a profile that actually catches your eye. That is how I met Mark. His profile picture was him standing on a mountain peak. A wide, easy smile on his face. The kind that made you think he was genuinely happy. Genuinely good. His bio was short, but intriguing, something about appreciating the untamed beauty of the world and seeking authentic experiences. Sounded adventurous, a little deep, exactly what I thought I was looking for. We matched, and our initial messages were great. He was articulate, funny, seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. We talked about hiking, about books, about our dreams for the future. He even sounded a little old-fashioned, in a charming way, asking if he could call me, instead of just texting. When we spoke on the phone, his voice was calm, deep, and reassuring. He sounded like a man who had his life together, someone you could trust. When it came time to plan our first date, I suggested coffee, maybe a walk in the park, something low-key, you know. But Mark had a different idea. He said, "You know, Sarah, I am not really a coffee shop kind of guy. I know a place, though a really special spot. It is a little bit of a drive out past the usual trails, but the view is incredible, and it is completely private. My thinking place, I call it. We could pack a small picnic, watch the sunset. What do you say? A little adventurous for a first date. Now, looking back, I should have seen the red flags waving like a distress signal on a sinking ship. A little bit of a drive, completely private, my thinking place. All of those phrases, in hindsight, scream serial killer, but at the time, I was flattered. I was bored with the usual dates. I wanted an authentic experience. Just like his bio said, I told myself it was romantic, adventurous, a chance to really connect with someone who was not afraid to be different. I was naive, and that naivete almost cost me everything. So, like a complete idiot, I said yes. He picked me up right on time, in an older model pickup truck, clean but rugged. The kind that looked like it had seen its fair share of dirt roads. He looked even better in person than in his photos, taller, with kind eyes and that same easy smile. He had even brought a small cooler with some sandwiches and drinks, just as he promised. Everything felt normal, so normal, in fact, that it lulled me into a false sense of security. The drive started pleasantly enough. We talked, we laughed. He told me stories about his work as a freelance nature photographer, which explained his love for secluded spots. He had a way of making even mundane stories sound interesting. The further we drove, though, the more the landscape changed. The paved roads gave way to gravel, then to a barely visible dirt track winding deeper and deeper into the dense national forest that bordered our town. My cell service flickered, then died entirely. I tried to make a joke about it. Well, I guess if we get lost, we will just have to survive on berries and our wits, huh? I said, forcing a laugh. Mark chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. Do not worry. Sarah, he said, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. I know these woods like the back of my hand. Besides, he added, glancing at me with a glint in his eye that I now realized was far from kind. I am very good at keeping people safe. A prickle of unease started to crawl down my spine. It was such a small thing, that last sentence, but it felt off like a promise, or maybe a threat, wrapped in a veneer of charm. I pushed it away. First date nerves. I told myself, he is just trying to be a gentleman. After what felt like an hour of bumping and winding through the increasingly thick woods, we finally broke through a dense thicket of trees into a small, overgrown clearing. And that is where I saw it. It was not a scenic overlook or a hidden waterfall. It was a cabin, not a charming rustic cabin, mind you. This was a dilapidated, isolated shack. The wood was gray and rotting. The windows were small and grimy, some boarded up entirely. A rusted tin roof sagged in the middle, and the chimney looked like it was about to crumble. It looked like something out of a horror movie, something abandoned and forgotten, swallowed by the wilderness. My heart, which had been beating a steady rhythm of polite conversation, suddenly skipped a beat, then started hammering against my ribs. "This is your thinking place?" I asked, my voice a little too high. Mark turned off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves in the wind. He turned to me, that wide, easy smile still plastered on his face, but now it felt wrong. It did not reach his eyes. His eyes, I noticed for the first time, were a startlingly pale blue, almost colorless, and they seemed to bore right through me. "Yes," he said, his voice soft, almost a whisper. "It is perfectly safe, for me anyway," and that was it. That was the moment the switch flipped. The casual adventurous date dissolved, and a chilling, suffocating dread took its place. My stomach clenched, and a wave of nausea washed over me. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body felt frozen, trapped. "What do you mean, for you anyway?" I managed to choke out. He just chuckled again, a dry, humorless sound. "Just a little joke. Sarah, come on. I will show you inside. It is cozy once you get used to it." The word cozy coming from him, in that place, sounded like a death sentence. Every instinct screamed at me to refuse, to demand he take me home, but I was miles from anywhere, no cell service, in the middle of nowhere. with a man who was suddenly different. He had not touched me, had not raised his voice, but the shift in his demeanor was palpable, terrifying. I was acutely aware of my vulnerability, of his size, of the absolute isolation. I swallowed hard and forced a weak smile. "Okay," I said, my voice barely audible. "Lead the way." He got out of the truck, moving with a fluid grace that seemed out of place for a man of his build. He opened my door and I stepped out, my legs feeling like jelly. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth, pine needles and something else. Something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood. Or maybe that was just my imagination, fueled by fear. The cabin door creaked open with a groan that echoed through the silent woods. Inside, it was even darker than I expected. Mark fumbled for a moment, then a weak, flickering light bulb hanging from the ceiling sputtered to life, casting long, dancing shadows across the single room. It was sparse, to say the least. A rickety table and 2 chairs stood in the center. A small, rusty wood-burning stove sat in one corner, and a narrow cot in another. The walls were bare, the floorboards warped and stained, but it was not the general decrepitude that made my blood run cold. It was the details. On the table, amidst a scattering of dust, were several notebooks, thick and bound in leather. Next to them, a collection of what looked like antique surgical tools, glinting dully in the dim light. On a shelf above the cot, there were jars. Jars filled with things I could not quite make out from a distance, but they looked organic, suspended in some kind of murky liquid. And in the corner, near the stove, a camera on a tripod was set up, pointing directly at the table. "Make yourself comfortable," Mark said, gesturing to one of the chairs. He moved towards the stove, his back to me. "It gets a little chilly out here at night. I will get a fire going." I hesitated, my eyes darting from the tools, to the jars, to the camera. My mind was racing, trying to process what I was seeing, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe he was a taxidermist, a strange artist. But the surgical tools, what are all these things? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. He turned, a log in his hand, and gave me that same unnerving smile that did not reach his eyes. "Ah, my little workshop," he said, his voice light, almost playful. "I told you, I like authentic experiences, and sometimes you have to understand the mechanics of an experience to truly appreciate it." He walked over to the table, picking up one of the notebooks. It looked old, its pages yellowed. He ran a hand over the leather cover. "These are my journals," he explained. "My observations, my studies of what?" I asked, my heart pounding so hard I thought he must be able to hear it. He sat down opposite me, placing the notebook carefully on the table. He leaned forward, his elbows resting on the worn wood, his pale blue eyes fixed on mine. "Of fear, Sarah," he said, his voice dropping to a low, intense murmur, "the most primal, the most authentic human emotion, the raw, unfiltered essence of our being, stripped away of all the societal pretenses. It is beautiful, is not it, to see someone truly afraid." A cold dread seeped into my bones, a horrifying realization dawning on me. This was not a joke. This was not a weird hobby. This was something far, far worse. "What are you talking about?" "Mark." I tried to sound calm, but my voice wavered. I glanced towards the door. It was still open a crack, but he was blocking my path. He did not answer directly. Instead, he reached over and picked up one of the surgical tools, a long, thin scalpel. He ran his thumb along the blade, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. "You know, Sarah, most people live their whole lives without truly knowing themselves. They are comfortable, safe, never pushed to their limits. They never experience that pure, unadulterated terror that truly defines us." He put the scalpel down, then looked at me again. "But I can help them. I can help them find that truth." My blood ran cold. The metallic smell in the air suddenly seemed much stronger. My eyes darted to the jars again, and this time, in the dim light, I could make out shapes. Small, curled, grayish shapes. They looked like organs. Are those human organs? I whispered, my voice barely a breath. Mark followed my gaze. He nodded slowly. A few samples, he confirmed, his voice devoid of emotion. From previous studies, each one a testament to the journey. Each one a memory of a pure experience. My entire body went rigid. I felt a scream building in my throat, but it was trapped, suffocated by terror. He was not just a weird guy. He was a monster, a collector of fear and of what that fear left behind, and I was his next specimen. I need to go. I stammered, trying to stand up, but my legs would not cooperate. Mark's smile vanished. His face became completely impassive, almost blank. He reached across the table, not quickly, but with a deliberate, terrifying slowness, and took my wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong, his fingers like steel bands. "Sarah," he said, his voice still that low murmur, but now it held an edge of something truly chilling. "We have barely begun. The sun has not even set yet, and you have not truly experienced anything, have you?" "Not yet." He tightened his grip, and I winced. My eyes darted around the cabin again, searching desperately for an escape, a weapon, anything. The camera on the tripod seemed to mock me, ready to capture my every terrified reaction. "Let go of me." I finally managed to scream, my voice cracking. I struggled, pulling my arm, but he held me fast. He chuckled again, a deep, guttural sound that vibrated through my bones. "There it is," he said, a strange, almost scientific interest in his voice. The first tremor, the beginning of the authentic experience. He released my wrist as suddenly as he would grabbed it. I scrambled back, nearly falling off the chair. My gaze fell on the wood-burning stove. A heavy iron poker lay beside it. It was my only chance. "You are insane." I yelled, my voice shaking with raw terror. He merely watched me, his pale eyes unblinking. Sanity is a construct. "Sarah, a cage. Here we are free to explore the depths of what it means to be alive." As he spoke, he slowly, deliberately stood up. He was not rushing, he was not threatening me with overt violence, but his slow, predatory movements were far more terrifying. It was like a spider, calmly approaching its trapped prey. I knew I had to act. Now, before he made his move, before I was truly trapped, with a surge of adrenaline, I lunged towards the stove. My fingers closed around the cold, heavy iron poker. I pulled it free, spinning around, my heart hammering against my ribs. Mark paused, a flicker of something in his eyes, surprise, interest, as he saw the poker in my hand. His smile, however, returned. A slow, chilling smile. "Ah," he said, his voice almost a purr. "A fight. Excellent. The will to survive, even against overwhelming odds. Another beautiful facet of the human condition." He took a step towards me. I gripped the poker tighter, my knuckles white. "Stay away from me," I screamed, brandishing the iron rod like a sword. He did not stop. He just kept coming, his movements unhurried, almost casual. He was testing me, observing me. I swung the poker with all my might. It was not graceful. It was a desperate, wild swing. The heavy iron connected with his shoulder with a sickening thud. He grunted, a sharp intake of breath, and stumbled back a step, his smile finally faltering. This was my chance. Without a second thought, I bolted for the door. I threw it open, the old wood protesting with a loud shriek, and burst out into the dim twilight. The sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, but the forest was already plunging into deep shadows. I did not look back. I just ran. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but I pushed myself harder. Branches whipped at my face, leaves crunched under my feet. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from that cabin, away from Mark, away from the jars and the surgical tools and the cold, dead eyes. I could hear him behind me, not running, not yet, but his voice, calm and clear, calling out through the darkening woods. Sarah, do not, you want to finish our date. We have not even had our picnic yet. The sound of his voice, so casual, so utterly detached from the horror of the situation, sent another wave of terror through me. He was not just a killer, he was a predator playing with his prey. I tripped over a root, sprawling to the ground, scraping my knees and hands. Pain flared, but I barely registered it. I scrambled back up, fueled by a primal need to survive. I pushed through a thicket of thorny bushes, ignoring the tearing pain as the thorns ripped at my clothes and skin. The forest was a labyrinth in the failing light. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every rustle of leaves sounded like his footsteps. I was disoriented, lost, but I kept moving. I could hear the distinct sound of the truck engine roaring to life behind me. He was coming after me. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I knew he knew these woods. I was a city girl, completely out of my element. He had the advantage, he had the truck, and he had a terrifying, methodical determination. I heard the crunch of tires on the dirt track, getting closer. He was not on the main track anymore. He was driving through the undergrowth, cutting me off. I heard branches snapping, the engine roaring. He was going to find me. I ducked behind a massive oak tree, pressing myself against its rough bark, trying to control my ragged breathing. The truck thundered past, closer than I expected, its headlights cutting through the darkness like two hungry eyes. I could hear his voice, closer now, calling my name, a sing-song quality to it that made my skin crawl. Sarah, come out, wherever you are. We are just getting to the good part. He was enjoying this. This was his authentic experience. My fear was his entertainment. I waited until the sound of the truck faded slightly, then I moved again, running in the opposite direction, trying to put as much distance between us as possible. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like lead, until I thought I would collapse. Then, through a gap in the trees, I saw it, a faint flickering light in the distance, and then the unmistakable hum of traffic. A road. A main road. Hope, sharp and desperate, surged through me. I pushed myself harder than I ever thought possible. The light grew brighter, the traffic hummed louder. I burst out of the tree line, tearing through a final curtain of bushes, and stumbled onto the shoulder of a dark, paved highway. A truck, a semi-truck, was barreling down the road towards me. I did not hesitate. I stumbled into the middle of the lane, waving my arms frantically, screaming at the top of my lungs. The truck driver laid on his horn, a deafening blast that echoed through the night. Tires screeched as the massive vehicle swerved, barely missing me, then came to a grinding halt a few yards down the road. I did not care. I was safe. Or at least, I was away from him. The driver, a burly man with a surprised and angry face, climbed out of his cab. What the hell are you doing, lady? You trying to get yourself killed? I collapsed onto the asphalt, sobbing, pointing back into the darkness of the woods. He tried to, a man in there, the driver. Seeing my torn clothes, my bleeding scratches, my utter hysteria, must have realized something was seriously wrong. He helped me into his cab, and I babbled out my story, incoherent and terrified. He called the police, and soon, flashing blue and red lights filled the night. The police arrived quickly, a whole convoy of them. They listened to my fragmented, panicked account, their faces grim. They took me to the nearest hospital to get checked out, and then to the station for a more detailed statement. I described Mark, the truck, the cabin, the tools, the jars. I told them everything. They launched a full-scale search of the area, but by the time they got to the cabin, it was empty. Not a trace of Mark. No truck. The cabin was exactly as I described it, dilapidated and isolated, with the gruesome tools, the journals, The jars all gone, as if they had never been there. They found the tire tracks from his truck, leading deep into the woods, but they eventually faded out, lost in the dense undergrowth. Mark had vanished without a trace, a ghost in the wilderness. The police could not find him. They searched for weeks, but he was gone. It was like he had simply evaporated. They told me I was lucky, that I had escaped something truly horrific. They offered me counseling, protection, anything I needed. I never went back on Tinder. I deleted all my social media. I moved to a different city, changed my phone number, tried to erase every trace of my old life, every connection that could possibly lead him back to me. But I still see him sometimes. Not in person, thankfully, but in the shadows, in the corner of my eye, in the faces of strangers. And every time I close my eyes, I see that cabin, that dim light, those jars, and his pale, unblinking eyes. I hear his voice, calm and chilling, calling my name through the darkening woods. Sarah, do not, you want to finish our date. We have not even had our picnic yet. I survived. I escaped. But I know, deep down, that a part of me never truly left that cabin. A part of me is still out there, forever trapped in Mark's twisted game. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls outside, I swear I can still smell that metallic, faintly sweet scent of old blood. And I wonder, somewhere out there, if Mark has found his next authentic experience, and if he is still collecting. You have been listening to Daily Story, where real experiences are shared with honesty. Thank you for spending part of your day with us. If you would like to support the channel, you are welcome to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, or pass this story along to someone who might appreciate it. Thank you again for being here today.